Power shapes every human interaction, subtly influencing our lives in ways we often fail to recognize. It determines who eats and who starves, who commands and who obeys, who thrives and who perishes. From the dawn of civilization, when the first human tribes gathered around flickering African campfires, one question has burned in our collective consciousness. How do you acquire power? And once you have it, how do you hold on to it? Throughout history, philosophers and thinkers have offered answers steeped in idealism. They preached about justice, virtue, wisdom, and moral leadership. They claimed that good, ethical people should lead and that compassion would always overcome cruelty. These ideas comforted generations, reinforcing the belief that the world was fair and that righteousness would prevail. But reality tells a different story. Again and again, history shows us good leaders falling, undone by their ideals, while ruthless and cunning individuals rise to power and stay there. Behind the noble rhetoric, power often flows to those willing to seize it by any means necessary. The brutal truth is this: power is rarely given, it is taken. And keeping it requires more than goodness. It demands strategy, strength, and an unflinching understanding of human nature. In this video, we'll dive deeper into the harsh realities behind the idea of power. While history is filled with stories of noble leaders guided by virtue, the truth is often far more brutal. Power doesn't always reward the kind or the just. It favors those who understand how to manipulate, outmaneuver, and dominate. We'll explore the darker side of influence, where power is not earned through goodness but taken through cunning and control. This brings us to Machiavellianism, the philosophy that sees power as a game of strategy, where deception, pragmatism, and ruthlessness often lead to success. By examining this mindset, we'll uncover the tools that many powerful figures throughout history have used to rise and stay at the top. The birth of a dark mind and the diplomat's education in cruelty. The year was 1469, and Florence was bleeding, not from war wounds or plague, but from the slow, careful cuts that ambitious men make when they carve up power like butchers dividing meat. Into this world of beautiful art and ugly politics was born Niccolo di Bernardo de Machiavelli, a child who would grow up watching princes smile while planning murders, and who would learn that in the game of power, nice people don't just finish last, they finish dead. Florence in Niccolo's childhood was like a jeweled dagger, beautiful to look at, deadly to touch. The city sparkled with Renaissance glory, its streets filled with artists painting masterpieces and scholars rediscovering ancient wisdom. But beneath the marble facades and golden frescoes, a different kind of education was taking place. Young Niccolo was learning lessons that no university could teach, watching his city's rulers play a game where the stakes were not just money or reputation, but life itself. The Medici family dominated Florence like a beautiful poison. Cosimo de' Medici, called the Elder, had turned the family bank into a tool of political control. Money flowed from Medici vaults to artists, politicians, and anyone else who could be useful. But Cosimo understood what many rich men forget. Money without muscle is just paper. He built his power carefully, quietly, never calling himself king, but ruling more absolutely than many crowned heads. When he died in 1464, just 5 years before Niccolo's birth, the entire city mourned him as the father of his country. Yet everyone knew the mourning was mixed with fear. What would happen now that the master was gone? The answer came in the form of Cosimo's son, Piero, called the Guti, because of his crippling arthritis. Piero ruled for just 5 years, but those years taught Florence an important lesson about power. Weakness invites attack. The old families who had bowed to Cosimo began to lift their heads. They whispered in dark corners about the good old days before the Medici, when Florence was truly free. They forgot, conveniently, that those good old days had been filled with civil wars and foreign invasions. Memory, young Niccolo was learning, is the first casualty of political ambition. When Piero died in 1469, the same year as Niccolo's birth, power passed to his 20-year-old son, Lorenzo. The young man faced a choice that would define not just his life, but the entire character of Renaissance politics. He could rule gently, like a constitutional monarch, sharing power with the old noble families, or he could rule absolutely, crushing any opposition before it could grow dangerous. Lorenzo chose a third path. He would rule with a smile that hid a dagger. Lorenzo de' Medici became known as the Magnificent, and the title was not ironic. He patronized artists like Michelangelo and Botticelli, turning Florence into the artistic center of Europe. He wrote poetry that made grown men weep and hosted festivals that dazzled foreign ambassadors. But underneath the magnificence lay a core of pure political steel. Lorenzo understood that power is like a muscle, use it or lose it. He cultivated allies with gifts and favors, but he also made sure that anyone who opposed him understood the consequences. The city-state system that surrounded Florence was like a deadly board game, where every move could trigger war. Italy was divided into dozens of small republics, duchies and papal states, each jealously guarding its independence while plotting against its neighbours. Venice controlled the eastern trade routes with an iron fist, while Milan dominated the north with superior military technology. The papal states controlled the centre of the peninsula, using religious authority to justify temporal power. Naples ruled the south through a mixture of Spanish backing and local alliances, and scattered throughout were smaller cities like Siena, Pisa, and Genoa, each trying to survive by playing the larger powers against each other. This system created a unique form of politics that was both incredibly sophisticated and utterly ruthless. Unlike the great monarchies of France or England, where power was centralized in a single king, Italian politics required constant negotiation, alliance-making and betrayal. A ruler might be allied with Venice in the morning, at war with them by evening, and married to their prince's daughter by the end of the week. Treaties were signed in elaborate ceremonies and broken before the ink was dry. Ambassadors lied with such skill that lying became an art form. And through it all, war was never more than a diplomatic failure away. Young Niccolo absorbed these lessons like a sponge soaks up water. He watched the ambassadors who visited his father's house, noting how they said one thing with their mouths, while their eyes said something entirely different. He listened to dinner conversations where grown men discussed murder and betrayal as casually as other families might discuss the weather. He saw how quickly yesterday's friend could become today's enemy, and how today's enemy might be tomorrow's most trusted ally. The boy's education in practical politics accelerated dramatically in 1478, when he was 9 years old. The event that would scar his understanding of power forever began, ironically, in a church. On April 26, 1478, the most sacred day of the Christian calendar, Easter Sunday, Lorenzo de' Medici and his younger brother Giuliano attended Mass at the Cathedral of Santa Maria del Fiore. The cathedral was Florence's crown jewel, its massive dome, designed by Brunelleschi, rising above the city like a prayer made of stone. Inside, the most powerful families of Florence knelt in apparent devotion, their heads bowed in prayer. But not everyone was praying. The Pazzi family had always been rivals to the Medici, their ancient noble blood mixing uneasily with merchant ambition. Francesco Pazzi, the family's most violent member, had spent months planning what would become known as the Pazzi conspiracy. He had allies in the most unexpected places: Archbishop Francesco Salviati, who was supposed to be a man of God but hungered for temporal power, Count Girolamo Riario, nephew of Pope Sixtus IV, who wanted to expand papal control over Tuscany, and most shocking of all, several members of the Medici's own inner circle who had been bought or blackmailed into betrayal. The plan was simple in its audacity: kill both Medici brothers during the most sacred moment of the Mass, when the congregation was focused on the elevation of the host. The assassins would strike when their targets were most vulnerable, most distracted, most trusting in the sanctuary of the church. It was a plan that revealed something dark about Renaissance politics. Nothing was sacred when power was at stake. When the moment came, the cathedral erupted in violence that would have made ancient Rome blush. Giuliano de' Medici was set upon by multiple assassins, their daggers rising and falling with mechanical precision. He died quickly, his blood spreading across the marble floor as worshippers screamed and fled. But Lorenzo proved harder to kill. Though wounded in the neck, he fought his way through the attackers and barricaded himself in the sacristy with a handful of loyal followers. The difference between life and death, young Niccolo would later reflect, often comes down to seconds and inches. The conspiracy's failure had consequences that rippled throughout Italy. The people of Florence, rather than rising up to support the Pazzi as the conspirators had hoped, instead rallied to the wounded Lorenzo. They dragged Archbishop Salviati from his palace and hanged him from the windows of the Palazzo della Signoria, still wearing his sacred vestments. Francesco Pazzi was tortured until he confessed, then hanged naked from the same window. The other conspirators met similar fates, their bodies left dangling as a warning to anyone else who might consider challenging Medici power. But the real lesson of the Pazzi conspiracy was not about the price of failure. It was about the nature of power itself. Lorenzo had survived not because he was the better man, but because he had built a more effective network of loyalty and fear. The Pazzi had money and noble blood, but Lorenzo had something more valuable. The understanding that power is not inherited or bought, but earned through a careful balance of rewards and punishments. Those who served him well received wealth and honours, those who opposed him received death. Young Niccolo watched the aftermath of the conspiracy with the fascination of a future political scientist. He saw how Lorenzo used the attempted assassination to justify a massive expansion of his authority. The old republican institutions of Florence, the Signoria, the various councils, the traditional checks on executive power, were quietly neutered in the name of security. Lorenzo argued, quite reasonably, that the city needed strong leadership to survive in a dangerous world. Who could argue with a man who had nearly died for Florence? Who would dare oppose someone who had been chosen by God to survive an assassination attempt? The boy also observed how violence and politics had become inseparable in daily life. The streets of Florence were patrolled by armed men whose loyalty was to the Medici, not to any abstract concept of law. Merchants paid taxes that went not to the public treasury, but to Lorenzo's private accounts. Artists and scholars who wanted patronage learned to praise the Medici in their work, while those who expressed dissent found their commissions drying up. The city remained beautiful, prosperous and cultured, but it was no longer free in any meaningful sense. Niccolo's father, Bernardo Machiavelli, played a crucial role in shaping his son's understanding of this new reality. Bernardo was a lawyer, a man who made his living navigating the intersection of law and power. He was not a wealthy man. The Machiavelli family belonged to the minor nobility, respectable but not rich. But he was an educated one. His library contained works by ancient Roman authors like Livy and Tacitus, men who had written about the rise and fall of republics with the bitter wisdom of those who had watched their own freedom die. From his father, Niccolo learned that law is not some abstract principle handed down from heaven, but a tool that can be shaped by those clever enough to understand its workings. Bernardo showed his son how contracts could be written to benefit one party while appearing fair to both. He explained how courts could be influenced through careful selection of judges and strategic presentation of evidence. Most importantly, he taught Niccolo that the difference between legal and illegal often came down to nothing more than who had the power to enforce their interpretation. Bernardo also introduced his son to the works of the ancient historians, and it was here that the boy first encountered systematic thinking about power and politics. Livy's histories of Rome showed how a small city-state had conquered the known world through a combination of military virtue, political flexibility, and ruthless pragmatism. The Romans had not hesitated to break treaties when it served their interests, to destroy entire cities when they posed a threat, or to adopt the customs of conquered peoples when it helped them rule more effectively. They had understood that morality was a luxury that only the powerful could afford, and that the weak who clung to moral principles were simply making themselves easier targets for the strong who had abandoned them. Tacitus provided an even darker education. His annals chronicled the transformation of Rome from a republic into an empire, showing how Augustus and his successors had maintained the forms of republican government while gutting its substance. The Senate still met, but it only approved what the emperor wanted. Elections still occurred, but only candidates acceptable to the palace could win. Laws were still passed, but they served the ruler's will rather than the people's needs. It was a masterpiece of political manipulation that would later influence Niccolo's own thinking about how power really works. These lessons from ancient Rome took on new relevance as Niccolo watched Lorenzo de' Medici consolidate his control over Florence. Like Augustus, Lorenzo was careful to maintain the appearance of republican government while concentrating real power in his own hands. The old families were allowed to keep their titles and their ceremonial roles, but the actual decisions were made in Lorenzo's private chambers. Opposition was not banned, it was simply made pointless. The education continued in 1492, when Lorenzo died at the age of 43. His death sent shockwaves throughout Italy, not because he was particularly beloved, but because everyone understood that his personal authority was all that held the Medici system together. Power, Niccolo was learning, is not like property that can be inherited automatically. It must be earned anew by each generation, and Lorenzo's eldest son Piero was manifestly unfit to earn it. Piero de' Medici, called the Unfortunate, lacked every quality that had made his father successful. Where Lorenzo had been charming, Piero was arrogant. Where Lorenzo had been subtle, Piero was crude. Where Lorenzo had understood the need to balance different factions and interests, Piero simply expected obedience because of his family name. He was, in short, exactly the kind of ruler who proves that hereditary power is a dangerous gamble. The young man of 23 found himself facing the same international crisis that had challenged every Italian ruler for decades, the growing power of foreign kingdoms. France, united under a strong monarchy, was looking south toward the rich Italian states with the hungry eyes of a predator. Spain, fresh from its victory over the Moors at Granada, was similarly eyeing Italian territories as potential additions to its growing empire. The Holy Roman Empire, though weakened by internal divisions, still claimed ancient rights over much of northern Italy. And the Ottoman Empire, having conquered Constantinople just 40 years earlier, was pushing into the eastern Mediterranean with apparently unstoppable force. These foreign powers treated the Italian city-states exactly as Lorenzo had once treated the smaller towns around Florence, as pieces on a chessboard to be moved, captured or sacrificed as strategy demanded. The Italians found themselves in the humiliating position of being pawns in games played by more powerful kingdoms. Alliance with France meant becoming a French satellite. Alliance with Spain meant Spanish domination. Alliance with the Empire meant submission to Austrian control, and attempting to remain independent meant facing the possibility of conquest by any or all of them. Into this increasingly dangerous situation stepped Charles VIII of France in 1494, when Niccolo was 25 years old. The French king had a claim to the Kingdom of Naples through his Angevin ancestors, and he decided that the time was right to press that claim with military force. But to reach Naples, his armies would have to march the entire length of Italy, through territory controlled by various Italian powers. Charles solved this problem in the most direct way possible. He simply announced that he was coming and that any Italian ruler who opposed him would be destroyed. The response of the Italian states to this threat revealed everything that was wrong with their political system. Instead of uniting against the foreign invader, they immediately began calculating how they could use the French invasion to settle scores with their Italian enemies. The Duke of Milan, Ludovico Sforza, actually invited Charles into Italy, hoping to use French military power to crush his rivals in Venice and Florence. Venice, meanwhile, secretly negotiated with the French while publicly supporting the idea of Italian unity. The Pope formed a coalition against France while privately offering to support Charles if the price was right. And Florence, under Piero's incompetent leadership, simply panicked. Piero de' Medici's response to the French invasion demonstrated every mistake that a ruler can make when facing a crisis. First, he waited too long to decide on a course of action, allowing events to overtake him. Then, he made his decision in panic rather than calculation, agreeing to surrender several key Florentine fortresses to the French without consulting anyone. Finally, he tried to present this humiliating capitulation as a diplomatic triumph, assuming that the people of Florence were too stupid to understand what had happened. The people of Florence were not stupid. When they learned that their ruler had essentially given away their city's independence without even attempting to negotiate, their anger was swift and decisive. A mob surrounded the Palazzo Medici, demanding Piero's head. He managed to escape the city with his life, but only barely. The great Medici dynasty that had ruled Florence for 60 years was ended not by foreign conquest or aristocratic conspiracy, but by popular revolution triggered by incompetent leadership. Young Niccolo watched these events with the intense interest of a man who was beginning to understand that he was witnessing history in the making. The fall of the Medici was not just the end of one family's rule. It was proof of a fundamental truth about power that would shape all of his later thinking. Power is not a birthright or a legal possession. It cannot be inherited like a piece of property or maintained through wishful thinking. Power exists only as long as others believe in it, and that belief must be constantly renewed through effective action. The lesson was reinforced by what happened to Florence after the Medici fell. Without Lorenzo's strong hand to guide policy, the city found itself rudderless in an increasingly dangerous world. The old republican institutions were revived, but they had been dormant for so long that no one quite remembered how they were supposed to work. Different factions began maneuvering for control, each claiming to represent the true interests of Florence. The result was paralysis at exactly the moment when decisive action was most needed. Into this power vacuum stepped one of the most extraordinary figures of the Renaissance, Girolamo Savonarola, a Dominican friar who combined religious fanaticism with political genius. Savonarola understood something that the traditional politicians had missed. In times of crisis, people hunger for certainty more than they hunger for freedom. He offered them a simple explanation for their troubles. Florence had been punished by God for its sins, and an equally simple solution: repent and purify the city through righteous action. Savonarola's rise to power demonstrated another lesson that would profoundly influence Niccolo's later thinking. The most effective political appeals are often religious or moral rather than rational. The friar did not win supporters by promising them wealth or military victory. Instead, he promised them salvation. He told them that their suffering had meaning, that their sacrifices would be rewarded, and that they were engaged in a cosmic struggle between good and evil. It was exactly the kind of message that people wanted to hear during a time when their world seemed to be falling apart. The practical effects of Savonarola's rule were devastating. In the name of purifying Florence, he organized bonfires of books, paintings, cosmetics, musical instruments, and anything else that he considered morally corrupting. Informants encouraged neighbors to report each other for sins against religious law. Children were organized into gangs that patrolled the streets looking for evidence of moral corruption. The city that had been one of Europe's centers of learning and culture was transformed into something resembling a medieval monastery. But Savonarola's most important lesson for young Niccolo was about the relationship between religious authority and political power. The friar claimed to speak for God, and this claim gave him an authority that no secular ruler could match. Who could argue with someone who said he was carrying out divine will? Who could oppose policies that were presented as moral necessities rather than political choices? Savonarola had discovered that religious language could be used to justify almost any action, no matter how extreme or destructive. The friar's downfall came when he overplayed his hand. In 1497 he challenged Pope Alexander VI directly, accusing him of corruption and demanding that he step down. Alexander VI, born Rodrigo Borgia, was indeed one of the most corrupt popes in church history. He had bought his way to the papal throne, fathered multiple children, and used his spiritual authority to advance his family's temporal interests. But he was also a master politician who understood that survival required eliminating threats before they became dangerous. The Pope's response to Savonarola's challenge demonstrated the kind of ruthless pragmatism that would later fascinate Niccolo. Alexander VI did not bother to argue theology with the friar or to defend his own moral record. Instead, he simply excommunicated Savonarola and threatened to place Florence under interdict, cutting the entire city off from the sacraments unless they got rid of their troublesome preacher. Faced with the choice between supporting their spiritual leader and maintaining their relationship with the broader church, the people of Florence chose practical considerations over principle. Savonarola was arrested, tortured until he confessed to being a false prophet, and then burned at the stake in the same square where he had held his bonfires of the vanities. The man who had claimed to speak for God died screaming that he had been deceived by the devil. His followers, who had been so certain of their righteousness just months earlier, melted away like snow before the sun. The entire episode had lasted less than 4 years, but its impact on young Niccolo's thinking would last a lifetime. The fall of Savonarola completed Niccolo's education in the fundamental realities of political power. He had now seen 3 different types of rulers fail. Piero de' Medici, who had inherited power but lacked the ability to use it effectively, the republican institutions of Florence, which were too divided and indecisive to function in a crisis, and Savonarola, who had built his authority on claims of moral and religious superiority, but had been destroyed when those claims were challenged by someone with superior practical power. Each failure had taught him something important about what power really was and how it really worked. Power was not inherited or elected or divinely appointed. It was taken and held by those strong enough and clever enough to seize it. Power was not about being good or righteous or popular. It was about being effective. And power was not a stable condition that could be maintained through law or tradition. It was a dynamic force that had to be constantly renewed through successful action. These lessons were reinforced by what Niccolo observed about the broader political situation in Italy. The French invasion of 1494 had opened the peninsula to foreign domination in a way that would persist for centuries. Charles VIII had marched from one end of Italy to the other, almost unopposed, proving that the Italian military system was obsolete. The city-states that had seemed so sophisticated and powerful when compared to their Italian neighbours looked pathetic when measured against the unified monarchies of Northern Europe. The problem was not just military, it was fundamentally political. The Italian states were incapable of uniting against foreign threats because they were too busy fighting each other. Each city-state put its own narrow interests ahead of any broader Italian identity. Venice would rather see Florence destroyed by the French than give up any of its own commercial advantages. Milan would rather invite foreign armies into Italy than accept Venetian leadership. The Pope would rather make deals with foreign kings than support Italian independence. And Florence, even after the trauma of foreign invasion, continued to waste its energy on internal political disputes. Young Niccolo was beginning to formulate the ideas that would later make him famous. He was starting to understand that successful politics required a different kind of thinking than moral philosophy or religious teaching. Political success required the ability to see situations as they really were, rather than as they ought to be. It required the willingness to use whatever tools were necessary to achieve necessary goals. Most importantly, it required the understanding that in a world where everyone else was playing to win, those who insisted on playing by higher rules were simply making themselves easier targets. The corruption of the Catholic Church under Pope Alexander VI provided another crucial part of Niccolo's political education. Rodrigo Borgia had become pope through the kind of systematic bribery that would have impressed a modern organized crime boss. He had literally bought votes in the papal conclave, promising each cardinal specific rewards in exchange for their support. Once elected, he had used the vast resources of the church to advance his family's interests, appointing his children to important positions and using papal armies to carve out territories for them to rule. Alexander VI's pontificate demonstrated that religious institutions were just as susceptible to corruption as secular ones, and that moral authority was just another tool that could be manipulated by those clever enough to understand how it worked. The Pope spoke with the voice of God, but he acted like any other Italian prince. He made alliances based on calculation rather than principle. He broke promises when it served his interests. He used violence to eliminate enemies and rewards to secure loyalty. The only difference between the Pope and secular rulers was that his hypocrisy was more spectacular. But the most important lesson that Alexander VI taught young Niccolo was about the relationship between appearance and reality in politics. The Pope maintained his spiritual authority not because people believed he was actually holy, but because they needed to believe that someone was holy. The institution of the papacy was too important to the social and political order to be allowed to collapse, even when everyone knew that individual popes were corrupt. People would rather accept transparent hypocrisy than face the chaos that would result from admitting that their most sacred institutions were fraudulent. This understanding of how appearance and reality could diverge would become central to Niccolo's later political thinking. He was beginning to realize that successful rulers needed to master the art of seeming to be what people wanted them to be, regardless of what they actually were. A ruler could be cruel as long as he appeared just. He could be faithless as long as he appeared pious. He could be selfish as long as he appeared to serve the public good. The key was understanding that most people judged leaders by their public performance rather than their private character. The French invasion had also exposed the military weaknesses of the Italian system in ways that would profoundly influence Niccolo's later thinking about war and politics. The Italian states had become dependent on mercenary companies, condottieri, for their military needs. These professional soldiers were skilled and experienced, but they had no loyalty to any particular state. They fought for whoever paid them best, and they had no incentive to fight to the death, since dead mercenaries could not collect their wages. The French and Spanish armies that invaded Italy operated on completely different principles. They were composed of citizen soldiers who fought for their countries rather than for money. They were motivated by national pride, religious fervour, and personal loyalty to their kings. When they met the Italian mercenaries in battle, the result was predictable. The foreigners won decisive victories that shattered Italian military pretensions. Niccolo watched these military disasters with the eye of a future military theorist. He was beginning to understand that successful defence required more than just hiring good soldiers. It required creating the social and political conditions that would motivate people to fight effectively. Mercenaries would always be inferior to citizen soldiers because they lacked the emotional commitment that turned ordinary men into effective warriors. A state that could not inspire its own people to fight for it was a state that had already lost the most important battle. The period from 1494 to 1498 also saw the beginning of what would become known as the Italian Wars, a series of conflicts that would devastate the peninsula for decades. These wars were different from the small-scale conflicts that had characterized Italian politics in the past. They involved large armies, new military technologies, and stakes that extended far beyond the traditional disputes over territory or trade routes. Most importantly, they involved foreign powers that were not bound by the traditional rules of Italian diplomacy. Young Niccolo observed these early stages of the Italian wars with growing fascination and horror. He saw how quickly the sophisticated political system that had dominated Italy for centuries could be swept away by superior force. He watched as ancient cities were sacked, established dynasties were overthrown, and entire populations were displaced. The world that had seemed so stable during his childhood was revealing itself to be as fragile as a house of cards. But he also saw opportunities in the chaos. The breakdown of the old order meant that new forms of political organization might be possible. A leader who understood the new realities of power might be able to build something more durable than the city-state system that was now collapsing. The key would be learning the right lessons from what was happening and applying them more effectively than anyone else. By 1498, when Niccolo was 29 years old, his education in the realities of political power was essentially complete. He had seen inherited authority collapse when it was not backed by effective action. He had watched the popular government fail when it could not make decisive choices. He had observed religious leadership destroyed when it challenged superior force. He had witnessed the corruption of the most sacred institutions and the defeat of the most sophisticated military systems. Most importantly, he had begun to understand that politics was not really about good and evil, or even about right and wrong. Politics was about power, who had it, how they got it, how they kept it, and how they lost it. Everything else was just decoration. The successful politician was not the one who was most virtuous or most popular or most intelligent, but the one who understood this fundamental truth and acted accordingly. This understanding would shape everything that came next in Niccolò's life. When the opportunity came for him to enter government service, he would approach it not as a chance to do good in the world, but as a chance to study power from the inside. When he travelled on diplomatic missions, he would observe not just what other rulers said, but how they actually behaved when their interests were at stake. And when he eventually came to write about politics, he would focus not on how rulers ought to behave, but on how successful rulers actually did behave. The young man who emerged from this brutal education was not yet the Machiavelli who would write The Prince and scandalize Europe with his cynical insights. But he was well on his way to becoming that man. He had learned that power is the only thing that matters in politics, that morality is a luxury that only the powerful can afford, and that the difference between success and failure often comes down to the willingness to do what others consider unthinkable. These lessons would guide him through the next phase of his career, when he would move from observing power to wielding it himself. As Florence struggled to rebuild its government after the fall of Savonarola, opportunities were opening for talented young men who understood the new realities of Italian politics. The old families who had dominated the city for generations were discredited by their association with either the Medici tyranny or the Savonarola theocracy. New leadership was needed, and that leadership would have to come from men who could navigate the treacherous waters of both domestic politics and international relations. Niccolò Machiavelli was about to get his chance to put his education in political ruthlessness to practical use. The next phase of his life would take him from the role of observer to the role of participant, from student of power to practitioners of it. He would travel throughout Europe as a diplomat, meeting with kings and generals and learning firsthand how the great game of international politics was actually played. He would discover that his theoretical understanding of power, impressive as it was nothing compared to the education he would receive from watching masters like Cesare Borgia operate at the highest levels of political manipulation. The boy who had grown up watching Florence's rulers rise and fall was about to become a man who would help shape the destiny of his city and ultimately the political thought of the entire Western world. His education in cruelty was complete, but his real education was just beginning. The prince is born from failure. The year 1512 marked the end of everything Niccolò Machiavelli had worked for, believed in, and built his life around. For 14 years he had served the Florentine Republic as its second chancellor and secretary, a position that placed him at the very heart of Renaissance diplomacy and statecraft. He had negotiated with kings, advised generals, and helped shape the foreign policy of one of Italy's most important city-states. But political fortune, as he would later write with bitter personal knowledge, turns faster than a spinning wheel. And those who rise on its momentum can just as quickly find themselves crushed beneath its weight. The catalyst for Machiavelli's downfall came not from any personal failing or betrayal of his duties, but from the larger forces of European politics that were reshaping the Italian peninsula like a giant chess game played by foreign masters. The Holy League, a powerful alliance between Pope Julius II, King Ferdinand of Spain, the Holy Roman Emperor Maximilian I, and Venice, had formed with the explicit purpose of driving the French out of Italy and restoring what they claimed was the proper order of things. Florence, under the leadership of Piero Soderini, had made the fatal mistake of remaining loyal to France, even as French power in Italy crumbled like a house built on sand. The Battle of Ravenna in April 1512 had initially seemed like a French victory, but it proved to be one of those Pyrrhic triumphs that destroy the winner more than the loser. The French army, though technically victorious on the battlefield, suffered such devastating casualties that they could no longer maintain their position in northern Italy. Their commander Gaston de Foix lay dead among thousands of his soldiers, and the remaining French forces began their long retreat back across the Alps. This military reality created a power vacuum that the Holy League was quick to exploit, and Florence suddenly found itself isolated and vulnerable, like a lone sheep surrounded by hungry wolves. The Spanish army, fresh and disciplined, marched into Tuscan territory with the confidence of conquerors who knew their enemies had no allies left to call upon. They moved with the methodical precision that had made Spanish infantry the terror of European battlefields, their steel armour glinting in the autumn sun as they approached the walls of Florence. The city that had once been the jewel of Renaissance culture and commerce now faced the same fate that had befallen so many other Italian states caught on the wrong side of the great power struggle. But the Spanish forces were not merely interested in military conquest. They carried with them a political agenda that would reshape Florence's government according to the wishes of their papal ally. Pope Julius II, despite being one of the most warlike pontiffs in history, understood that lasting control required more than just military occupation. The Spanish army served as the muscle, but the real weapon was the name they carried with them like a banner of legitimacy. They came to restore the Medici family to power in Florence, ending the Republican experiment that had lasted for 18 years. The Medici return was orchestrated with the kind of political theatre that would later fascinate Machiavelli as he studied the mechanics of power. Giovanni de' Medici, who would soon become Pope Leo X, had spent years in exile building alliances and waiting for precisely this moment. His younger brother, Giuliano de' Medici, rode alongside the Spanish forces, not as a conquered enemy returning home, but as a rightful ruler, reclaiming his family's ancestral domain. The symbolism was carefully crafted to suggest inevitability rather than foreign invasion. When the Spanish army reached the outskirts of Florence in late August 1512, the city's defences collapsed not through military defeat, but through political calculation. The wealthy merchants and bankers who formed the backbone of Florentine society quickly realised that resistance would mean economic ruin, while accommodation might preserve their fortunes under new management. The Republican government, which had seemed so stable just months before, revealed itself to be as fragile as morning frost when faced with the heat of real adversity. Piero Soderini, the man Machiavelli had served faithfully as his closest advisor, fled the city in disgrace on August 31st, 1512. His departure marked not just the end of his personal political career, but the collapse of the entire governmental structure that had employed Machiavelli for the most productive and influential years of his adult life. The Republic that had sent him on diplomatic missions to France, Germany, and the papal court simply ceased to exist overnight, leaving him stranded like a ship's captain whose vessel had suddenly vanished beneath his feet. The Medici restoration proceeded with the kind of systematic thoroughness that characterizes successful political purges throughout history. Cardinal Giovanni de' Medici, despite his holy orders, proved to be as ruthless as any secular prince when it came to consolidating power. He understood that simply occupying the government buildings would not be enough to secure long-term control. The entire administrative apparatus that had served the Republic needed to be dismantled and rebuilt with personnel loyal to the new regime. Machiavelli found himself in an impossible position. His expertise in diplomatic affairs and his intimate knowledge of Florentine government made him potentially valuable to the new rulers, but his long association with the Republican cause marked him as inherently suspect. He had not merely worked for the previous government, he had been one of its key architects, helping to design and implement policies that had kept Florence independent of Medici influence for nearly 2 decades. His very competence became a liability in the new political order. The purge began methodically in September 1512. Government officials associated with the Soderini regime were dismissed from their positions, their access to offices and documents terminated with bureaucratic efficiency. Machiavelli received official notice that his services were no longer required on November 7, 1512, a date that would remain burned into his memory for the rest of his life. After 14 years of daily involvement in the most important affairs of state, he was suddenly reduced to the status of a private citizen with no income, no official role, and no clear future. But dismissal from office was only the beginning of Machiavelli's ordeal. The new Medici government, guided by advisors who understood the importance of eliminating potential threats before they could organize resistance, began investigating former Republican officials for evidence of sedition or conspiracy. In February 1513, just as Machiavelli was beginning to adjust to his new life of enforced retirement, agents of the Medici government discovered what appeared to be a plot against the new regime. The conspiracy, if it truly existed, was amateurish in its conception and execution. A list of names had been found that allegedly identified individuals willing to participate in an attempt to overthrow the Medici and restore Republican government. Machiavelli's name appeared on this list, though whether he had actually agreed to join any such plot, or whether his name had been included without his knowledge, remains a historical mystery that has never been definitively resolved. What is certain is that on February 18, 1513, Machiavelli was arrested at his home and taken to the Bargello, Florence's infamous prison and courthouse. The building, with its grim stone walls and narrow windows, had witnessed centuries of interrogation and punishment. Political prisoners were held in cells barely large enough for a man to lie down, with straw on stone floors and only thin blankets for warmth during the cold Tuscan winter. The investigation that followed revealed the brutal reality of Renaissance justice. Torture was not considered an exceptional measure reserved for the most serious crimes, but rather a standard investigative tool used to extract confessions and information from suspected criminals. The legal theory behind judicial torture held that physical pain would force even the most stubborn criminals to tell the truth, though in practice it often produced whatever confessions the interrogators wanted to hear, regardless of their accuracy. Machiavelli endured what was called the strappado, a torture method that had been refined over centuries of use throughout Europe. The victim's hands were tied behind his back, and he was then hoisted into the air by a rope attached to his wrists. The full weight of the body was supported by the shoulder joints, which were stretched beyond their normal range of motion, causing excruciating pain that could last for hours. Victims were often dropped suddenly, and then jerked to a halt, dislocating shoulders and causing damage that could be permanent. The physical agony of torture was compounded by the psychological torment of uncertainty. Machiavelli had no way of knowing what his interrogators already knew or suspected, no way of predicting what answers might satisfy them and bring the torture to an end. He was forced to make split-second decisions about what to reveal and what to conceal, knowing that a wrong choice could mean continued torture or even death. During his ordeal, Machiavelli composed poetry in his mind to maintain his sanity and sense of self. Years later, he would write about this experience with the dark humour that characterized his approach to life's cruelties. He described how he had tried to maintain his dignity even while his body was being systematically broken, how he had attempted to engage his torturers in intellectual conversation between sessions of pain. This ability to find sardonic amusement even in the depths of suffering would later infuse his political writings with a cynicism born of personal experience. The torture sessions continued for several weeks, but Machiavelli apparently convinced his interrogators that he posed no immediate threat to the new government. Whether through his protestations of innocence, his demonstrated lack of resources for mounting effective resistance, or simply the intervention of influential friends who vouched for his character, he was eventually released from prison without trial or formal punishment. However, his freedom came with severe restrictions that effectively ended his political career in Florence. He was banned from entering the Palazzo della Signoria, the seat of government where he had once walked the halls as a trusted official. He was forbidden from leaving Florentine territory without explicit permission from the authorities. Most significantly, he was excluded from holding any public office, a prohibition that cut him off from the work that had defined his adult identity and provided his livelihood. The man who emerged from the Bargello in March 1513 was fundamentally changed from the confident diplomat and administrator who had entered it weeks earlier. The physical injuries from torture healed relatively quickly, but the psychological impact of his fall from grace would shape the rest of his life. He had experienced firsthand the arbitrary nature of political power, the speed with which fortune could reverse itself, and the helplessness of even intelligent and capable individuals when caught in the grinding machinery of regime change. With no income from government service and no prospects for future employment in his chosen field, Machiavelli was forced to retreat to his small family farm in Sant'Andrea in Percosina, about 7 miles south of Florence. The property, inherited from his father, consisted of a modest farmhouse, some agricultural land, and a small inn that provided minimal rental income. For a man who had been accustomed to dining with ambassadors and corresponding with kings, this rustic exile represented a dramatic fall in social status and material circumstances. The farmhouse itself was a humble structure of local stone and timber, typical of Tuscan rural architecture, but a far cry from the palazzos of Florence, where Machiavelli had conducted his diplomatic business. The rooms were small and simply furnished. The floors were rough stone or packed earth, and the thick walls that provided coolness in summer also held the damp chill of winter. There was no library filled with classical texts, no study lined with maps and diplomatic correspondence, none of the intellectual apparatus that had surrounded him in his government office. The daily routine of farm life imposed a rhythm completely different from the urgent pace of political affairs. Instead of analysing intelligence reports and drafting instructions for ambassadors, Machiavelli found himself concerned with the mundane realities of agricultural production. He had to supervise the care of livestock, oversee the planting and harvesting of crops, and manage the practical details of running a small rural business. The work was physically demanding and intellectually unstimulating, a constant reminder of how far he had fallen from his former position of influence and importance. Yet it was precisely this forced isolation from the world of active politics that created the conditions necessary for Machiavelli's greatest intellectual achievement. Removed from the immediate pressures and distractions of daily governance, he had the time and motivation to reflect systematically on everything he had observed during his years of diplomatic service. The bitterness of his personal failure provided the emotional energy needed to undertake a comprehensive analysis of political power, while his enforced leisure gave him the opportunity to pursue this analysis with unprecedented thoroughness. The intellectual transformation that occurred during Machiavelli's exile can be understood as a process of distillation, in which years of practical experience were refined into theoretical insights of lasting value. During his government service, he had been too busy responding to immediate crises and opportunities to step back and consider the broader patterns that governed political success and failure. Now, with nothing but time on his hands and a burning desire to understand why his own career had ended in disgrace, he began to examine his memories with the systematic attention of a scholar. The writing of The Prince began in the summer of 1513, just a few months after Machiavelli's release from prison. The speed with which he completed the work, finishing the first draft by the end of the year, suggests that the ideas had been forming in his mind even before he put pen to paper. The immediate catalyst may have been his desire to demonstrate his continued value to potential patrons, but the deeper motivation was his need to make sense of his own experiences and extract some lasting meaning from his professional downfall. Machiavelli originally titled his work De Principatibus, which translates simply as about principalities or concerning principalities. This straightforward Latin title reflected his intention to produce a practical manual for rulers, similar to the many works on governance that had been written by medieval and Renaissance authors. However, the content of his book would prove to be radically different from these earlier works, which typically focused on the moral and religious duties of Christian princes, rather than the practical mechanics of acquiring and maintaining power. The choice to write in Italian rather than Latin was itself significant, marking Machiavelli's departure from scholarly convention and his desire to reach a broader audience. Latin remained the language of serious political and philosophical discourse, used by authors who wanted to demonstrate their classical education and appeal to an international community of learned readers. By choosing the vernacular, Machiavelli signaled his intention to speak directly to practicing politicians rather than academic theorists, to provide practical advice rather than moral instruction. The physical act of writing took place in the evenings, after Machiavelli had completed his daily chores around the farm. He would sit at a simple wooden table by the light of an oil lamp, using the rough paper and basic writing materials that were all his reduced circumstances allowed him to afford. The contrast between these humble surroundings and the magnificent courts he had once visited must have been constantly present in his mind as he wrote, reinforcing the bitter lessons about the instability of human fortune that formed a central theme of his work. As he wrote, Machiavelli drew extensively on his personal experiences as a diplomat and administrator, but he also incorporated examples from ancient history and contemporary politics to illustrate his arguments. He had spent years studying the classical authors, particularly the Roman historians like Livy and Tacitus, who provided models of analytical rigor and narrative skill. His diplomatic travels had given him first-hand knowledge of the major European courts, while his work in Florence had taught him the intimate details of how governments actually function behind their public facades. The prince emerged from this combination of personal experience, historical study, and systematic reflection as something unprecedented in political literature. Previous works on governance had typically assumed that rulers should strive to be virtuous according to traditional Christian teachings, and had focused on providing moral guidance rather than practical instruction. Machiavelli rejected this approach entirely, arguing that the world of politics operated according to its own logic that often contradicted conventional morality. The central insight that distinguishes The Prince from all earlier works on politics is Machiavelli's recognition that effective leadership requires a willingness to act immorally when circumstances demand it. This was not, as his critics would later claim, an endorsement of evil for its own sake, but rather a clear-eyed acknowledgement that political leaders face situations where conventional moral rules cannot provide adequate guidance. A prince who insisted on always telling the truth, keeping every promise, and treating all people with kindness would quickly find himself overthrown by less scrupulous rivals. This insight emerged directly from Machiavelli's own experiences and observations during his diplomatic career. He had watched idealistic leaders fail catastrophically while ruthless operators like Cesare Borgia achieved remarkable success through methods that violated every principle of Christian ethics. He had seen how quickly allies could become enemies when circumstances changed, how easily treaties could be broken when they became inconvenient, and how little protection virtue provided against the machinations of ambitious rivals. The famous phrase, "It is better to be feared than loved," encapsulates one of Machiavelli's most important discoveries about the psychology of political power. This statement, which has shocked readers for 5 centuries, was not intended as a general rule for human relationships, but as a specific insight into the dynamics of political authority. Machiavelli observed that love is an emotion that depends on the feelings of others and can therefore disappear without warning, while fear is based on the calculation of consequences and remains stable as long as the capacity for punishment exists. His analysis of fear versus love was based on careful observation of how different types of rulers maintained their authority. Leaders who tried to govern through popularity and affection often found themselves abandoned when their policies became unpopular or when rival claimants offered better incentives for loyalty. By contrast, rulers who established clear consequences for disobedience could maintain order even when their subjects disliked them personally, because the rational calculation of self-interest worked more reliably than emotional attachment. However, Machiavelli was careful to distinguish between being feared and being hated. A ruler who inspired hatred would eventually provoke rebellion because hatred could overcome the rational fear of consequences. The ideal was to be feared but not hated, to maintain authority through the threat of punishment while avoiding the cruelty that would turn subjects into enemies. This required a delicate balance that could only be achieved through careful study of human psychology and constant attention to public opinion. The metaphor of the lion and the fox, drawn from ancient fables but given new political meaning by Machiavelli, illustrated his understanding that effective leadership required mastery of both force and fraud. The lion represented the capacity for open confrontation, the ability to defeat enemies through superior strength and courage. The fox represented cunning and deception, the ability to avoid traps and manipulate situations through cleverness rather than direct action. Machiavelli argued that rulers who relied exclusively on either approach would eventually fail. Those who acted only like lions would be outwitted by more clever opponents, while those who acted only like foxes would be overwhelmed when situations required direct confrontation. The most successful princes were those who could switch between approaches as circumstances demanded, using force when strength would be effective and deception when subtlety would serve better. This analysis was based on his observation of contemporary rulers and his study of historical examples. Cesare Borgia had demonstrated the power of combining both approaches, using military force to establish his authority in the Romagna while employing elaborate deceptions to eliminate potential rivals. Julius II had succeeded through the lion's approach, leading his armies personally and inspiring loyalty through displays of courage, but he had also shown fox-like cunning in building the Holy League coalition that ultimately drove the French from Italy. The insight that good men finish last in politics reflected Machiavelli's bitter personal experience as well as his systematic observation of political competition. He had witnessed the fall of Piero Soderini, a man of unquestionable personal integrity, who had nevertheless failed as a leader because he was unwilling to use the harsh methods necessary to maintain power in a dangerous world. Soderini's goodness had made him popular with ordinary citizens, but it had also made him vulnerable to more ruthless opponents who recognized his reluctance to strike first. This observation led Machiavelli to one of his most controversial conclusions, that the qualities that make someone a good person in private life can make them a bad ruler in public life. Honesty, compassion and loyalty to friends are admirable personal characteristics, but they can become fatal weaknesses when dealing with enemies who do not share these values. A ruler who refuses to lie will be deceived by those who have no such scruples, while a ruler who cannot bring himself to punish betrayal will find himself surrounded by traitors. The necessity of appearing religious while being ruthless reflected Machiavelli's understanding of the role that public opinion plays in political power. He had observed that successful rulers needed to maintain the support, or at least the acquiescence, of their subjects, and that this required careful attention to appearances and expectations. In a Christian society, rulers were expected to demonstrate piety and moral virtue, regardless of their private beliefs or actions. However, Machiavelli noted that the appearance of virtue was often more important than virtue itself. A ruler who was genuinely pious but appeared weak would lose power to someone who was ruthless but maintained a facade of righteousness. The key was to understand what behaviors and symbols would convince the public of one's virtue while retaining the flexibility to act decisively when moral considerations would prevent effective action. This insight reflected Machiavelli's sophisticated understanding of political psychology and his recognition that politics was fundamentally a performance art. Successful rulers were those who could play their roles convincingly, projecting the image that would best serve their purposes while concealing any thoughts or intentions that might undermine their authority. This required not only acting ability but also a deep understanding of what their audiences wanted to see and believe. The speed with which Machiavelli completed The Prince reflected not only his intellectual urgency, but also his desperate hope that the work might serve as his ticket back to political relevance. He intended to dedicate the book to Giuliano de' Medici, brother of the new Pope Leo V and the effective ruler of Florence, as a demonstration of his expertise and his potential value as an advisor. The dedication was crafted as carefully as a diplomatic dispatch, designed to flatter the recipient while showcasing the author's unique qualifications. In the dedicatory letter, Machiavelli presented himself as someone who had observed power from both the heights and the depths, someone whose fall from grace had given him insights unavailable to those who had never experienced political failure. He argued that just as those who draw maps of landscapes must climb mountains to see the valleys clearly and descend into valleys to understand the mountains, so those who would understand the nature of princes must experience the perspective of common people, while those who would understand the nature of common people must have held princely authority. This argument was both intellectually sophisticated and personally strategic. Machiavelli was claiming that his disgrace had actually enhanced his qualifications as a political analyst, that his personal failure had given him a unique perspective on the dynamics of power that remained invisible to those who had never lost it. This was a brilliant rhetorical strategy that attempted to transform his greatest liability into his most valuable asset. The completion of The Prince marked the end of the most creative and intellectually productive period of Machiavelli's life, though he could not have known this at the time. The book that emerged from his months of exile and reflection would outlive its author by centuries and continue to influence political thought long after the specific circumstances that inspired it had been forgotten. What began as a desperate attempt to regain political favor became instead a timeless analysis of power that would be studied and debated by leaders and scholars for generations. The irony of this transformation would not have been lost on Machiavelli himself, who had always understood the unpredictable nature of fortune and the gap between human intentions and historical outcomes. He had set out to write a practical manual that would restore his political career, but instead created a theoretical masterpiece that would ensure his intellectual immortality. The man who had failed as a practicing politician succeeded beyond his wildest dreams as a political theorist, though this success came too late to restore the active career he had lost. The years 1512 to 1520 thus represent a period of personal catastrophe that paradoxically produced intellectual triumph. Machiavelli's fall from power destroyed his immediate ambitions, but created the conditions necessary for his lasting contribution to human knowledge. The bitterness of exile provided the emotional energy needed for systematic analysis, while the enforced leisure of rural retirement provided the time and space needed for sustained intellectual work. The prince was born from failure, but it was a failure that ultimately proved more valuable than success. The shock that changed Europe. When Niccolò Machiavelli died in June 1527, he took with him the secret of his most dangerous creation. The manuscript of The Prince lay hidden in his papers, a political bomb waiting to explode across Europe. For 5 years, this deadly book remained buried while the continent tore itself apart in religious wars that would have made its author smile with grim satisfaction. The delay in publication was not accidental, but reflected the very fears that Machiavelli had written about. His friends and family understood that releasing such a work immediately would bring down the wrath of both the Catholic Church and the various Italian princes who might recognize themselves in its merciless pages. The decision to finally publish The Prince in 1532 came from Antonio Blado, a Roman printer who understood the commercial potential of controversy. Blado had already built his reputation publishing works that pushed the boundaries of acceptable thought, and he recognized that Machiavelli's treatise would create exactly the kind of scandal that sold books. The timing was perfect. Europe was convulsing with religious reformation, political upheaval, and military campaigns that seemed to validate every cynical observation Machiavelli had made about human nature and power. The Protestant Reformation had begun in 1517 when Martin Luther nailed his 95 Theses to the door of Wittenberg Castle Church, creating the perfect environment for a book that questioned all traditional authority. The Catholic Church's reaction was swift and predictable. Within months of publication, church authorities recognized The Prince as a direct attack on Christian governance and moral authority. The book's central thesis, that effective rulers must be willing to lie, cheat, steal, and murder when necessary, contradicted everything the Church taught about divine right and Christian virtue. Pope Paul IV, a man known for his fierce opposition to any challenge to church authority, personally ordered the book placed on the Index Librorum Prohibitorum in 1559. This index of forbidden books was the Church's official list of publications that Catholics were forbidden to read, own or distribute under pain of excommunication. The ban was comprehensive and severe, threatening not just individual readers but anyone who printed, sold or even discussed the book's contents in public. But the Church's attempt to suppress the prince had exactly the opposite effect. The moment a book appeared on the index, it became infinitely more desirable to readers across Europe. Underground networks of scholars, merchants and political operatives began smuggling copies across borders with the same enthusiasm they might have shown for exotic spices or precious metals. University students in Paris passed handwritten excerpts from professor to student, creating a black market in political wisdom. Venetian merchants, always practical about such matters, discovered that copies of The Prince commanded higher prices than many legitimate books, and soon established regular smuggling routes through the Alpine passes into Germany and France. The spread of Machiavellian ideas gained unexpected momentum from the Protestant Reformation itself. Protestant leaders like John Calvin in Geneva and various German princes found in The Prince a perfect weapon to use against their Catholic enemies. They could quote Machiavelli's observations about the gap between Christian ideals and political reality to argue that the Catholic Church was fundamentally hypocritical. When the Church preached virtue while engaging in warfare, corruption and political manipulation, Protestant propagandists could point to Machiavelli's work as evidence that they were simply following the ruthless principles that all rulers actually used. The irony was delicious. A book banned by the Catholic Church became a Protestant tool for attacking Catholic legitimacy. The most sophisticated readers of The Prince understood that Machiavelli was not advocating for evil, but simply describing how power actually worked. This distinction was lost on most of the reading public, who saw in the book either a manual for tyranny or a shocking exposé of political corruption. Both interpretations served Protestant purposes. If Catholic rulers were following Machiavellian principles, they were either tyrants who deserved to be overthrown or hypocrites who preached virtue while practicing vice. Either way, Protestant leaders could claim moral superiority while quietly studying the same principles for their own use. The transformation of Machiavellian from a neutral adjective into a term of abuse began during this period. By the 1570s, the word was commonly used across Europe to describe anyone who used deception, manipulation or cruelty to achieve political goals. English playwrights like Christopher Marlowe created villainous characters explicitly labelled as followers of Machiavel, turning the Italian diplomat into a symbol of evil cunning. The process was remarkably swift. Within a generation, Machiavelli's name had become synonymous with the worst aspects of political behaviour, even as his actual insights continued to influence rulers who would never admit to reading his work. The most dramatic example of Machiavellian principles in action during this period was the reign of Catherine de' Medici, who served as Queen Mother of France from 1560 until her death in 1589. Catherine was a Florentine by birth, raised in the same political culture that had produced Machiavelli himself. When she arrived in France as the wife of the future Henry II, she brought with her an understanding of power that was far more sophisticated and ruthless than anything the French court had previously experienced. Her marriage had been arranged as part of a complex diplomatic alliance between France and the Papal States, making her from the beginning a figure who understood politics as a matter of survival rather than nobility. Catherine's opportunity to apply Machiavellian principles came during the French Wars of Religion, a series of conflicts between Catholics and Protestant Huguenots that raged from 1562 to 1598. As Queen Mother, she served as regent for her young sons, giving her unprecedented power to shape French policy during one of the most dangerous periods in the country's history. The religious wars were not simply about theology, but represented a fundamental struggle for political control. The Huguenot nobility, led by figures like Admiral Gaspard de Coligny, represented a direct threat to royal authority and Catholic dominance. Catherine understood that compromise was impossible when the very foundation of the state was at stake. Catherine's initial approach followed traditional diplomatic methods. She attempted to balance the competing factions, issuing edicts of toleration that would allow Huguenots to worship freely while maintaining Catholic control of the government. The Edict of Saint-Germain in 1562 represented her first attempt at this balancing act, granting limited religious freedom to Protestant nobles while maintaining restrictions on common people. But Catherine quickly discovered what Machiavelli had warned about the dangers of half measures. Rather than satisfying either side, her moderate policies only convinced both Catholics and Protestants that she was secretly supporting their enemies. The turning point came in 1572 when Catherine decided to eliminate the Huguenot leadership in a single decisive stroke. The occasion was the wedding of her daughter Margaret to Henry of Navarre, a Protestant prince who would later become Henry IV of France. The wedding brought hundreds of prominent Huguenots to Paris, creating an unprecedented opportunity to destroy the Protestant movement's entire leadership structure. Catherine's plan was breathtakingly simple and utterly ruthless. She would use the wedding celebrations to lure the Huguenot nobles into a false sense of security, then eliminate them all at once. The St. Bartholomew's Day massacre began on August 24, 1572, the feast day of St. Bartholomew the Apostle. Catherine had spent weeks preparing for the operation, coordinating with Catholic nobles and the Paris city government to ensure that the killings would be swift and complete. The signal was the ringing of bells from the church of Saint-Germain-l'Auxerrois, near the Louvre Palace where the royal family resided. As the bells rang in the pre-dawn darkness, Catholic assassins moved through the streets of Paris, armed with lists of Protestant targets and keys to their homes provided by Catholic sympathizers. The massacre began with the assassination of Admiral Coligny, who had become the most influential Huguenot leader and Catherine's personal enemy. Coligny had been wounded in an earlier assassination attempt that Catherine had likely ordered, and he was recovering in his house when the killers arrived. They dragged him from his bed, stabbed him repeatedly, and threw his body from the window to the courtyard below, where a Catholic mob mutilated the corpse. This was not random violence, but carefully orchestrated political murder designed to decapitate the Protestant movement. The killing spread rapidly through Paris as Catholic mobs joined the organized assassins. The massacre was not limited to prominent nobles, but extended to Protestant merchants, artisans, and even children. Contemporary accounts describe scenes of incredible brutality, with Catholics marking Protestant houses with white crosses so that killers could identify their targets. The Seine River became clogged with bodies as victims were thrown from bridges or drowned while attempting to escape. Modern historians estimate that between 3,000 and 5,000 Protestants died in Paris alone during the first 3 days of killing. The massacre spread beyond Paris as news of the events reached other French cities. In Rouen, Toulouse, Lyon, and dozens of smaller towns, local Catholics organized their own massacres, killing an additional 7,000 to 10,000 Protestants over the following weeks. The coordination was remarkable, suggesting that Catherine's government had prepared local Catholic leaders for this possibility well in advance. The killings followed a similar pattern everywhere. Prominent Protestant leaders were assassinated first, followed by general massacres of Protestant populations. Catherine's justification for the massacre perfectly reflected Machiavellian principles. She argued that the Huguenots had been plotting against the crown and that preemptive action was necessary to preserve the state. In letters to foreign ambassadors, she claimed that the killings were spontaneous outbursts of Catholic anger rather than planned operations. But the evidence of coordination was overwhelming. More privately, Catherine defended the massacre as necessary for French unity and royal authority. She understood that religious division made effective governance impossible, and that eliminating one side completely was preferable to endless civil war. The international reaction to the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre revealed the growing influence of Machiavellian thinking across Europe. Pope Gregory XIII celebrated the news with a Te Deum Mass and commissioned a commemorative medal showing an angel with a sword standing over dead Protestants. King Philip II of Spain, Catherine's fellow Catholic monarch, publicly praised the massacres as necessary for religious unity. These reactions demonstrated that Europe's Catholic rulers had internalized Machiavelli's lesson about the necessity of decisive action against threats to state authority. Protestant reactions were equally revealing. Elizabeth I of England received the news with horror but also with calculation. She understood that the massacre demonstrated the existential threat that Catholic rulers posed to Protestant populations, but she also recognized that Catherine's methods might be necessary for her own survival. Elizabeth's initial response was to order her court into mourning and to refuse to receive the French ambassador, but within months she was secretly negotiating for a renewed alliance with France. This pragmatic response showed that even Protestant rulers understood the logic of Machiavellian statecraft. The massacre's long-term consequences validated Machiavelli's arguments about the effectiveness of decisive action. The Huguenot movement never recovered from the loss of its leadership, and while religious wars continued for another 25 years, the Protestant cause in France was permanently weakened. Catherine had achieved her primary objective of eliminating the most serious threat to royal authority and Catholic dominance. The cost in human lives was enormous, but from a purely Machiavellian perspective, the operation was successful. The birth of Machiavellian as a term of abuse gained new intensity after the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre. Protestant propagandists across Europe portrayed Catherine as the perfect example of Machiavellian evil, a woman who would murder thousands to maintain her power. Pamphlets and books describing the massacre invariably referenced Machiavelli's teachings, arguing that Catherine was following the principles outlined in The Prince. The association between Machiavellianism and mass murder became fixed in European consciousness, ensuring that future references to Machiavellian behaviour would carry connotations of extreme cruelty and deception. England's experience with Machiavellian principles during this period was more subtle but equally significant. The English Reformation, which began with Henry VIII's break from Rome in the 1530s, required exactly the kind of ruthless political calculation that Machiavelli had described. Henry's chief minister, Thomas Cromwell, was widely suspected of being a secret reader of The Prince, though he never admitted to owning a copy. Cromwell's methods certainly reflected Machiavellian thinking, particularly his systematic approach to destroying potential sources of opposition to Henry's religious policies. Cromwell's masterpiece was the dissolution of the monasteries, which began in 1536 and continued through 1541. This operation was far more than religious reform. It was a calculated redistribution of wealth and power designed to create a new class of supporters for the Tudor monarchy. Cromwell understood that the monasteries represented both a financial opportunity and a political threat. The religious houses controlled vast estates, accumulated over centuries of donations from pious nobles and merchants. More importantly, they maintained allegiance to Rome rather than to the English crown, making them potential centres of resistance to Henry's religious policies. Cromwell's approach to the dissolution was methodical and ruthless. He began by commissioning detailed surveys of monastic wealth, sending teams of investigators to catalogue the assets of every religious house in England. These commissioners were instructed to look for evidence of corruption, sexual misconduct or financial mismanagement that could justify closure. The investigations were designed to produce incriminating evidence whether or not any actually existed. Cromwell understood that public justification was necessary for such a massive transfer of property, and he was prepared to manufacture evidence if necessary. The dissolution proceeded in stages, beginning with the smaller and more vulnerable religious houses. Cromwell's agents would arrive at a monastery with legal documents ordering its closure, accompanied by armed men to prevent resistance. The monks or nuns would be given small pensions and dismissed, while the valuable items would be catalogued and removed. Lead from the roofs would be melted down for sale, while stone from the buildings would be sold to local builders. The process was designed to be irreversible. Once a monastery was dissolved, it could never be restored. The most valuable aspect of the dissolution was the redistribution of monastic lands. Cromwell created a new government agency, the Court of Augmentations, to manage the sale of former monastic properties. The sales were carefully managed to create maximum political benefit for the Crown. Established noble families could purchase lands at favourable prices, ensuring their continued loyalty to Henry's regime. Newly wealthy merchants and lawyers could buy smaller properties, creating a new class of landowners whose prosperity depended on the continuation of Henry's religious policies. The dissolution created hundreds of thousands of people with a direct financial stake in preventing any return to Catholicism. The human cost of the dissolution was enormous, but largely invisible to contemporary observers. Thousands of monks and nuns were displaced from their life's work, often with inadequate provisions for their future survival. Monastic schools and hospitals were closed, eliminating educational and medical services in many communities. The cultural loss was incalculable, as monastic libraries were dispersed and centuries of accumulated learning was scattered or destroyed. But from Cromwell's perspective, these costs were acceptable collateral damage in the larger project of establishing royal supremacy over the English Church. Cromwell's fate illustrated another Machiavellian principle about the dangers of serving ruthless masters. In 1540, Henry VIII ordered Cromwell's execution on charges of treason and heresy, partly because his minister had arranged an unsuccessful marriage with Anne of Cleves. Cromwell's efficiency in destroying Henry's enemies made him indispensable, but his knowledge of Henry's methods also made him dangerous. His execution demonstrated that even the most successful practitioners of Machiavellian statecraft were vulnerable to the same ruthless calculations they employed against others. Elizabeth I's reign from 1558 to 1603 represented the full flowering of English Machiavellianism. Elizabeth had grown up understanding that survival required constant vigilance and decisive action against threats. Her religious settlement attempted to find a middle ground between Catholic and Protestant extremes, but she was prepared to use extreme measures against anyone who challenged her authority. Her most important advisor in these matters was Francis Walsingham, who created what was arguably Europe's first modern intelligence service. Walsingham understood that information was the key to the political survival in an age of religious conflict and international conspiracy. He established networks of spies and informants throughout England and across Europe, creating a system that could detect and neutralize threats before they became dangerous. His agents operated in France, Spain, the Netherlands and Scotland, providing Elizabeth with detailed intelligence about foreign plots against her regime. The sophistication of Walsingham's operation was unprecedented, utilizing techniques that would not be out of place in modern intelligence services. The most famous success of Walsingham's network was the detection and destruction of the Babington Plot in 1586. This conspiracy, organized by Catholic nobles with Spanish support, aimed to assassinate Elizabeth and place Mary, Queen of Scots, on the English throne. Walsingham's agents had infiltrated the conspiracy from its beginning, allowing them to monitor its development and gather evidence of Mary's involvement. Rather than stopping the plot immediately, Walsingham allowed it to develop until he had collected enough evidence to justify Mary's execution. Walsingham's handling of the Babington Plot demonstrated a sophisticated understanding of Machiavellian principles. He recognized that Mary Stuart represented a permanent threat to Elizabeth's reign as long as she remained alive. As the Catholic claimant to the English throne, Mary would always be a potential focus for foreign invasion or domestic rebellion. But executing a fellow monarch required overwhelming justification, particularly given the international implications. Walsingham's solution was to create a situation where Mary would effectively condemn herself through her own words. The key to Walsingham's trap was a seemingly secure communication system between Mary and her supporters. Mary had been imprisoned in various locations since 1568, but she maintained correspondence with Catholic conspirators through a network of secret messengers. Walsingham's agents discovered this network and, rather than destroying it, took control of it. They began intercepting Mary's letters, reading them, and then allowing them to continue to their destinations. This gave Walsingham complete knowledge of Mary's activities while maintaining the illusion that her communications were secure. When the Babington plot began to develop, Walsingham's agents were able to monitor every stage of the conspiracy. They watched as the plotters recruited supporters, acquired weapons, and developed their plans for Elizabeth's assassination. Most importantly, they documented Mary's enthusiastic support for the conspiracy, including her specific approval of plans for Elizabeth's murder. Walsingham even went so far as to forge additional incriminating passages in Mary's letters, ensuring that the evidence against her would be overwhelming. The destruction of the Babington plot was swift and complete. In September 1586, Walsingham's agents arrested the main conspirators, who were subsequently tortured, tried and executed with the elaborate cruelty reserved for traitors. Anthony Babington and his fellow conspirators were hanged, drawn and quartered at Tyburn, their sufferings deliberately prolonged to serve as a warning to other potential plotters. But the real prize was Mary Stuart herself, whose letters provided clear evidence of her involvement in plans for Elizabeth's assassination. Mary's trial and execution in 1587 represented the culmination of nearly 20 years of Machiavellian manoeuvring. Elizabeth had consistently refused to execute Mary, understanding the dangerous precedent this would set for the treatment of monarchs. But Walsingham's evidence made Mary's guilt undeniable, forcing Elizabeth to choose between her personal reluctance and political necessity. The execution was carried out at Fotheringhay Castle on February 8, 1587, eliminating the most serious threat to Elizabeth's reign and Protestant rule in England. The international reaction to Mary's execution demonstrated the continuing influence of Machiavellian thinking across Europe. Philip II of Spain used Mary's death as justification for his planned invasion of England, arguing that Elizabeth had violated the sacred principle of royal immunity. But Philip's real motivation was strategic rather than moral. He understood that Protestant England represented a fundamental threat to Spanish hegemony in Europe. Elizabeth's willingness to execute Mary demonstrated that she was prepared to use any means necessary to maintain her power, making her a dangerous enemy who needed to be eliminated. Kings and killers, learn the lessons. The 17th century opened with Europe's rulers having absorbed the lessons of the previous century's religious wars and political upheavals. The age of Machiavellian princes had arrived in full force, though few would ever admit to reading the Florentines' forbidden manual. Instead, they claimed to rule by divine right, natural authority, or ancient tradition, all while employing methods that Machiavelli would have recognized and approved. The most successful of these rulers understood that effective governance required the careful balance of fear and respect, the strategic use of ceremony and violence, and above all, the absolute subordination of moral considerations to political necessity. Louis XIV of France, who reigned from 1643 to 1715, represented the perfect embodiment of Machiavellian principles applied to absolute monarchy. Louis came to power as a child king during the chaos of the Fronde, a series of civil wars that nearly destroyed the French monarchy between 1648 and 1653. These experiences taught him that the greatest threat to royal authority came not from foreign enemies, but from domestic nobles who retained independent power bases. His solution was to transform the French nobility from potential rebels into dependent courtiers, using a combination of magnificent ceremony, financial incentives, and subtle coercion that would have impressed Machiavelli himself. The construction of Versailles, beginning in 1661, was Louis's masterstroke of political architecture. The palace was far more than a royal residence. It was a machine designed to transform the French nobility into harmless ornaments of royal power. Louis understood that nobles who retained their traditional roles as military leaders and regional governors represented permanent threats to central authority. But nobles who could be convinced to spend their time competing for royal favour and social precedence could be neutralized without the risks associated with direct confrontation. The genius of Versailles lay in its ability to make servitude appear as privilege. Louis created an elaborate system of court ceremonies that transformed every aspect of royal life into opportunities for noble participation. The lever, the king's morning rising ceremony, involved dozens of nobles competing for the honour of handing Louis his shirt or holding his mirror. The coucher, his evening retirement, was equally elaborate, with specific roles assigned to nobles based on their rank and current standing in royal favour. These ceremonies served multiple purposes. They kept nobles occupied with meaningless tasks. They reinforced royal superiority through ritual submission, and they created a system of rewards and punishments that made royal favour the primary determinant of noble status. The transformation of warfare into ceremony was equally important. Louis created new military honours and decorations that made service to the crown more prestigious than independent military action. The Order of Saint Louis, established in 1693, provided a clear hierarchy of military merit that bypassed traditional noble privileges based on birth. Officers who distinguished themselves in royal service could achieve honours and recognition that were unavailable to those who maintained independent power. This system gradually transformed the French military from a collection of private armies led by independent nobles into a unified force serving royal interests. The financial aspects of Louis's system were crucial to its success. Versailles was extraordinarily expensive to maintain, requiring constant expenditures on construction, entertainment and luxury goods. But these costs served a political purpose by creating economic dependence among the nobility. Nobles who wished to maintain their positions at court needed to spend enormous sums on appropriate clothing, entertainment and gifts. Many noble families found themselves financially dependent on royal pensions and positions, making rebellion not just treasonous but economically catastrophic. Louis's treatment of religious minorities demonstrated his understanding of Machiavellian principles about the necessity of eliminating potential sources of division. The Edict of Nantes, issued by Henry IV in 1598, had granted significant religious and political rights to French Protestants, including the right to maintain fortified cities and armed forces. Louis correctly understood that this arrangement made effective central government impossible by creating a state within the state. His solution was the gradual erosion of Protestant rights, culminating in the revocation of the Edict of Nantes in 1685. The revocation was not a sudden decision, but the culmination of 20 years of systematic pressure on the Huguenot community. Louis began by restricting Protestant political rights, excluding them from government positions and professional guilds. He then used economic pressure, offering financial incentives for conversion to Catholicism, while imposing special taxes on those who remained Protestant. Military pressure followed, with royal troops quartered in Protestant homes and communities, creating unbearable living conditions for those who refused to convert. The final revocation in 1685 eliminated all legal protections for French Protestants, forcing them to choose between conversion and exile. Contemporary estimates suggest that between 200,000 and 300,000 Huguenots fled France, taking with them valuable skills and knowledge that benefited France's enemies. But from Louis's perspective, this loss was acceptable because religious unity was essential for political stability. The revocation eliminated a potential source of foreign influence and domestic rebellion, even though it weakened France economically. Louis's international relations reflected his understanding that successful rulers must be prepared to break agreements when circumstances changed. His reign was characterized by nearly constant warfare as he attempted to extend French power throughout Europe. He understood that treaties were temporary arrangements that could be abandoned when more favorable opportunities arose. The War of the Spanish Succession, which dominated the final years of his reign, demonstrated his willingness to risk everything to achieve dynastic goals that would secure French dominance for future generations. The influence of Cardinal Richelieu, who served as Louis XIII's chief minister from 1624 until his death in 1642, provided the foundation for Louis XIV's later successes. Richelieu was perhaps the most systematic practitioner of Machiavellian statecraft in European history. developing methods for eliminating opposition that would be studied and copied by rulers for centuries. His famous motto, reportedly stated to Louis XIII, captured the essence of his approach. "Give me 6 lines written by the most honest man, and I will find something in them to hang him." This statement reflected Richelieu's understanding that effective government required the ability to eliminate anyone who might pose a threat to royal authority. Richelieu's method for dealing with noble opposition was methodical and ruthless. He began by identifying potential sources of resistance, particularly among the high nobility who retained independent military capabilities. Rather than confronting these nobles directly, he created legal and administrative frameworks that would allow him to destroy them when the opportunity arose. The establishment of special courts for trying cases of treason and rebellion gave him the legal machinery necessary for eliminating opponents while maintaining the appearance of judicial process. The execution of Henry de Montmorency in 1632 demonstrated Richelieu's methods in action. Montmorency was one of France's most powerful nobles, governor of Languedoc and descendant of one of the country's oldest families. His rebellion against royal authority was relatively minor, involving an attempt to prevent royal troops from entering his territory. But Richelieu understood that Montmorency's independent power made him dangerous regardless of his specific actions. The cardinal orchestrated a swift military campaign that defeated Montmorency's forces and captured the duke himself. Montmorency's trial was a masterpiece of legal manipulation designed to justify predetermined conclusions. Richelieu's agents collected evidence of the Duke's correspondence with foreign powers, his maintenance of independent military forces, and his resistance to royal authority. The evidence was carefully selected and presented to support charges of treason that carried the death penalty. Montmorency's execution in Toulouse sent a clear message to other nobles that traditional privileges would not protect them from royal justice. The siege of La Rochelle from 1627 to 1628 represented Richelieu's most dramatic demonstration of state power. La Rochelle was the principal Protestant stronghold in France, fortified and defended by English naval support. The city's resistance to royal authority represented both a religious and political challenge that Richelieu understood must be eliminated completely. His solution was to starve the city into submission, using methods that demonstrated the state's willingness to inflict unlimited suffering to achieve political objectives. Richelieu's siege works at La Rochelle were engineering marvels designed to create a complete blockade of the city. A massive stone wall was built across the harbour entrance, preventing English ships from delivering supplies to the besieged population. Land approaches were sealed with elaborate fortifications manned by royal troops. The siege was designed to be absolutely comprehensive, preventing any supplies from reaching the city regardless of the human cost. The suffering inside La Rochelle was extraordinary. Contemporary accounts describe families eating leather grass and eventually human flesh as starvation took hold. The population, which had numbered approximately 28,000 at the beginning of the siege, was reduced to fewer than 6,000 survivors when the city finally surrendered. Richelieu's agents documented the siege's progress with careful attention to its psychological effects, understanding that the complete destruction of Protestant resistance would serve as a warning to other potential rebels. The surrender of La Rochelle eliminated the last independent Protestant stronghold in France and demonstrated the futility of resistance to royal authority. Richelieu's terms were deliberately moderate, allowing the surviving population to retain their religious beliefs while eliminating their political and military privileges. This approach reflected Machiavellian wisdom about the importance of appearing merciful after demonstrating overwhelming force. The cardinal understood that grateful survivors would be more reliable subjects than bitter enemies, even as the siege's brutality served as a permanent warning to other potential rebels. Richelieu's creation of what historians now recognize as the first modern police state involved the systematic development of surveillance and control mechanisms that extended royal authority into every aspect of French life. The cardinal established networks of informants and agents throughout France, creating a system that could monitor and report on the activities of potential enemies. The intendants, royal officials appointed to oversee provincial administration, served as both administrators and intelligence agents, reporting directly to Richelieu on the loyalty and activities of local nobles and officials. The sophistication of Richelieu's intelligence network was unprecedented in European history. His agents operated throughout Europe, gathering information about foreign plots and French exiles who might threaten royal authority. The cardinal maintained detailed files on thousands of individuals, tracking their relationships, financial situations, and potential vulnerabilities. This information was used not just for defensive purposes, but as a weapon for eliminating opposition through carefully orchestrated scandals and legal proceedings. Frederick the Great of Prussia, who reigned from 1740 to 1786, represented the culmination of Machiavellian military and political thinking. Frederick combined the philosophical sophistication of the Enlightenment with a ruthless pragmatism that would have impressed Machiavelli himself. His famous comment that diplomacy without arms is like music without instruments captured his understanding that military power was the foundation of all political relationships. Frederick's reign demonstrated how Machiavellian principles could be applied to transform a relatively minor German state into a major European power. Frederick's invasion of Silesia in 1740, just months after becoming king, established his reputation as a ruler willing to use force to achieve strategic objectives regardless of legal or moral considerations. Silesia was an Austrian province with no historical connection to Prussia, but Frederick recognized that its conquest would provide the resources and strategic position necessary for Prussian expansion. His decision to attack was based purely on opportunity and capability rather than any legitimate claim or provocation. The invasion itself was a masterpiece of surprise and deception. Frederick spent months preparing his army while conducting diplomatic negotiations designed to conceal his intentions. He used the confusion following the death of Emperor Charles VI to launch his attack before Austria could organize effective resistance. The speed and efficiency of the invasion demonstrated Frederick's understanding that successful aggression required overwhelming force applied at the decisive moment. Frederick's justification for the invasion revealed his sophisticated understanding of power politics. Rather than claiming moral authority for his actions, he argued that the European balance of power required Prussian expansion to counter Austrian dominance. This argument appealed to other European powers who feared Austrian hegemony, creating diplomatic support for what was essentially an act of unprovoked aggression. Frederick understood that successful conquest required not just military victory, but international acceptance of territorial changes. The subsequent Silesian Wars, which continued intermittently until 1763, demonstrated Frederick's mastery of what would later be called grand strategy. He understood that Prussia's survival required maintaining a delicate balance between major powers while gradually expanding Prussian capabilities. His alliance with France against Austria reflected his willingness to partner with traditional enemies when strategic circumstances required it. The alliance was purely temporary and instrumental, lasting only as long as it served Prussian interests. Frederick's domestic policies reflected his understanding that military power required efficient administration and economic development. He implemented legal and administrative reforms designed to maximize state resources while maintaining social order. The abolition of torture in legal proceedings and the establishment of religious toleration served practical purposes by reducing internal resistance and attracting skilled immigrants. These reforms were not motivated by humanitarian concerns, but by their contribution to state power. The creation of the Prussian bureaucracy under Frederick represented the systematic application of Machiavellian principles to government administration. Frederick understood that effective government required officials who were competent, loyal and dependent on royal favour for their positions. He established a merit-based system for selecting and promoting government officials, ensuring that the bureaucracy would serve royal interests rather than traditional noble privileges. The system was designed to identify and reward ability while creating personal loyalty to the monarch. Frederick's military innovations demonstrated his understanding that successful rulers must be willing to adopt new methods regardless of traditional practices. The Prussian army under Frederick became the most professional and efficient military force in Europe through systematic training, discipline, and tactical innovation. Frederick personally supervised military exercises and developed new tactical formations that maximized the effectiveness of his forces. His attention to military detail reflected his understanding that political success ultimately depended on the ability to impose one's will through force. The influence of Frederick's example extended far beyond Prussia itself. Other European rulers studied and copied his methods, recognizing that traditional approaches to government and warfare were inadequate for the challenges of the modern era. The Frederiциan system of professional administration, merit-based promotion, and efficient military organization became the model for state development throughout Europe. Frederick had demonstrated that Machiavellian principles, systematically applied, could transform a minor state into a major power within a single generation. The period from 1600 to 1750 established Machiavellianism as the dominant approach to statecraft among Europe's most successful rulers. These monarchs learned to disguise their methods behind elaborate ceremonial and legal frameworks, but their actual practices reflected a clear understanding of power politics that Machiavelli would have recognized and approved. The transformation of the European government during this period created the foundation for the modern state system, with its emphasis on sovereignty, efficiency, and the subordination of all other considerations to political survival and expansion. Revolution and the democratic paradox. The late 18th century witnessed something unprecedented in human history. Ordinary people across two continents decided they no longer needed kings. But as revolutionaries discovered to their horror, overthrowing old power structures only created new opportunities for Machiavellian manipulation. The very democratic ideals meant to liberate humanity became tools in the hands of those clever enough to use them. In the sweltering summer of Philadelphia in 1787, 55 men gathered in secret to fix the broken Articles of Confederation that barely held the new American states together. These founding fathers were not naive idealists dreaming of perfect democracy. They were practical men who had studied history, read ancient and modern political thinkers, and understood that human nature remained constant regardless of the form of government. Among the books they knew well was Niccolo Machiavelli's forbidden masterpiece, The Prince. While they publicly spoke of virtue and republican ideals, privately they grappled with Machiavellian truths about power, ambition, and the darker aspects of human behavior. James Madison, the small, soft-spoken Virginian who would become known as the father of the Constitution, had spent months preparing for the Philadelphia Convention by reading every book he could find about governments throughout history. His notes revealed deep engagement with Machiavelli's insights, though he rarely mentioned the Italian by name in public, knowing that association with such a controversial figure could damage his reputation. Madison understood that Machiavelli's central observation about human nature was correct. People were driven by self-interest, ambition, and the desire for power. The challenge was not to eliminate these impulses, which was impossible, but to channel them in ways that would serve the common good rather than destroy it. This understanding shaped Madison's most famous contribution to American political thought, which he articulated in Federalist Paper No. 10. Writing under the pseudonym Publius, Madison explained how a large republic could prevent any single faction from gaining enough power to oppress others. His argument was thoroughly Machiavellian in its realism about human motivation. Madison wrote that the causes of faction were sown in the nature of man, stemming from differences in property, religion, and opinion that would always exist in free societies. Rather than trying to eliminate factions, which would require destroying liberty itself, the solution was to control their effects by making it difficult for any one group to dominate all others. The genius of Madison's approach lay in how it turned Machiavellian principles against themselves. If people were naturally ambitious and self-interested, Then the system should be designed so that ambitious, self-interested people would check each other's power rather than combining to oppress everyone else. This became the foundation of the American system of checks and balances, where the executive, legislative, and judicial branches would compete for power while preventing any single branch from becoming too strong. As Madison put it in Federalist 51, ambition must be made to counteract ambition. The interest of the man must be connected with the constitutional rights of the place. Alexander Hamilton, Madison's partner in writing the Federalist Papers, brought an even more explicitly Machiavellian approach to the early American government. As the first Secretary of the Treasury, Hamilton faced the seemingly impossible task of creating financial credibility for a new nation drowning in debt from the Revolutionary War. His solution demonstrated how Machiavellian thinking could serve democratic ends, even when it required manipulation and deception to achieve them. Hamilton's financial system was built on a foundation of calculated self-interest that would have made Machiavelli proud. He proposed that the federal government assume all state debts from the Revolutionary War, a move that seemed generous but actually served multiple strategic purposes. First, it would tie the financial interests of wealthy creditors to the success of the federal government rather than individual states, creating a powerful constituency for strong central authority. Second, it would establish the principle that the United States always paid its debts, building the international credit rating necessary for future borrowing. Third, it would demonstrate federal power over state governments in a way that would strengthen national unity. The assumption of state debts faced fierce opposition, particularly from southern states like Virginia that had already paid off much of their war debt and saw no reason to help states that had been less financially responsible. Hamilton needed to win over enough southern votes to pass his plan, but direct bribery would have been too obvious and dangerous. Instead, he made a deal that demonstrated sophisticated political maneuvering. He agreed to support Southern demands that the new national capital be located on the Potomac River between Maryland and Virginia, rather than remaining in New York or moving to Philadelphia. This compromise gave Southern states a symbolic victory and practical influence over the seat of government, while Hamilton got the financial system he needed to build American economic power. Hamilton's creation of the first Bank of the United States further revealed his Machiavellian understanding of how to accumulate and use power. The bank would serve as both a repository for federal funds and a source of loans to the government and private businesses. Critics argued that the Constitution gave Congress no explicit power to create such an institution, but Hamilton countered with his theory of implied powers, arguing that the Constitution's grant of authority to regulate commerce and maintain public credit necessarily included the power to create whatever institutions were needed to fulfill those responsibilities. This broad interpretation of federal power would have enormous consequences for American development, allowing future generations of leaders to expand government authority far beyond what the Constitution explicitly authorized. The most Machiavellian aspect of Hamilton's financial system was how it used public debt as a tool of political control. Rather than trying to pay off the national debt as quickly as possible, Hamilton argued that a moderate level of debt could actually strengthen the government by giving creditors a permanent stake in its success. Wealthy Americans who owned government bonds would naturally support policies that maintained the government's ability to pay interest on those bonds. This created a financial aristocracy tied to federal power, exactly the kind of influential constituency that Machiavelli had advised princes to cultivate. While Americans experimented with channeling Machiavellian insights through democratic institutions, events across the Atlantic Ocean demonstrated how easily revolutionary idealism could transform into something far darker. The French Revolution began in 1789 with noble declarations about the rights of man and the equality of all citizens. But within a few years, it had become a nightmare of mass executions and political terror that made the worst medieval tyrannies seem restrained by comparison. Maximilien Robespierre embodied the terrifying transformation of democratic idealism into Machiavellian ruthlessness. A provincial lawyer before the Revolution, Robespierre initially advocated for humanitarian reforms, like the abolition of slavery and the death penalty. He genuinely believed in the revolutionary ideals of liberty, equality, and fraternity, but his fanatical commitment to these abstract principles eventually justified the most concrete forms of brutality. Robespierre's political evolution demonstrated how easily moral certainty could become the foundation for immoral actions. The key to understanding Robespierre's descent into mass murder lies in his concept of virtue, which he derived from the ancient Roman republicans rather than Christian ethics. For Robespierre, virtue meant total dedication to the public good, even when that dedication required sacrificing individual lives, freedoms, and happiness. In his view, the French people had been corrupted by centuries of monarchy, aristocracy, and superstition, and could only be purified through a combination of education and terror. Those who opposed the revolution were not merely political enemies, but moral criminals who threatened the virtue of the entire nation. This ideology provided Robespierre with a Machiavellian justification for any level of violence. In February 1794, he delivered a speech to the National Convention that perfectly captured his twisted logic. He declared that terror was nothing other than justice, prompt, severe, inflexible, and therefore an emanation of virtue. Without virtue, terror was fatal, but without terror, virtue was powerless. This formulation allowed Robespierre to present mass execution as a form of moral purification rather than political oppression. The Committee of Public Safety, which Robespierre came to dominate during the height of the Terror, represented the bureaucratization of murder that Machiavelli had only hinted at in his writings. The committee operated like a modern corporation, with specialized departments handling different aspects of the killing process. One office processed denunciations and accusations, another conducted interrogations and trials, a third managed the prisons, and a fourth coordinated the executions themselves. The whole system was designed for efficiency rather than justice, processing thousands of victims with the same mechanical precision that a factory might use to manufacture goods. The committee's procedures revealed how Machiavellian principles could be systematized and scaled up beyond anything the Renaissance Italian had imagined. Suspects were arrested on the flimsiest evidence and tried in batches rather than individually. Defense lawyers were eliminated as an unnecessary impediment to swift justice. The definition of treason was expanded to include virtually any criticism of the government or its policies. Even expressions of doubt about the revolution's wisdom could be interpreted as counter-revolutionary activity deserving death. Perhaps most chillingly, the committee created a culture where denunciation became a civic duty and paranoia a survival skill. Citizens were encouraged to report suspicious behavior by their neighbors, co-workers, and even family members. Children were taught to inform on parents who expressed counter-revolutionary sentiments at home. This system of mutual surveillance ensured that opposition to the government would be detected and punished before it could organize into effective resistance, but it also poisoned social relationships and made normal human trust nearly impossible. The machinery of the Terror consumed its own creators with the same ruthless efficiency it had shown toward earlier victims. Robespierre's closest allies began to fear that they might be next on the list for execution, and their fear eventually motivated them to act against him before he could act against them. On July 27, 1794, members of the National Convention finally found the courage to arrest Robespierre and his most devoted followers. The next day, they were executed on the same guillotine that had claimed so many thousands of other lives during the previous year. The collapse of Robespierre's government created a power vacuum that was filled by a series of increasingly corrupt and ineffective regimes. The Directory, established in 1795, tried to maintain republican government while abandoning the Terror's extremism, but it lacked both the moral authority of the early revolution and the fearsome efficiency of Robespierre's dictatorship. Caught between royalist conspiracies on the right and Jacobin plotting on the left, the Directory survived through a combination of military force and electoral manipulation that satisfied no one and inspired confidence in nothing. Into this chaos stepped Napoleon Bonaparte, whose rise to power represented the ultimate vindication of Machiavellian political theory. Here was a man who combined genuine military genius with an intuitive understanding of how to manipulate public opinion, manage competing interest groups, and present authoritarian rule as democratic reform. Napoleon had read The Prince carefully and applied its lessons with a sophistication that would have impressed Machiavelli himself. Napoleon's coup of 18 Brumaire on November 9, 1799, demonstrated perfect Machiavellian timing and execution. Rather than simply seizing power through military force, which might have triggered widespread resistance, Napoleon carefully orchestrated a legal transfer of authority that allowed him to claim he was saving the Republic rather than destroying it. He convinced key members of the Directory and the legislature that a royalist conspiracy threatened the government, requiring emergency measures to preserve democratic institutions. The supposed threat was largely fabricated, but Napoleon's reputation as a military hero and his allies' positions within the existing government gave credibility to the conspiracy claims. The actual mechanics of the coup revealed Napoleon's mastery of Machiavellian deception. Rather than announcing his intention to become dictator, he accepted appointment as first consul of a three-person executive, claiming that he wanted only to stabilize the government before returning to private life. This modest presentation reassured those who feared military dictatorship, while giving Napoleon the authority he needed to consolidate power gradually. Within 3 years, he had maneuvered himself into the position of consul for life, and by 1804 he was ready to crown himself Emperor of the French. Napoleon's treatment of religion provided a masterclass in Machiavellian pragmatism. Personally skeptical about Christianity, he nevertheless recognized that religious belief remained powerful among the French people, and that the Catholic Church could be either a dangerous enemy or a useful ally, depending on how it was handled. The Concordat of 1801 with Pope Pius VII represented a cynical but brilliant solution to the religious question that had plagued France since the Revolution began. Under the terms of the Concordat, the Catholic Church acknowledged the legitimacy of the French Republic and agreed that bishops would be appointed by the government rather than by Rome. In exchange, Napoleon agreed that Catholicism would be recognized as the religion of the majority of French citizens, though not as the official state religion. Church property that had been seized during the Revolution would not be returned, but the government would pay clerical salaries, effectively making priests into government employees. This arrangement served Napoleon's interests perfectly while giving the Church just enough to make cooperation attractive. The Church gained legal recognition and financial security, but lost the independence that might have allowed it to challenge government policies. Religious opposition to Napoleon's rule became much more difficult when the Pope himself had blessed the political arrangement. At the same time, Napoleon could present himself to skeptical intellectuals as a defender of religious freedom rather than a promoter of Catholic dominance. The creation of the Napoleonic Code demonstrated how legal reform could serve as a vehicle for political consolidation. Napoleon genuinely wanted to create a rational, uniform legal system that would replace the confusing patchwork of local laws and customs that had governed France before the Revolution. But the Code also served to embed Napoleonic principles into the fundamental structure of French society in ways that would outlast his political regime. The Code's provisions on property rights, for example, strongly favoured individual ownership over collective arrangements, encouraging the kind of economic individualism that would support capitalist development while discouraging the communal traditions that might serve as foundations for political opposition. Its family law provisions reinforced patriarchal authority within households while creating clear hierarchies that mirrored the authoritarian structure of Napoleon's government. Its commercial regulations favoured large-scale enterprises over small local businesses, promoting the concentration of economic power that would make political control easier to maintain. Perhaps most importantly, the Code established the principle that law should be uniform throughout the national territory and that local customs and privileges had no standing against national legislation. This legal centralization eliminated the regional autonomy that had allowed different parts of France to resist royal authority in the past, creating a unified national system that could be controlled from Paris by whoever held political power there. Napoleon's use of nationalism and military glory to legitimize authoritarian rule established patterns that would be copied by dictators throughout the 19th and 20th centuries. Rather than asking the French people to accept limitations on their freedom for abstract ideological reasons, Napoleon offered them concrete compensation in the form of national prestige and territorial expansion. French armies would carry the principles of the revolution to oppressed peoples throughout Europe, liberating them from feudal tyranny while simultaneously demonstrating French superiority over backward monarchical regimes. This nationalist appeal served multiple Machiavellian purposes simultaneously. Foreign wars unified the French people behind their government by giving them external enemies to hate and fear. Military victories provided opportunities to reward loyal supporters with titles, offices and wealth seized from conquered territories. The need for national defense justified restrictions on political freedom and press criticism that might otherwise have been difficult to impose. Most importantly, Napoleon's role as the great military leader became central to his political legitimacy in a way that made opposition to his domestic policies seem tantamount to treason against France itself. The transformation of revolutionary idealism into Napoleonic authoritarianism perfectly illustrated Machiavelli's insight that political forms mattered less than the skill and ruthlessness of those who wielded power within them. The French Revolution had begun with the most democratic ideals in human history, but it ended with a dictatorship more efficient and far-reaching than the absolute monarchy it had replaced. The American Revolution had produced a more stable republic, but only because leaders like Madison and Hamilton had designed institutions that channeled human ambition rather than trying to eliminate it. Industrial Age Machiavellianism. The steam engine did more than power factories and railroads. It created entirely new forms of wealth and power that dwarfed anything previous generations had imagined possible. The Industrial Revolution concentrated economic resources on a scale that medieval kings or Renaissance princes could never have achieved. And with that concentration came opportunities for Machiavellian manipulation that would reshape entire societies. The captains of industry who emerged during this period understood instinctively that business success required the same ruthless calculation that Machiavelli had described in politics, and they applied these lessons with a thoroughness that would have impressed the master himself. John Davison Rockefeller embodied the transformation of Machiavellian principles from political statecraft to business strategy. Born into modest circumstances in rural New York in 1839, Rockefeller possessed the combination of analytical intelligence, emotional detachment, and moral flexibility that Machiavelli had identified as essential for those who sought to dominate others. His creation of the Standard Oil Company represented one of the most systematic applications of Machiavellian thinking to commercial enterprise in human history, demonstrating how the techniques that had once been used to conquer kingdoms could be adapted to control entire industries. Rockefeller's approach to business competition illustrated the Machiavellian principle that it was better to be feared than loved, though in his case the fear was economic rather than physical. When Standard Oil entered a new market, Rockefeller would typically begin by offering to buy out existing competitors at prices that seemed generous but were actually calculated to be less than the long-term value of their businesses. Those who accepted these offers were eliminated as competitors, while those who refused faced a systematic campaign of economic warfare designed to drive them into bankruptcy. The techniques Rockefeller used to destroy stubborn competitors demonstrated remarkable creativity and complete indifference to conventional business ethics. Standard Oil would establish new refineries in competitors' territories and operate them at deliberate losses, selling oil below cost until local rivals exhausted their capital, trying to match these unsustainable prices. Rockefeller's company would negotiate secret rebates with railroad companies, not only reducing Standard Oil's own shipping costs, but actually receiving payments from railroads for every barrel that competitors shipped, effectively subsidizing Standard Oil's operations with its rivals' money. Perhaps most devastatingly, Rockefeller perfected the art of vertical integration as a weapon of business warfare. By gaining control over oil pipelines, railroad tank cars, and retail distribution networks, Standard Oil could choke off competitors' access to both supplies and customers. Independent refiners might produce oil more efficiently than Standard Oil, but they could not get their products to market if Rockefeller controlled the transportation infrastructure. This strategy required massive initial investments and years of reduced profits, but Rockefeller understood that temporary sacrifice would be rewarded with permanent domination. The Machiavellian genius of Rockefeller's approach lay in how he made his monopolistic practices appear to serve the public interest. Standard Oil's economies of scale did allow it to produce kerosene more cheaply than smaller competitors, and Rockefeller genuinely reduced prices for consumers even as he eliminated their choices. He presented his business practices as a form of rationalization that eliminated wasteful competition and brought order to a chaotic industry. The fact that this rationalization also made him the richest man in American history was portrayed as an incidental benefit rather than the primary motivation. Rockefeller's personal behavior reflected the same calculated approach that characterized his business operations. He maintained a public image of pious Methodist respectability, attending church regularly, teaching Sunday school, and giving generously to charitable causes. This religious facade served multiple strategic purposes, providing moral legitimacy for practices that critics condemned as predatory while creating a network of grateful beneficiaries who would defend Rockefeller against public attacks. His philanthropy was genuine in its scale and beneficial in its effects, but it was also a sophisticated form of reputation management that neutralized potential opposition. The Standard Oil organization itself became a model for later corporations seeking to combine centralized control with operational efficiency. Rockefeller created detailed reporting systems that allowed him to monitor the performance of every division and subsidiary, ensuring that local managers followed company policies while rewarding those who exceeded expectations. He recruited talented executives by offering them equity stakes in Standard Oil's success, aligning their personal interests with corporate objectives in ways that reduced the need for direct supervision. Most importantly, Rockefeller understood that business success required political protection, and he invested heavily in building relationships with government officials who could shield Standard Oil from regulatory interference. Company lawyers drafted favorable legislation for friendly politicians to introduce, while Standard Oil's financial contributions helped ensure that these politicians remained in office. When regulatory challenges did arise, Rockefeller's legal team used every available procedural mechanism to delay implementation while lobbying for modifications that would reduce their impact. Andrew Carnegie's rise to dominance in the steel industry demonstrated how Machiavellian principles could be adapted to the specific challenges of industrial manufacturing. Unlike Rockefeller, who focused primarily on eliminating competition through superior organization and financial manipulation, Carnegie built his empire on a foundation of technological innovation and cost reduction that made his competitors irrelevant rather than simply defeating them in direct competition. Carnegie's approach to labor relations revealed a particularly sophisticated understanding of how to balance cooperation and coercion in managing large workforces. He recognized that skilled steel workers possessed knowledge and experience that made them valuable assets, and he was willing to pay premium wages to retain the best workers during periods of prosperity. However, Carnegie also understood that labor costs represented his largest controllable expense, and he was ruthlessly determined to reduce them whenever market conditions permitted. The Homestead Strike of 1892 illustrated how Carnegie applied Machiavellian principles to the management of industrial conflict. Rather than confronting the striking workers directly, which might have made him appear to be the aggressor, Carnegie arranged to be traveling in Europe when the strike began, leaving operational control to his partner, Henry Clay Frick. This arrangement allowed Carnegie to maintain plausible deniability about the violent tactics used to break the strike, while ensuring that his interests would be protected by someone willing to employ whatever force proved necessary. Frick's handling of the Homestead strike demonstrated the industrial application of Machiavellian ruthlessness with a precision that would have impressed the master himself. Rather than negotiating with the striking workers or accepting arbitration, Frick imported hundreds of armed guards from the Pinkerton Detective Agency to take control of the steel plant by force. When local authorities proved unable or unwilling to guarantee the Pinkerton's safety, Frick persuaded the Pennsylvania governor to deploy state militia to maintain order, effectively using government troops to break a private labor dispute. The violence that resulted from Frick's tactics served Carnegie's long-term interests, even though it created short-term public relations problems. The defeat of the Homestead strike destroyed the most powerful labor union in the steel industry and established Carnegie's reputation as an employer who would not compromise with organized workers. Future labor disputes could be settled on terms favorable to management simply by reminding workers what had happened to their predecessors who had chosen to resist. Carnegie's philanthropic activities, like Rockefeller's, demonstrated how charitable giving could serve strategic purposes beyond simple altruism. His construction of public libraries throughout America and Europe created lasting monuments to his generosity, while providing practical benefits to communities that might otherwise have been hostile to his business practices. The Carnegie Libraries were genuinely valuable public resources, but they also served to associate Carnegie's name with education and cultural advancement, rather than industrial conflict and worker exploitation. John Pierpont Morgan's career illustrated how financial manipulation could become the ultimate form of Machiavellian power, allowing a single individual to control vast economic resources without the need for direct ownership or management. Morgan's influence over American industry during the late 19th and early 20th centuries exceeded that of many government officials, demonstrating how private financial power could rival and sometimes dominate public political authority. Morgan's approach to business organization reflected a sophisticated understanding of how to use information asymmetries and capital requirements to maintain control over nominally independent enterprises. Rather than trying to own entire industries outright, which would have required impossible amounts of capital and created unnecessary management burdens, Morgan preferred to organize syndicates of investors who would pool their resources under his leadership. This arrangement allowed Morgan to leverage other people's money while maintaining effective control over how that money was used. The formation of the United States Steel Corporation in 1901 represented the culmination of Morgan's systematic approach to industrial consolidation. By combining Carnegie Steel with several smaller competitors, Morgan created the world's first billion-dollar corporation and demonstrated how financial engineering could achieve market dominance more efficiently than direct competition. The new corporation controlled approximately 60% of American steel production, giving it enormous influence over pricing and production decisions throughout the industry. More importantly, Morgan's role in organizing U.S. Steel established the principle that financial institutions could serve as neutral arbitrators in disputes between industrial competitors. Rather than allowing Carnegie and his rivals to engage in destructive price wars that would have benefited no one except consumers, Morgan convinced them to accept merger terms that preserved their invested capital while eliminating competitive pressures. This approach required each party to sacrifice some independence, but it offered all of them the prospect of stable profits that pure competition could never guarantee. Morgan's influence extended far beyond individual business transactions to encompass the fundamental structure of American capitalism. His banking house served as the primary intermediary between European investors seeking profitable opportunities and American enterprises needing capital for expansion. This position allowed Morgan to shape the development of entire industries by determining which companies would receive financing and on what terms. The Panic of 1907 demonstrated the extent of Morgan's power and his sophisticated understanding of how financial crises could be managed to serve particular interests. When a speculative bubble in copper stocks triggered a broader banking crisis, Morgan stepped into the role that would later be filled by the Federal Reserve System, organizing rescue operations for endangered financial institutions while allowing some competitors to fail. His intervention probably prevented a complete collapse of the American banking system, but it also consolidated his control over financial markets by eliminating weaker rivals and creating obligations among those he chose to save. Across the Atlantic Ocean, European powers were applying Machiavellian principles to international relations with a sophistication that surpassed even the most ruthless business practices of American industrialists. The period between 1850 and 1914 witnessed what historians would later call the Great Game, a complex struggle for influence and territory that pitted the British and Russian empires against each other across Central Asia, while involving virtually every major European power in overlapping networks of alliance and rivalry. The British Empire's approach to the Great Game demonstrated how Machiavellian principles could be scaled up to govern relationships between entire civilizations. Rather than attempting to conquer and directly administer vast territories that would have been impossible to control effectively, British strategists preferred to maintain networks of nominally independent client states that could be influenced through a combination of economic incentives, military pressure, and diplomatic manipulation. The British strategy in Afghanistan illustrated this approach perfectly. Rather than trying to incorporate Afghanistan into the British Empire directly, which would have required enormous military commitments and constant administrative oversight, British policy aimed to ensure that Afghanistan remained weak enough to pose no threat to British India while remaining independent enough to serve as a buffer against Russian expansion from the north. This required a delicate balance of supporting Afghan rulers who were friendly to British interests, while preventing them from becoming strong enough to pursue independent policies that might conflict with British objectives. The series of Anglo-Afghan wars that punctuated the 19th century demonstrated both the effectiveness and the limitations of this strategy. British forces could defeat Afghan armies in conventional battles and occupy major cities, but they could not permanently control the mountainous terrain or convert the fiercely independent Afghan tribes into reliable allies. Each British victory created new grievances that motivated future resistance, while each withdrawal encouraged Afghan leaders to believe that persistent resistance would eventually force the British to abandon their interference entirely. Russian expansion into Central Asia followed a different but equally Machiavellian logic. Rather than trying to maintain indirect control over nominally independent states, Russian strategy aimed to incorporate conquered territories directly into the Russian Empire while converting local populations into loyal subjects through a combination of economic development, cultural assimilation, and administrative integration. This approach required larger initial investments of military force and administrative resources, but it promised more complete control over strategically important regions. The Russian conquest of the Central Asian Khanates of Khiva, Bukhara, and Kokand during the 1860s and 1870s demonstrated systematic application of overwhelming force combined with sophisticated political manipulation. Russian commanders would typically begin by demanding tribute or territorial concessions that local rulers were certain to reject, providing pretexts for military action that could be presented as defensive responses to foreign aggression. Once fighting began, Russian forces would employ modern weapons and professional military organization to achieve decisive victories that shattered local resistance while demonstrating the futility of continued opposition. However, Russian policy after military victory showed considerable sophistication in managing conquered populations. Rather than simply imposing Russian administration throughout conquered territories, Russian officials typically preserved existing social hierarchies while co-opting local elites into the imperial system. Traditional rulers who accepted Russian suzerainty could retain their titles and much of their local authority, while those who continued to resist faced exile or execution. This approach reduced the administrative burden on Russian officials while providing local populations with familiar faces in positions of authority. Otto von Bismarck's unification of Germany represented perhaps the most masterful application of Machiavellian principles to 19th-century European politics. Appointed as Minister-President of Prussia in 1862, Bismarck faced the seemingly impossible task of transforming a collection of independent German states into a unified nation under Prussian leadership, while avoiding the kind of revolutionary upheaval that had failed so spectacularly in 1848. Bismarck's strategy demonstrated perfect understanding of Machiavelli's insights about the relationship between force and consent in political transformation. Rather than trying to convince other German states to accept Prussian hegemony through diplomatic persuasion alone, which would have required concessions that might have weakened Prussian dominance, Bismarck engineered a series of carefully planned wars that would demonstrate Prussian military superiority while creating circumstances that made unification appear to be the natural and inevitable result of German patriotic sentiment. The Danish War of 1864 served as Bismarck's opening gambit in this complex strategy. When the Danish government attempted to integrate the Duchy of Schleswig more closely into the Danish kingdom, Bismarck convinced Austria to join Prussia in a war to prevent what could be presented as foreign oppression of German-speaking populations. The war itself was easily won, but more importantly, it established the principle that Prussia and Austria were the natural protectors of German interests against foreign interference. The subsequent dispute over the administration of conquered Schleswig-Holstein provided Bismarck with the pretext he needed to eliminate Austrian influence in German affairs. Rather than accepting a compromise that would have given Austria continued involvement in North German politics, Bismarck deliberately escalated the dispute until war became inevitable. The Austro-Prussian War of 1866 lasted only 7 weeks, but its results transformed the balance of power in Central Europe by excluding Austria from German affairs, while demonstrating that Prussia was the only German state capable of providing effective leadership. Bismarck's treatment of defeated Austria illustrated sophisticated Machiavellian statecraft. Rather than demanding punitive territorial concessions that might have created permanent Austrian hostility, Bismarck offered relatively generous peace terms that preserved Austrian dignity while ensuring that Austria would have no incentive to seek revenge through alliance with other European powers. Austria lost no territory to Prussia directly, though it was forced to accept the dissolution of the German Confederation and to recognize Prussian annexation of several smaller German states that had allied with Austria during the war. The Franco-Prussian War of 1870 to 1871 represented the culmination of Bismarck's strategy and demonstrated his mastery of what would later be called information warfare. Rather than simply provoking France into declaring war, which might have made Prussia appear to be the aggressor, Bismarck manipulated a diplomatic dispute over the Spanish succession to create circumstances where French leaders felt compelled to take the first hostile action while Prussian actions appeared entirely defensive. The famous Ems dispatch illustrated Bismarck's understanding of how information could be weaponized to serve political objectives. When King Wilhelm I of Prussia met with the French ambassador at the spa town of Ems to discuss the Spanish succession question, their conversation was entirely cordial and seemed to resolve the immediate diplomatic crisis. However, Wilhelm's telegram reporting the meeting to Bismarck was edited to make the encounter appear more confrontational than it actually had been. Bismarck's edited version of the telegram was then released to newspapers throughout Europe, creating the impression that France had made unreasonable demands and that Prussia had rejected them with appropriate firmness. This manipulation of information served Bismarck's strategic objectives perfectly. French public opinion, inflamed by newspaper reports of the supposed insult at Ems, demanded immediate military action to preserve national honour. The French government, faced with domestic pressure and convinced that Prussia was preparing for war anyway, declared war on July 19, 1870. To European observers, France appeared to be the aggressor, while Prussia could claim to be defending itself against unprovoked attack. The speed and completeness of the Prussian victory in the Franco-Prussian War exceeded even Bismarck's expectations and created opportunities for German unification that might not have been available under other circumstances. The capture of Emperor Napoleon III at the Battle of Sedan and the subsequent siege of Paris created a wave of German nationalist enthusiasm that made it politically impossible for the remaining independent German states to resist incorporation into a new German empire. Bismarck's management of German unification demonstrated his understanding that successful political transformation required attention to symbolic as well as practical considerations. The proclamation of the German Empire in the Hall of Mirrors at Versailles on January 18, 1871, was carefully choreographed to emphasize both German military victory over France and the voluntary nature of German unification. King Wilhelm I of Prussia became German emperor not through conquest, but through the invitation of his fellow German princes, creating the appearance of consensual union rather than Prussian imperialism. The new German Empire's constitution reflected Bismarck's sophisticated understanding of how to balance centralized authority with regional autonomy in ways that would preserve Prussian dominance while providing other German states with sufficient autonomy to make unity attractive. The Bundesrat, or Federal Council, gave individual states representation in the national government, but the distribution of votes ensured that Prussia could block any legislation it opposed. The Reichstag, elected by universal male suffrage, provided a democratic element that legitimized the new government while lacking the power to control policy in areas that Bismarck considered essential to Prussian interests. Bismarck's system of alliance diplomacy after German unification illustrated how Machiavellian principles could be applied to the maintenance of international peace. Understanding that Germany's rapid rise to great power status had created anxieties among other European nations, Bismarck sought to prevent the formation of hostile coalitions by maintaining friendly relations with potential enemies, while avoiding commitments that might drag Germany into unnecessary conflicts. The Three Emperors alliance between Germany, Austria-Hungary and Russia represented Bismarck's attempt to recreate the conservative solidarity that had maintained European peace after the Congress of Vienna. By bringing together the three most powerful conservative monarchies in Europe, Bismarck hoped to prevent the kind of revolutionary upheaval that had repeatedly destabilized European politics during the middle of the 19th century. More practically, the alliance ensured that France, still bitter over its defeat in 1871, would be unable to find allies for a war of revenge against Germany. However, the Three Emperors alliance contained internal contradictions that ultimately proved impossible to resolve. Austrian and Russian interests in the Balkans were fundamentally incompatible, as both empires sought to expand their influence over the declining Ottoman Empire. Bismarck's attempts to mediate between his allies became increasingly difficult as Balkan crises multiplied during the 1870s and 1880s. The Congress of Berlin in 1878 demonstrated both Bismarck's diplomatic skill and the limitations of his alliance system. Called to resolve the crisis created by Russian military success against the Ottoman Empire in 1877 to 1878, the Congress succeeded in preventing a general European war while satisfying some of the competing demands of the major powers. However, the settlement left Russia feeling betrayed by German support for Austrian and British positions, while Austria-Hungary remained suspicious of Russian intentions in the Balkans. Bismarck's response to these tensions illustrated his mastery of balance of power diplomacy. Unable to maintain the Three Emperors alliance in its original form, he negotiated separate agreements with Austria-Hungary and Russia that committed Germany to supporting each against attack by the other, while secretly promising each that Germany would remain neutral if they fought each other. This seemingly contradictory policy worked as long as both Austria-Hungary and Russia believed that German support gave them advantages over their rival. But it required constant diplomatic manoeuvring to prevent either ally from discovering the full extent of Bismarck's commitments to the other. The dual alliance between Germany and Austria-Hungary, signed in 1879, represented Bismarck's recognition that he had to choose between his two Eastern allies if he wanted to maintain any influence over European affairs. The alliance committed Germany to support Austria-Hungary against Russian attack, while providing for Austrian neutrality if Germany were attacked by France. This arrangement gave Austria-Hungary the security guarantee it needed to pursue an assertive policy in the Balkans, while ensuring that Germany would not face a two-front war against France and Russia simultaneously. The secret reinsurance treaty with Russia, negotiated in 1887, demonstrated Bismarck's continued commitment to preventing Franco-Russian cooperation even after he had aligned Germany with Austria-Hungary. Under the treaty's terms, Germany promised to remain neutral if Russia were attacked by Austria-Hungary, while Russia promised neutrality if Germany were attacked by France. Both parties agreed to support the principle that the straits connecting the Black Sea to the Mediterranean should remain closed to foreign warships, effectively giving Russia a veto over British naval access to the Black Sea. These overlapping and partially contradictory commitments created a diplomatic system of extraordinary complexity that only Bismarck fully understood. His successors would find it impossible to maintain the delicate balance he had created, and the collapse of his system after his dismissal in 1890 would contribute directly to the alliance polarization that made World War I inevitable. Bismarck's dismissal by Kaiser Wilhelm II in March 1890 illustrated the ultimate limitation of even the most sophisticated Machiavellian statecraft: the dependence on individual skill and judgment that could not be institutionalized or transferred to others. Wilhelm II, impatient with the constraints that Bismarck's system imposed on German policy, and convinced that he could manage European diplomacy more effectively himself, forced the resignation of the man who had created modern Germany. The new Kaiser's decision not to renew the reinsurance treaty with Russia represented exactly the kind of mistake that Bismarck had spent decades trying to prevent. Without German assurance of neutrality in a potential conflict with Austria-Hungary, Russia began to explore the possibility of alliance with France, the very combination that Bismarck's entire diplomatic system had been designed to prevent. The Franco-Russian alliance, concluded in 1894, created the two-front threat that German military planners had always considered their worst nightmare. Wilhelm II's naval-building program further demonstrated how quickly Bismarck's careful diplomatic work could be undone by less skillful successors. The decision to challenge British naval supremacy by building a powerful German battle fleet served no rational strategic purpose, since Germany's geographic position made it impossible to use naval power effectively against either France or Russia, Germany's most likely enemies. Instead, the naval program succeeded only in converting Britain from a power that had generally supported German interests into an active member of the anti-German coalition. The transformation of European diplomacy between Bismarck's dismissal in 1890 and the outbreak of World War I in 1914 illustrated how the absence of Machiavellian skill could be as dangerous as its presence. Bismarck's successors possessed neither his analytical intelligence nor his emotional detachment, and their attempts to apply his methods without understanding his principles created exactly the kind of instability that his system had been designed to prevent. The arms race that characterized European politics during the decade before World War I demonstrated how competitive dynamics could escape rational control when they were not managed by leaders who understood the relationship between military preparation and diplomatic flexibility. Each nation's attempts to enhance its security through military expansion convinced its neighbors that their own security was threatened, creating a spiral of mutual suspicion and hostility that made compromise increasingly difficult. The alliance system that emerged after Bismarck's departure revealed how his sophisticated balance of power diplomacy had been replaced by the kind of rigid bloc confrontation that he had always tried to avoid. The Triple Alliance between Germany, Austria-Hungary and Italy faced the Triple Entente of France, Russia and Britain, creating a European divide that made any local conflict likely to escalate into a general war. The industrial and financial developments of the late 19th century had created unprecedented concentrations of economic power that gave individuals like Rockefeller, Carnegie, and Morgan influence over entire societies that rivaled the authority of elected governments. Their success demonstrated how Machiavellian principles could be adapted to the challenges of industrial capitalism, but it also revealed the social tensions that such concentration of power inevitably created. The labor unrest that punctuated American industrial development during this period reflected workers' recognition that they faced employers who were willing to use any tactics necessary to maintain control over wages and working conditions. The Great Railroad Strike of 1877, the Homestead Strike of 1892, and the Pullman Strike of 1894 all demonstrated how quickly industrial disputes could escalate into broader social conflicts when both sides understood that fundamental questions of power and authority were at stake. The response of government authorities to these labor conflicts revealed how closely business and political elites cooperated in maintaining the existing distribution of economic power. Federal troops were repeatedly used to break strikes that local authorities could not control, while federal courts issued injunctions that made organized labor activity effectively illegal. This cooperation between business and government reflected the kind of alliance between economic and political power that Machiavelli had identified as essential for maintaining stable authority. The emergence of populist political movements during the 1890s represented the first serious challenge to the dominance of industrial and financial elites in American politics. The People's Party, formed in 1892, advocated for policies that would have fundamentally altered the distribution of economic power, including government ownership of railroads and telegraph systems, direct election of senators, and unlimited coinage of silver to increase the money supply and reduce the debt burdens of farmers and workers. The defeat of populism in the presidential election of 1896 demonstrated how effectively established elites could mobilize their resources to maintain political control when their fundamental interests were threatened. William McKinley's victory over William Jennings Bryan was achieved through the most expensive and sophisticated political campaign in American history up to that point, funded primarily by contributions from the same business leaders whose interests were threatened by populist policies. The Spanish-American War of 1898 provided American political and business leaders with an opportunity to demonstrate how international conflict could serve domestic political purposes while opening new markets for American goods. The war itself was easily won against a Spanish empire that was already in advanced decline, but more importantly, it gave the United States control over Cuba, Puerto Rico, and the Philippines, creating new opportunities for American investment and trade. The acquisition of overseas territories marked America's emergence as a global power capable of competing with European empires for international influence. However, the methods used to pacify the Philippines revealed how quickly humanitarian justifications for imperial expansion could be replaced by the same brutal tactics that European powers had used in their own colonial conquests. The Philippine-American War, lasting from 1899 to 1902, cost the lives of over 4,000 American soldiers and at least 20,000 Filipino fighters, while disease and displacement killed hundreds of thousands of Filipino civilians. The period between 1850 and 1914 had witnessed the application of Machiavellian principles to economic, political, and international relations on a scale that dwarfed anything the Renaissance Italian had imagined. Industrial capitalism had created new forms of power that could be exercised across continental distances, while modern communications and transportation had made it possible to coordinate complex operations involving millions of people. The same analytical intelligence and emotional detachment that Machiavelli had recommended for princes proved equally valuable for business leaders, diplomats, and military commanders operating in this transformed environment. However, the success of Machiavellian methods during this period had also created unprecedented concentrations of power that threatened the social stability and international peace that effective governance required. The industrial empires built by men like Rockefeller and Carnegie had generated enormous wealth, but they had also created levels of economic inequality that threatened social cohesion. The diplomatic system constructed by Bismarck had maintained European peace for 2 decades, but its collapse had created the alliance polarization that would soon drag the entire continent into the most destructive war in human history. The events of 1914 would demonstrate that even the most sophisticated application of Machiavellian principles could not indefinitely postpone the consequences of policies based primarily on the pursuit of power rather than the promotion of genuine human welfare. The industrial and military capabilities that had been developed during the 19th century would soon be turned toward purposes of destruction that would call into question whether the pursuit of power without moral constraint could ever serve the long-term interests of those who practiced it. The 20th century's dark masters. The summer of 1914 marked the moment when Machiavellian thinking reached its most horrifying scale. When Archduke Franz Ferdinand fell to an assassin's bullet in Sarajevo on June 28th, the crowned heads of Europe saw not tragedy, but opportunity. Each ruler calculated how this crisis could advance their nation's power, and within weeks, millions of young men were marching toward trenches that would become their graves. The Great War, as it came to be known, represented Machiavellianism unleashed on an industrial scale, where traditional notions of honor and chivalry crumbled before the cold mathematics of modern warfare. Kaiser Wilhelm II of Germany had spent decades building his military machine, driven by envy of his British cousins and dreams of German dominance. When the crisis erupted, he saw his chance to crush France quickly and then turn east to destroy Russia, believing that a short, victorious war would cement his dynasty's power for generations. His military advisors had crafted the Schlieffen Plan, a masterpiece of Machiavellian calculation that required violating Belgian neutrality to outflank French defences. The plan sacrificed international law and moral obligations on the altar of military efficiency, perfectly embodying Machiavelli's teaching that successful princes must be willing to break their word when circumstances demand it. Meanwhile, Tsar Nicholas II of Russia mobilized his vast armies not out of any real concern for Serbian independence, but because he desperately needed a foreign victory to distract his people from the growing revolutionary sentiment at home. His empire was rotting from within, plagued by economic backwardness and social unrest. But he calculated that a glorious war would unite his subjects behind the throne. This represented a classic Machiavellian miscalculation, where a ruler's attempt to maintain power through external conflict ultimately accelerated his downfall. The French leadership, still burning with desire for revenge against Germany after their humiliating defeat in 1870, saw the alliance system as their chance to reclaim Alsace-Lorraine and restore France's position as Europe's dominant power. President Raymond Poincaré and his generals had spent years preparing for this moment, believing that France's military reforms and alliance with Russia would finally allow them to crush their Germanic rival. Their mobilization orders went out with ruthless efficiency, sending millions of Frenchmen toward the German border with promises of glory and quick victory. Perhaps most cynically, British Foreign Secretary Sir Edward Grey maneuvered his nation into the conflict while maintaining the pretense of reluctant involvement. Grey had spent years building the Entente Cordiale with France and strengthening ties with Russia, creating a web of obligations that would drag Britain into any major European war. Yet when the crisis came, he presented the decision to Parliament as a moral necessity to defend Belgian neutrality, carefully concealing the deeper strategic calculations that had made war inevitable. This masterful deception allowed Britain to enter the war with public support, while pursuing its real goal of preventing German domination of the continent. The propaganda machines that accompanied these mobilizations revealed how completely governments had absorbed Machiavelli's lessons about the power of public opinion. German newspapers portrayed the conflict as a defensive war against Slavic barbarism and French revanchism, while French media depicted it as a sacred crusade to defend civilization against Prussian militarism. British propagandists crafted stories of German atrocities in Belgium, complete with fabricated accounts of bayoneted babies and crucified soldiers, understanding that emotional manipulation worked far better than rational argument to sustain public enthusiasm for war. The Russian government employed a particularly sophisticated approach, appealing simultaneously to Slavic nationalism, Orthodox religious feeling, and loyalty to the Tsar. Government-sponsored newspapers portrayed the war as a holy mission to liberate Orthodox Christians from Austrian oppression while defending Mother Russia from Germanic invasion. This multi-layered messaging demonstrated how modern states could manipulate different segments of their populations with tailored appeals, each group receiving the version of truth most likely to secure their support. What made these propaganda campaigns truly Machiavellian was their systematic nature and their complete disconnection from the actual reasons for war. Government officials who crafted stories about defending small nations and upholding international law were simultaneously negotiating secret treaties to divide up enemy territories among the victors. The Treaty of London in 1915, which brought Italy into the war, promised the Italians vast territorial gains at the expense of Austria-Hungary, revealing how quickly high-minded principles disappeared when real interests were at stake. The conduct of the war itself demonstrated Machiavellianism on an unprecedented scale. Military commanders who had trained their entire lives for cavalry charges and decisive battles found themselves managing industrial killing machines that consumed men and materials at rates no previous generation could have imagined. General Erich von Falkenhayn's strategy at Verdun in 1916 epitomized this new approach to warfare. He chose Verdun not because it was strategically vital, but because he calculated that French national pride would force them to defend it regardless of cost, allowing German artillery to bleed the French army white. His plan succeeded in killing over 300,000 French soldiers, though it also cost Germany nearly as many casualties, demonstrating the hideous efficiency of Machiavellian logic applied to modern warfare. On the Eastern Front, the Russian military leadership displayed an almost casual disregard for human life that would have impressed Machiavelli himself. General Alexei Brusilov's great offensive of 1916 achieved tactical success by using human wave attacks that accepted enormous casualties as the price of breakthrough. Russian commanders routinely sent peasant soldiers into battle without adequate weapons or training, calculating that sheer numbers would eventually overwhelm Austrian defences. This ruthless expenditure of human life reflected the traditional Russian approach to warfare, where the lives of serfs counted for nothing compared to the strategic objectives of the state. The war's impact on civilian populations revealed another dimension of 20th century Machiavellianism. The British naval blockade of Germany represented economic warfare carried to its logical extreme, deliberately targeting enemy civilians to break their will to fight. British officials understood perfectly well that their blockade would cause mass starvation among German women and children, but they calculated that this suffering would ultimately force Germany to surrender more quickly than purely military operations. The blockade continued even after the armistice, contributing to hundreds of thousands of civilian deaths during the winter of 1918 to 1919, demonstrating how modern states could weaponize hunger itself. German submarine warfare represented the maritime equivalent of this strategy. When Admiral Alfred von Tirpitz launched unrestricted submarine warfare in 1917, he knew it would likely bring America into the war, but he calculated that German U-boats could starve Britain into submission before American forces could arrive in meaningful numbers. This decision to risk American intervention for the chance of quick victory showed how Machiavellian thinking could lead to catastrophic miscalculations when applied to complex international systems. The entry of the United States into the war marked a crucial evolution in Machiavellian statecraft. President Woodrow Wilson had spent years maintaining American neutrality while secretly favoring the Allies, providing them with loans and materials that made American economic interests dependent on Allied victory. When the Zimmermann telegram revealed German attempts to ally with Mexico against the United States, Wilson finally had the pretext he needed to enter the war while claiming the moral high ground. His genius lay in presenting American intervention as a crusade to make the world safe for democracy, when in reality it represented a calculated decision to protect American investments and prevent German domination of Europe. The Russian Revolution of 1917 provided the most dramatic example of Machiavellian principles in action during this period. Vladimir Lenin's seizure of power demonstrated how a small, disciplined group could exploit chaos and popular discontent to overthrow seemingly powerful governments. Lenin had spent years studying revolutionary theory and observing failed uprisings, learning that successful revolutions required not just popular support, but also the tactical ability to seize key points of power at the decisive moment. The February Revolution that toppled Tsar Nicholas II created the opportunity Lenin needed, but it also presented him with a complex political situation. The provisional government commanded considerable support among educated Russians and had the backing of the Western Allies, while Lenin's Bolsheviks remained a minority faction even within the broader socialist movement. Lesser revolutionaries might have attempted to build broader coalitions or wait for more favourable conditions, but Lenin understood that revolutionary moments are fleeting and must be seized regardless of the odds. His April theses, delivered immediately upon his return to Russia, revealed his Machiavellian genius. Instead of supporting the provisional government's plan to continue the war effort, Lenin called for immediate peace, regardless of the terms Germany might impose. This position was deeply unpopular among Russian intellectuals and military officers who saw it as national betrayal. But Lenin calculated correctly that war-weary soldiers and starving workers cared more about ending their suffering than preserving Russian territorial integrity. The Bolshevik propaganda campaign that followed demonstrated sophisticated understanding of mass psychology. While other socialist parties debated fine points of Marxist theory, the Bolsheviks offered simple slogans that addressed immediate popular concerns. Peace, land and bread became their rallying cry, each word carefully chosen to appeal to specific constituencies. Soldiers wanted peace, peasants wanted land, and urban workers wanted bread, and Lenin promised to deliver all three, regardless of the broader consequences. The October Revolution itself showcased Lenin's mastery of Machiavellian timing and tactics. Rather than waiting for the Second Congress of Soviets to convene and potentially vote against Bolshevik policies, Lenin ordered the seizure of key points in Petrograd, while most government officials were distracted by ceremonial proceedings. The Bolsheviks captured telegraph offices, railway stations, and government buildings with minimal resistance, presenting the Congress with a fait accompli that left delegates little choice but to ratify the new regime. Lenin's handling of the Constituent Assembly revealed his complete commitment to Machiavellian principles over democratic ideals. When elections held in November 1917 gave the Socialist Revolutionaries a majority and the Bolsheviks only about 25% of the seats, lesser politicians might have accepted defeat or sought compromise. Lenin instead dissolved the assembly after a single day, arguing that it represented outdated class interests rather than genuine popular will. This decision eliminated Russia's best chance for democratic development, but it secured Bolshevik power and allowed Lenin to implement his revolutionary program without legislative opposition. The Treaty of Brest-Litovsk, negotiated with Germany in early 1918, demonstrated Lenin's willingness to sacrifice territory and national pride for political survival. The treaty stripped Russia of vast territories including Ukraine, the Baltic provinces, and parts of the Caucasus, along with nearly a third of the Russian Empire's population and agricultural land. Most Russians viewed these terms as a national humiliation, but Lenin calculated correctly that immediate peace would allow the Bolsheviks to consolidate their power and defeat their domestic enemies before dealing with international challenges. The Russian Civil War that followed provided Lenin with opportunities to perfect his Machiavellian techniques. Faced with White Army opposition backed by Western intervention, he implemented war communism, a system that subordinated all economic activity to military needs. This policy caused enormous hardship for ordinary Russians, contributing to famines that killed millions, but it allowed the Bolsheviks to extract maximum resources from territories under their control. Lenin justified these sacrifices as necessary for revolutionary survival, demonstrating how Machiavellian leaders can reframe even catastrophic policies as heroic necessities. The Red Terror that accompanied war communism revealed the Bolsheviks' systematic approach to eliminating opposition. The Cheka, Lenin's secret police organization, received broad authority to arrest, interrogate and execute anyone suspected of counter-revolutionary activity. Unlike the random violence that often accompanies civil wars, the Red Terror followed careful planning designed to destroy entire social classes rather than just individual enemies. Former nobles, wealthy merchants, and Orthodox priests faced systematic persecution not because of their individual actions, but because their very existence represented alternatives to Bolshevik authority. Felix Dzerzhinsky, who headed the Cheka, embodied the Machiavellian integration of idealism and ruthlessness. A former Polish revolutionary who had spent years in Tsarist prisons, Dzerzhinsky genuinely believed in communist ideals, but he also understood that building a new society required destroying the old one completely. His organization pioneered techniques of psychological interrogation and mass surveillance that would later influence secret police forces around the world, showing how revolutionary governments could surpass their authoritarian predecessors in scope and efficiency. As the Great War finally ended in November 1918, it left behind a continent exhausted by unprecedented carnage. Over 10 million soldiers had died, along with millions of civilians, but the political consequences proved even more significant than the human casualties. 4 great empires had collapsed, creating a power vacuum that would attract ambitious leaders throughout the following decades. The war had demonstrated that modern technology could amplify the effects of Machiavellian statecraft to previously unimaginable levels, while also showing how traditional diplomatic constraints had become obsolete in an age of total war. The peace settlements negotiated at Versailles and other conferences attempted to create a new international order based on democratic principles and collective security, but they also reflected the victorious powers' determination to prevent their enemies from recovering. The harsh terms imposed on Germany, which stripped the country of territory, military capability, and economic resources, followed classic Machiavellian logic about the need to crush defeated enemies completely. However, the peacemakers failed to understand that partial victory often creates more dangerous enemies than total defeat, setting the stage for future conflicts. The emergence of the Soviet Union as a revolutionary state committed to overthrowing the international system added a new dimension to global politics. Lenin's government explicitly rejected traditional diplomatic norms and international law, arguing that communist states had no obligation to honor agreements made by their bourgeois predecessors. This position created permanent tension with capitalist nations and ensured that future international relations would involve not just competition for power, but fundamental disagreement about the nature of legitimate government. The interwar period that followed revealed how the Great War had accelerated the development of mass society and modern communications, creating new opportunities for Machiavellian manipulation. Radio technology allowed political leaders to speak directly to entire populations, bypassing traditional gatekeepers like newspapers and local officials. Cinema provided unprecedented opportunities for visual propaganda, while improved transportation networks enabled mass rallies and demonstrations that could display popular support for particular leaders or policies. These technological developments coincided with widespread disillusionment with traditional political institutions. The carnage of the Great War had discredited the aristocratic and military elites who had led Europe into disaster, while the economic disruptions of the post-war period left millions of people desperate for radical solutions to their problems. This combination of new technology and social upheaval created ideal conditions for the emergence of totalitarian movements that would perfect Machiavellian techniques beyond anything Machiavelli himself could have imagined. Benito Mussolini's rise to power in Italy provided the first example of how ambitious politicians could exploit post-war conditions. A former socialist journalist who had supported Italian entry into the war, Mussolini understood that traditional political parties had lost credibility with large segments of the population. His fascist movement combined nationalist appeals with promises of social order, attracting both middle-class citizens frightened by communist revolution and working-class Italians disappointed by socialist moderation. The March on Rome in October 1922 demonstrated Mussolini's mastery of political theatre. Rather than attempting a traditional military coup, he organized a mass demonstration that combined genuine popular support with carefully orchestrated intimidation. Thousands of fascist supporters converged on the capital, creating an atmosphere of crisis that pressured King Victor Emmanuel III to invite Mussolini to form a government. This approach allowed Mussolini to claim democratic legitimacy while using implicit threats of violence to achieve power. Once in office, Mussolini gradually dismantled Italian democracy through a series of incremental steps that avoided provoking decisive opposition. Rather than immediately abolishing elections and opposition parties, he manipulated electoral laws to ensure fascist majorities while maintaining the appearance of parliamentary government. The Acerbo Law of 1923, which gave two-thirds of parliamentary seats to whichever party received the largest vote share, effectively guaranteed fascist control while preserving the fiction of competitive elections. Mussolini's handling of the Matteotti crisis in 1924 revealed his growing confidence in using violence for political ends. When Socialist Deputy Giacomo Matteotti delivered a speech documenting fascist electoral fraud and violence, Mussolini's supporters kidnapped and murdered him, creating a scandal that nearly brought down the government. Traditional politicians demanded accountability and legal prosecution, but Mussolini calculated that his opponents lacked the courage to push their challenge to its logical conclusion. His gamble proved correct when opposition parties withdrew from parliament in protest, but failed to organize effective resistance, allowing Mussolini to consolidate his dictatorship while his enemies remained divided and passive. The corporate state that Mussolini constructed during the late 1920s demonstrated how modern dictators could co-opt rather than simply suppress potential opposition. Instead of destroying labor unions and business associations, fascist Italy integrated them into state-controlled corporations that gave various social groups representation within the regime while eliminating their independence. This system allowed Mussolini to claim that fascism represented all classes and interests within Italian society, while ensuring that no organization could challenge state authority. Fascist cultural policies revealed sophisticated understanding of how modern mass society could be shaped through symbolic manipulation. The regime invested heavily in public ceremonies, architectural projects, and media campaigns designed to create a sense of national renewal and collective purpose. Ancient Roman imagery played a central role in this propaganda, allowing Mussolini to present himself as the heir to Caesar while promising to restore Italy to its imperial greatness. These appeals to historical glory provided emotional satisfaction that helped compensate for the regime's actual policy failures. Meanwhile, in Germany, the collapse of the Weimar Republic created even more favorable conditions for extremist politics. The defeat in World War I had traumatized German society, while the Treaty of Versailles provided a focus for nationalist resentment. Hyperinflation in 1923 destroyed middle-class savings and created widespread economic insecurity, while the Great Depression that began in 1929 brought mass unemployment and social desperation. Adolf Hitler's path to power demonstrated how skilled demagogues could exploit these conditions through carefully crafted appeals to different segments of society. Unlike traditional politicians who offered specific policy solutions, Hitler presented himself as a mystical leader who embodied the German nation's destiny. This approach allowed supporters to project their various hopes and fears onto his movement while avoiding detailed commitments that might alienate potential allies. The Nazi Party's organizational structure reflected Hitler's understanding of modern mass politics. Rather than relying on traditional political clubs or intellectual discussion groups, the Nazis created a movement that resembled a military organization combined with a religious cult. Party members wore uniforms, participated in elaborate ceremonies, and swore personal loyalty to Hitler himself rather than to particular policies or principles. This structure enabled rapid mobilization for political campaigns while creating strong emotional bonds that transcended rational calculation. Hitler's electoral strategy demonstrated a sophisticated grasp of Machiavellian principles about the relationship between popular support and elite accommodation. While Nazi propaganda appealed to working-class Germans suffering from unemployment and social displacement, Hitler simultaneously courted conservative politicians who controlled access to government power. His negotiations with Franz von Papen and other traditional conservatives convinced them that they could use the Nazi movement for their own purposes while containing Hitler's more radical impulses. The appointment of Hitler as Chancellor in January 1933 resulted from this strategy of elite manipulation combined with mass mobilization. Conservative politicians like Papen believed they could control Hitler by surrounding him with their own appointees and limiting his formal authority. This miscalculation reflected their failure to understand how modern mass movements differed from traditional political parties and how Hitler's charismatic authority could not be constrained by constitutional mechanisms designed for conventional politicians. The Reichstag fire in February 1933 provided Hitler with the crisis he needed to eliminate constitutional restraints on his power. Whether the Nazis actually started the fire remains uncertain. But Hitler's response demonstrated perfect Machiavellian timing and ruthlessness. Within hours of the fire, he had persuaded President Hindenburg to sign emergency decrees suspending civil liberties and authorizing mass arrests of communist and socialist leaders. This decisive action eliminated organized opposition while creating an atmosphere of national emergency that justified further expansion of government power. The Enabling Act passed in March 1933 completed Hitler's legal revolution by giving his government the authority to pass laws without parliamentary approval. Nazi stormtroopers surrounded the Reichstag building during the vote, intimidating opposition deputies while demonstrating the regime's willingness to use violence. However, Hitler also secured genuine support from Catholic Centre Party deputies by promising to respect church rights and Christian values, showing how successful dictators combine intimidation with strategic concessions to potential opponents. The Night of the Long Knives in June 1934 revealed Hitler's willingness to turn against his own supporters when they threatened his power. SA leader Ernst Röhm and other early Nazi activists had expected the party's victory to bring enhanced status and revolutionary changes to German society. However, Hitler calculated that consolidating his regime required accommodation with traditional elites, particularly the military leadership that controlled Germany's armed forces. The systematic murder of SA leaders eliminated this source of internal opposition while demonstrating to conservative observers that Hitler would maintain social order rather than promoting continuous revolution. The Gleichschaltung, or coordination process that followed, absorbed German civil society into Nazi-controlled organizations. Labor unions were replaced by the German Labour Front. Independent newspapers were closed or placed under party control, and cultural organizations were integrated into the Reich Chamber of Culture. This process avoided the chaos that might have resulted from simply destroying existing institutions, instead transforming them into instruments of regime control while maintaining surface continuity with previous arrangements. Nazi propaganda techniques represented the culmination of lessons learned from earlier Machiavellian practitioners. Joseph Goebbels, who directed the regime's information campaigns, understood that effective propaganda required emotional appeals rather than rational argument, and that repetition of simple messages worked better than complex explanations. The Nazi use of radio broadcasting, mass rallies and cinema created an information environment where alternative viewpoints became increasingly difficult to sustain, while the regime's control over education ensured that younger Germans absorbed Nazi ideology from childhood. The persecution of German Jews demonstrated how modern states could implement systematic discrimination through bureaucratic procedures that avoided dramatic confrontations. Rather than immediately resorting to mass violence, the Nazi regime gradually excluded Jews from various professions and social activities through legal measures that appeared to maintain rule of law. The Nuremberg Laws of 1935 codified racial distinctions that had previously existed as informal prejudices, creating a legal framework for further persecution while maintaining the appearance of orderly government. In the Soviet Union, Joseph Stalin's rise to power after Lenin's death in 1924 provided another example of how cunning politicians could outmaneuver seemingly more qualified rivals. Stalin's position as General Secretary of the Communist Party had initially seemed less important than the roles held by more prominent Bolsheviks like Leon Trotsky or Nikolai Bukharin. However, Stalin understood that controlling party appointments and organizational details could prove more valuable than intellectual brilliance or revolutionary credentials. Stalin's campaign against Trotsky revealed a sophisticated understanding of how to destroy political enemies through character assassination and bureaucratic manipulation. Rather than attacking Trotsky's policies directly, Stalin portrayed him as an unreliable ally who had joined the Bolsheviks only during 1917 and whose international perspective conflicted with Russian national interests. This approach exploited existing prejudices within the party while avoiding ideological debates that might have favored Trotsky's superior theoretical knowledge. The doctrine of socialism in one country that Stalin promoted during the mid-1920s demonstrated how successful politicians could transform apparent weaknesses into sources of strength. The failure of communist revolutions in Germany and other European countries had disappointed many Bolsheviks, who expected the Russian Revolution to trigger worldwide upheaval. Stalin reframed this disappointment as an opportunity for the Soviet Union to demonstrate socialist success through its own development, appealing to Russian nationalism while criticizing his rivals as insufficiently committed to Soviet priorities. Stalin's economic policies during the first five-year plan launched in 1928 revealed his willingness to accept enormous human costs in pursuit of political objectives. The forced collectivization of agriculture disrupted traditional farming practices and contributed to famines that killed millions of peasants, particularly in Ukraine. However, Stalin calculated that rapid industrialization required extracting maximum agricultural surplus to fund factory construction and urban development, regardless of rural suffering. The Great Terror that peaked during 1937 and 1938 represented the most systematic application of Machiavellian principles in modern history. Unlike previous purges that had targeted specific opposition groups, Stalin's terror campaign eliminated potential rivals throughout Soviet society, including many of his own supporters who posed no immediate threat to his power. This seemingly irrational violence actually reflected careful calculation about the requirements of absolute authority in a modern state. The show trials that preceded mass executions demonstrated Stalin's understanding of how public confessions could legitimize state violence. Former Bolshevik leaders like Bukharin and Grigory Zinoviev were forced to confess to elaborate conspiracies against the Soviet state, providing legal justification for their executions while discrediting alternative approaches to communist development. These confessions were extracted through months of psychological torture that broke down victims' resistance while maintaining the appearance of voluntary cooperation with judicial procedures. The elimination of military leadership during the terror revealed Stalin's determination to prevent any institution from developing independent authority that might challenge his personal rule. The execution of Marshal Mikhail Tukhachevsky and other senior officers severely weakened Soviet military capability on the eve of World War II, but Stalin calculated that political reliability mattered more than professional competence. This decision reflected classic Machiavellian logic about the dangers of allowing subordinates to develop their own power bases, even when their loyalty appeared unquestionable. The terror's impact on ordinary Soviet citizens created a climate of fear that eliminated potential resistance while encouraging active collaboration with state authorities. The NKVD's network of informants penetrated every workplace and neighborhood, making private criticism of the regime extremely dangerous while rewarding those who demonstrated enthusiasm for official policies. This system of mutual surveillance transformed Soviet society into what one observer called a nation of accomplices, where survival required not just passive compliance, but active participation in the regime's violence. The international implications of these developments became clear as the 1930s progressed. The success of totalitarian movements in Italy, Germany, and the Soviet Union demonstrated that liberal democracy was not the inevitable result of modern economic and social development. Instead, these regimes showed how new technologies and organizational techniques could create more effective forms of authoritarian rule than had existed in previous centuries. The Spanish Civil War that began in 1936 provided a testing ground for these competing systems. Hitler and Mussolini supported Francisco Franco's nationalist forces with modern weapons and military advisors, viewing the conflict as an opportunity to test their military capabilities while preventing the establishment of another leftist government in Western Europe. Stalin provided more limited assistance to the Republican government, but he also used Soviet aid to eliminate non-communist leftists within the Republican coalition, demonstrating how international conflicts could serve domestic political purposes. The Munich Agreement of 1938 revealed how democratic leaders could adopt Machiavellian tactics when facing determined opponents. British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain and French Premier Édouard Daladier sacrificed Czechoslovakia's independence to avoid immediate war with Germany, calculating that their nations needed more time to prepare for eventual conflict. This decision reflected rational assessment of military realities, but it also demonstrated how democratic politicians could abandon moral commitments when strategic interests required different courses of action. Hitler's violation of the Munich Agreement through his occupation of remaining Czech territories in March 1939 showed how successful aggression could encourage further expansion rather than satisfying ambitious leaders. The ease of this conquest convinced Hitler that Western democracies lacked the will to resist German expansion, encouraging the increasingly reckless policies that would eventually trigger World War II. The Nazi-Soviet Pact, signed in August 1939, represented the ultimate triumph of Machiavellian calculation over ideological commitment. Hitler and Stalin, whose movements had portrayed each other as mortal enemies, agreed to divide Poland between them while giving Germany freedom to attack Western Europe without fear of a two-front war. This agreement shocked observers who had assumed that fascist and communist regimes could never cooperate. But it reflected both leaders' understanding that temporary alliances could serve long-term strategic objectives even when fundamental conflicts remained unresolved. The outbreak of World War II in September 1939 marked the culmination of 2 decades of increasingly sophisticated Machiavellian statecraft. The war that followed would demonstrate how the techniques perfected by totalitarian regimes could be adapted by democratic governments facing existential threats, blurring the moral distinctions that had seemed clear during peacetime. The conflict would also reveal the ultimate limitations of purely Machiavellian approaches to international relations, as the attempt to achieve absolute security through unlimited expansion ultimately created coalitions capable of destroying even the most successful aggressive states. Cold War calculations. The mushroom clouds that rose over Hiroshima and Nagasaki in August 1945 announced the arrival of a new era in Machiavellian statecraft. Nuclear weapons fundamentally altered the calculations of power, creating for the first time in human history the possibility that political conflicts could literally end civilization. This unprecedented situation required political leaders to develop new forms of Machiavellian thinking that could manage competition between superpowers without triggering mutual annihilation. President Harry Truman's decision to use atomic weapons against Japan demonstrated how democratic leaders could adopt the most ruthless tactics when they believed circumstances required them. Truman and his advisors understood that the bombs would kill hundreds of thousands of Japanese civilians, but they calculated that this massive loss of life would convince Emperor Hirohito to surrender without requiring an invasion that might cost even more lives. The decision also reflected strategic thinking about the post-war balance of power, as American officials wanted to end the Pacific War before Soviet forces could occupy significant Japanese territory. The immediate aftermath of the atomic bombings revealed how nuclear weapons could serve as instruments of diplomatic as well as military pressure. The Soviet Union's delayed entry into the war against Japan had been carefully timed to maximize territorial gains while minimizing military costs, but the sudden Japanese surrender left Stalin with limited opportunities for expansion in East Asia. American possession of nuclear weapons also influenced Soviet behavior in Europe, where Stalin moderated some of his demands rather than risk direct confrontation with a nuclear-armed opponent. However, the temporary American nuclear monopoly also encouraged overconfidence among Western leaders who failed to anticipate how quickly the Soviet Union would develop its own atomic capabilities. When the Soviets successfully tested their first nuclear device in August 1949, it created a balance of terror that would define international relations for the next 4 decades. This development vindicated Stalin's massive investment in nuclear research during the immediate post-war period, demonstrating how Machiavellian leaders could pursue long-term strategic objectives even while appearing to cooperate with temporary allies. The doctrine of mutually assured destruction that emerged during the 1950s represented perhaps the most sophisticated application of Machiavellian logic in human history. Both superpowers recognized that nuclear war would destroy their own societies along with their enemies, creating a situation where the threat of ultimate violence paradoxically served to preserve peace. This balance required each side to maintain credible retaliatory capabilities while avoiding provocations that might trigger accidental war, combining maximum preparation for violence with careful restraint in its application. The Cuban Missile Crisis of October 1962 provided the most dramatic test of nuclear-age Machiavellianism. Premier Nikita Khrushchev's decision to place Soviet missiles in Cuba reflected his calculation that American leaders would accept this fait accompli rather than risk nuclear war over what appeared to be a limited change in the strategic balance. Khrushchev had successfully tested American resolve during previous crises in Berlin and elsewhere, leading him to believe that President John Kennedy lacked the determination to risk global catastrophe over Soviet missiles in the Caribbean. Kennedy's response demonstrated how democratic leaders could combine public firmness with private flexibility when facing nuclear blackmail. The naval quarantine imposed on Cuba created military pressure on the Soviet Union while avoiding direct attacks that might have triggered immediate escalation. Simultaneously, Kennedy authorized secret negotiations that offered American concessions, including the withdrawal of Jupiter missiles from Turkey, in exchange for Soviet removal of missiles from Cuba. This combination of public confrontation and private compromise allowed both leaders to claim victory while avoiding nuclear war. The resolution of the missile crisis revealed important truths about nuclear-age power politics. Khrushchev's miscalculation cost him his position as Soviet leader, demonstrating that even successful Machiavellian politicians could be destroyed by single strategic errors when the stakes involved nuclear weapons. Kennedy's handling of the crisis enhanced his reputation for toughness, but it also taught him valuable lessons about the dangers of nuclear brinkmanship that would influence American policy throughout the remainder of the Cold War. The development of intelligence agencies as instruments of superpower competition represented another innovation in Machiavellian statecraft. The Central Intelligence Agency, created by the United States in 1947 and the Committee for State Security, established by the Soviet Union, provided both governments with capabilities for secret intervention in other countries' internal affairs. These organizations could pursue aggressive policies while maintaining official deniability, allowing superpower competition to continue without direct military confrontation. The CIA's early operations in Iran and Guatemala established patterns that would be repeated throughout the Cold War. The 1953 coup that restored the Shah to power in Iran demonstrated how intelligence agencies could use relatively small amounts of money and limited numbers of personnel to overthrow governments that opposed American interests. The operation succeeded by exploiting existing divisions within Iranian society while providing crucial coordination and resources to anti-government forces. This approach allowed the United States to achieve major strategic objectives without deploying military forces or making formal diplomatic commitments. Similarly, the 1954 intervention in Guatemala showed how economic pressure could be combined with covert action to destabilize unfriendly governments. The CIA's support for Guatemalan exiles was coordinated with economic sanctions imposed by American corporations, particularly the United Fruit Company, which had extensive business interests in the country. This combination of public and private pressure created multiple sources of instability that ultimately brought down the democratically elected government of Jacobo Arbenz. Soviet intelligence operations followed similar patterns while adapting to different political conditions in Eastern Europe and other regions. The KGB's role in suppressing the Hungarian Revolution of 1956 and the Prague Spring of 1968 demonstrated how intelligence organizations could coordinate with military forces to maintain Soviet control over satellite states. These operations succeeded by combining infiltration of opposition movements with rapid deployment of overwhelming force, preventing effective resistance while minimizing international outcry. The construction of the Berlin Wall in August 1961 provided perhaps the most visible symbol of Cold War Machiavellianism. East German leader Walter Ulbricht's decision to seal the border between East and West Berlin addressed the urgent problem of population flight that was undermining the viability of the communist regime. However, the operation also required careful coordination with Soviet authorities and precise timing to avoid triggering Western military intervention. The wall's construction demonstrated a sophisticated understanding of Western psychology and decision-making processes. By beginning construction on a weekend when most Western officials were away from their offices, East German authorities created facts on the ground before effective opposition could be organized. The gradual escalation from barbed wire barriers to concrete walls allowed Western leaders to adjust to each stage of the process without facing a single decisive moment that might have required military response. The American failure to challenge the wall's construction reflected the limitations of nuclear threats in dealing with limited provocations. President Kennedy recognized that American vital interests were not threatened by the division of Berlin, despite the city's symbolic importance for Western prestige. This restraint demonstrated how nuclear weapons could actually constrain superpower behavior by making the costs of escalation too high relative to the stakes involved in particular disputes. The Vietnam War provided the most extensive test of American Machiavellian capabilities during the Cold War era. The gradual escalation of American involvement reflected multiple calculations about credibility, domestic politics, and global strategy. Presidents Eisenhower, Kennedy, and Johnson each inherited commitments made by their predecessors while facing pressure to demonstrate American resolve against communist expansion. The Gulf of Tonkin incident in August 1964 demonstrated how democratic governments could manipulate public opinion to support military actions that served broader strategic objectives. President Johnson used reports of North Vietnamese attacks on American destroyers to secure congressional authorization for expanded military involvement in Southeast Asia, even though the evidence for these attacks remained questionable. This manipulation of intelligence allowed Johnson to escalate American involvement while claiming to respond to enemy aggression rather than pursuing predetermined strategic goals. The secret bombing campaigns in Cambodia and Laos revealed how modern governments could conduct extensive military operations while maintaining official denials of their activities. These operations reflected Machiavellian calculation that expanded warfare was necessary to prevent North Vietnamese victory, but they also demonstrated the dangers of conducting foreign policy through deception. When these secret wars were eventually exposed, they contributed to a crisis of public confidence that ultimately undermined American war efforts. The Phoenix program implemented by American and South Vietnamese forces represented systematic application of terror tactics against suspected communist sympathizers. This program targeted civilian infrastructure, supporting the Viet Cong through assassination, torture, and intimidation campaigns that violated traditional American principles about warfare and human rights. However, military commanders argued that conventional tactics were inadequate against an enemy that operated within the civilian population, requiring counter-terror measures that matched communist brutality. The ultimate failure of American strategy in Vietnam demonstrated important limitations of Machiavellian approaches to international relations. Despite massive military superiority and extensive use of both conventional and unconventional tactics, the United States proved unable to create a viable South Vietnamese government that could survive without permanent American support. This failure reflected the difficulty of using external force to resolve internal political conflicts, particularly when the intervening power lacked deep understanding of local conditions and motivations. Meanwhile, the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan in December 1979 provided a parallel example of superpower overreach based on Machiavellian miscalculations. Premier Leonid Brezhnev and his advisors decided to intervene in Afghanistan's civil war to prevent the collapse of a communist government that had taken power through a military coup in 1978. Soviet leaders calculated that a limited military intervention could stabilize the situation quickly, allowing them to maintain influence in a strategically important region while demonstrating resolve to other allies. The Afghan intervention reflected classic Machiavellian logic about the need to support allies regardless of their domestic legitimacy or popular support. Soviet officials recognized that the People's Democratic Party of Afghanistan commanded little genuine popular backing, but they believed that military force could compensate for political weakness until economic development and social reforms won over the population. This calculation proved disastrously wrong as Soviet forces became bogged down in a guerrilla war that lasted nearly a decade and contributed significantly to the eventual collapse of the Soviet Union. The American response to the Soviet invasion demonstrated how intelligence agencies could exploit enemy weaknesses through carefully planned covert operations. The CIA's support for Afghan Mujahideen fighters provided weapons, training, and financial assistance that significantly increased the costs of Soviet occupation. This support was channeled primarily through Pakistani intelligence services, allowing the United States to maintain official deniability while pursuing policies that directly challenged Soviet interests. The Chilean coup of September 11th, 1973, provided perhaps the most clear-cut example of Cold War Machiavellianism in action. The overthrow of democratically elected President Salvador Allende resulted from a complex conspiracy involving Chilean military officers, domestic opposition groups, and extensive American support coordinated through the CIA. This operation demonstrated how superpower competition could override democratic principles when strategic interests appeared to require authoritarian solutions. The American campaign against Allende began even before he took office, reflecting calculations that a Marxist government in South America would encourage similar movements throughout the region while providing the Soviet Union with strategic opportunities in the Western Hemisphere. President Richard Nixon and National Security Advisor Henry Kissinger authorized a comprehensive program of economic pressure, political subversion, and military plotting designed to prevent Allende from consolidating power or implementing his socialist agenda. The economic warfare conducted against Chile included pressure on international lending institutions to deny credit, encouragement of strikes by opposition groups, and coordination with multinational corporations to reduce investment and trade. ITT Corporation and other American companies with Chilean interests actively supported these efforts, demonstrating how private economic power could be mobilized for geopolitical objectives. This comprehensive economic pressure created the social instability that military conspirators needed to justify their intervention. The role of General Augusto Pinochet in the coup revealed how intelligence agencies could identify and cultivate foreign assets who would serve American interests while pursuing their own domestic agendas. Pinochet had not been the CIA's first choice to lead the military government, but his willingness to implement radical economic reforms along with ruthless political repression made him an ideal partner for American policymakers who prioritized anti-communist goals over democratic principles. The economic policies implemented by Pinochet's government, heavily influenced by economists trained at the University of Chicago, demonstrated how authoritarian regimes could serve as laboratories for radical free market experiments. The elimination of labor unions, privatization of state enterprises, and reduction of social programs created conditions that would have been impossible to implement through democratic processes. These policies eventually produced significant economic growth, but they also increased inequality and required systematic repression of political opposition. The human costs of Pinochet's rule illustrated the moral compromises inherent in Machiavellian statecraft. Over 3,000 Chileans were killed or disappeared during the military dictatorship, while tens of thousands more were tortured or forced into exile. American officials who supported the coup were aware that these abuses would occur, but they calculated that preventing communist influence in Chile justified accepting authoritarian brutality by anti-communist allies. The Iran-Contra affair of the 1980s revealed how American officials could pursue Machiavellian policies that violated both domestic law and official policy commitments. The Reagan administration's secret support for Nicaraguan rebels was designed to overthrow the Sandinista government without requiring congressional approval for direct military intervention. This operation reflected sophisticated understanding of how to use private networks and foreign intermediaries to achieve policy objectives while maintaining official deniability. The arms sales to Iran that funded the Contra support network demonstrated how geopolitical calculations could override ideological commitments and alliance relationships. Despite public denunciations of Iran as a terrorist state and official support for Iraq in the Iran-Iraq War, American officials secretly provided weapons to Iranian moderates in hopes of securing the release of American hostages and potentially improving long-term relations with a strategically important country. The exposure of these operations created a major political crisis for the Reagan administration, but it also revealed important truths about the institutional requirements of sustained Machiavellian policies. The Iran-Contra operations failed not because they violated moral principles, but because they required extensive deception of Congress and the American public that proved impossible to maintain indefinitely. This experience demonstrated how democratic constraints could limit the effectiveness of purely Machiavellian approaches to foreign policy. The emergence of international terrorism during the 1970s and 1980s created new challenges for Machiavellian statecraft. Groups like the Palestine Liberation Organization, the Irish Republican Army, and various European leftist organizations used violence against civilian targets to achieve political objectives that conventional military or political means could not accomplish. These tactics represented the democratization of Machiavellian methods, as relatively small groups could now influence international politics through spectacular acts of violence that attracted global media attention. State sponsorship of terrorism provided governments with another tool for pursuing foreign policy objectives while maintaining official deniability. Countries like Libya, Syria, and Iran supported various terrorist organizations as a means of pressuring enemies and advancing regional influence without risking direct military confrontation. This approach allowed relatively weak states to punch above their weight in international affairs, while avoiding the conventional military capabilities that would have made them vulnerable to retaliation. The American response to international terrorism revealed the difficulties of applying traditional Machiavellian logic to unconventional threats. Military retaliation against state sponsors of terrorism could be effective in some cases, as demonstrated by the 1986 bombing of Libya following terrorist attacks linked to Muammar Gaddafi's government. However, terrorist organizations that operated across multiple countries and maintained loose command structures proved much more difficult to deter or destroy through conventional military means. The development of corporate Machiavellianism during the Cold War period represented another significant evolution in the application of power politics to economic competition. Multinational corporations had existed since the 19th century, but the expansion of global trade and investment during the post-war period created unprecedented opportunities for economic actors to influence political decisions in multiple countries simultaneously. The role of the military-industrial complex in American politics demonstrated how private economic interests could shape public policy through sophisticated lobbying and revolving door relationships between government and industry. Defense contractors like Lockheed Martin, Boeing, and General Dynamics developed extensive networks of influence that included former government officials, congressional staff members, and military officers who moved between public service and private employment. This system created powerful incentives for policies that emphasized military solutions to international problems while generating profitable contracts for well-connected companies. The international arms trade that flourished during the Cold War provided opportunities for both superpowers to advance their strategic objectives while generating significant profits for their domestic defense industries. American and Soviet weapons sales to developing countries often determined the outcomes of regional conflicts, while creating long-term dependencies that served broader geopolitical purposes. Countries that purchased weapons systems from one superpower found themselves requiring spare parts, training and technical support that made switching to alternative suppliers extremely difficult. Environmental destruction during this period reflected the subordination of ecological concerns to short-term economic and political objectives. The nuclear weapons testing programs conducted by both superpowers contaminated vast areas while exposing military personnel and nearby civilian populations to dangerous radiation levels. Industrial development in both capitalist and communist countries prioritized rapid growth over environmental protection, creating pollution problems that would require decades to address. The chemical industry's handling of environmental and health risks provided particularly clear examples of corporate Machiavellianism in action. Companies like DuPont and Monsanto conducted internal research that revealed serious health risks associated with their products, but they chose to suppress this information while continuing to market dangerous chemicals to unsuspecting consumers. This approach maximized short-term profits while transferring long-term costs to society as a whole, demonstrating how private actors could pursue Machiavellian strategies that paralleled government behavior in international relations. The tobacco industry's campaign to obscure the health risks of smoking represented perhaps the most sophisticated example of corporate deception during this period. Internal documents later revealed that tobacco companies had understood the connection between smoking and cancer as early as the 1950s, but they invested millions of dollars in research programs and public relations campaigns designed to create doubt about scientific evidence. This strategy successfully delayed government regulation for decades, while generating enormous profits from products that killed millions of consumers. The advertising industry's development of psychological manipulation techniques provided another dimension of Cold War-era Machiavellianism. Market researchers and advertisers developed increasingly sophisticated methods for influencing consumer behavior through appeals to unconscious desires and fears. These techniques were later adapted for political campaigns, creating new forms of propaganda that could operate within democratic systems while undermining informed public debate about policy issues. The role of television in shaping public opinion during this period cannot be overstated. The visual medium's emotional impact made it particularly effective for propaganda purposes, while the concentration of ownership in major networks created opportunities for coordinated influence over public perceptions. Government officials and corporate executives developed close relationships with media executives that facilitated the dissemination of information that served their strategic objectives while limiting coverage of inconvenient facts or alternative viewpoints. The feminist movement and civil rights struggles of the 1960s and 1970s faced sophisticated Machiavellian opposition from established interests that recognized the threat these movements posed to existing power structures. Government intelligence agencies conducted extensive surveillance and disruption operations against civil rights leaders like Martin Luther King Jr. and feminist organizers, using techniques originally developed for counterintelligence operations against foreign enemies. The COINTELPRO program implemented by the FBI demonstrated how democratic governments could use police powers to suppress domestic political movements that challenged official policies. These operations included infiltrating activist organizations, spreading disinformation to create internal conflicts, and coordinating with local police forces to harass and intimidate movement leaders. The program's exposure during the mid-1970s revealed the extent to which intelligence agencies had exceeded their legal authority while pursuing political objectives that served partisan rather than national interests. Corporate opposition to environmental and labor organizing reflected similar Machiavellian calculations about the costs of political change. Companies facing regulatory pressure or union organizing campaigns developed sophisticated strategies for influencing public opinion while undermining their opponents' credibility and resources. These campaigns often involved creating front organizations that appeared to represent grassroots concerns while actually serving corporate interests, demonstrating how private actors could adapt government propaganda techniques for commercial purposes. The collapse of the Soviet Union between 1989 and 1991 marked the end of the Cold War era and provided important lessons about the limitations of purely Machiavellian approaches to governance. The Soviet system's emphasis on political control over economic efficiency had created deep structural problems that became increasingly difficult to manage as global competition intensified. Mikhail Gorbachev's attempts to reform the system through glasnost and perestroika inadvertently accelerated its disintegration by loosening central control without creating effective alternative institutions. The peaceful nature of the Soviet collapse surprised observers who had expected the nuclear-armed superpower to use military force to preserve its empire. However, the events of 1989 to 1991 demonstrated how even the most powerful authoritarian systems could lose legitimacy when they failed to deliver promised benefits to their populations. The inability of Soviet leaders to use violence effectively against mass demonstrations reflected not moral restraint, but rather recognition that military force could not solve fundamental economic and political problems. The role of Ronald Reagan's military buildup in contributing to Soviet collapse remains controversial, but it clearly imposed significant costs on an already strained economy. The Strategic Defense Initiative announced in 1983 forced Soviet leaders to contemplate massive investments in new weapons systems at a time when their existing military spending was already unsustainable. This pressure contributed to Gorbachev's conclusion that fundamental reforms were necessary to restore Soviet competitiveness with the West. Digital Age Machiavelli. The collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991 created unprecedented opportunities for American global dominance, but it also eliminated the strategic clarity that had defined international relations for nearly half a century. The end of superpower competition removed important constraints on international behavior while creating new forms of instability as ethnic conflicts, religious extremism, and economic inequality filled the vacuum left by retreating communist influence. The Persian Gulf War of 1991 demonstrated how advanced military technology could enable rapid victory against conventional opponents while serving broader strategic objectives. President George H.W. Bush's decision to expel Iraqi forces from Kuwait reflected not just concern for Kuwaiti sovereignty, but also determination to prevent Saddam Hussein from controlling a larger share of global oil reserves. The war's swift conclusion and limited casualties for coalition forces created a model for future American military interventions that appeared to offer decisive results with acceptable costs. The extensive media coverage of the Gulf War revealed how modern governments could use television and other communications technologies to build public support for military operations. The Pentagon's careful management of information during the conflict ensured that news coverage emphasized American technological superiority and humanitarian objectives while minimizing attention to civilian casualties or broader strategic questions. This approach created public expectations that future wars could be conducted with similar precision and limited American losses. The expansion of NATO eastward during the 1990s represented a classic application of Machiavellian logic to post-Cold War conditions. American policymakers calculated that extending security guarantees to former Warsaw Pact countries would prevent the emergence of a power vacuum in Central Europe while demonstrating continued American leadership in international affairs. This expansion served American strategic interests by ensuring that unified Germany remained embedded within American-led institutions, rather than developing independent relationships with Russia or other powers. Russian opposition to NATO expansion reflected Moscow's understanding that American policies were designed to prevent Russian recovery as a major power. President Boris Yeltsin and his advisors recognized that former Soviet allies' integration into Western institutions would permanently reduce Russian influence while creating potential security threats along Russia's borders. However, Russia's economic weakness during the 1990s limited its ability to offer credible alternatives to Western integration for countries seeking security guarantees. The development of the Internet during this period created revolutionary new opportunities for information warfare and political manipulation. The decentralized nature of Internet communications initially appeared to favor democratic movements by enabling rapid coordination of opposition activities and circumventing government control over traditional media. However, sophisticated actors quickly learned how to exploit these same technologies for surveillance, disinformation, and social control purposes. The use of social media platforms for political manipulation emerged gradually as tech companies developed increasingly sophisticated methods for analyzing user behavior and targeting specific audiences with customized content. The business models adopted by companies like Facebook and Google created powerful incentives for generating engagement, regardless of content quality or accuracy, leading to the proliferation of sensational and divisive information that undermined informed public debate. The Cambridge Analytica scandal revealed how political actors could exploit social media data to influence electoral outcomes through micro-targeted advertising and psychological manipulation. The company's work on behalf of various political campaigns demonstrated how advanced data analytics could identify persuadable voters and deliver customized messages designed to influence their political preferences. This approach represented a sophisticated evolution of traditional propaganda techniques adapted to the digital age. Russian interference in the 2016 American presidential election provided a dramatic example of how foreign powers could exploit social media platforms to influence domestic political processes in other countries. The Internet Research Agency and other Russian organizations created fake social media accounts and websites that spread divisive content designed to exacerbate existing social tensions while undermining confidence in democratic institutions. This campaign demonstrated how relatively small investments in information warfare could potentially influence major political outcomes in target countries. The Chinese government's development of comprehensive internet censorship and surveillance systems revealed how authoritarian regimes could adapt digital technologies to enhance rather than threaten their control over domestic populations. The Great Firewall of China blocked access to foreign websites and social media platforms while enabling extensive monitoring of citizens' online activities. This system created a controlled information environment that supported government messaging while identifying potential dissidents for further surveillance or punishment. The social credit system implemented by Chinese authorities represented the ultimate application of digital technology to social control. This system collected data from multiple sources, including financial transactions, social media activity, and even facial recognition cameras, to assign numerical scores that determined citizens' access to various services and opportunities. High scores enabled preferential treatment for loans, travel and employment, while low scores resulted in restrictions that could effectively exclude individuals from full participation in society. The Arab Spring that began in Tunisia during December 2010 initially appeared to demonstrate how digital technologies could empower democratic movements against authoritarian governments. Social media platforms enabled rapid coordination of protests while circumventing traditional media outlets controlled by government authorities. The success of demonstrators in overthrowing long-established dictatorships in Tunisia, Egypt and Libya encouraged similar movements throughout the Middle East and North Africa. However, the aftermath of these revolutions revealed important limitations of digital organizing and the continued importance of traditional political institutions. The Egyptian military's overthrow of democratically elected President Mohamed Morsi in 2013 demonstrated how social media mobilization could not substitute for deep organizational structures capable of governing complex societies. The army's ability to present its coup as responding to popular demonstrations showed how Machiavellian actors could exploit the same technologies that had enabled democratic movements. The Syrian civil war that began in 2011 provided the most tragic example of how authoritarian regimes could adapt to digital age challenges through escalating brutality. President Bashar al-Assad's government responded to initial peaceful demonstrations with increasing violence that deliberately escalated the conflict into a sectarian civil war. This strategy reflected the calculation that a bloody stalemate would be preferable to a negotiated transition that might remove the regime from power. The use of chemical weapons by Syrian government forces represented a deliberate violation of international law designed to terrorize opposition-controlled areas while testing international resolve. Assad's calculation that other powers would not risk major military intervention to enforce chemical weapons. Prohibitions proved largely correct, demonstrating how regional conflicts could serve as testing grounds for international norms and commitments. The refugee crisis generated by the Syrian conflict became a weapon that could be used to destabilize neighboring countries and pressure European governments. The deliberate targeting of hospitals, schools, and other civilian infrastructure by Syrian and Russian forces was designed to make opposition-controlled areas uninhabitable, forcing population displacement that would burden Assad's enemies while reducing potential support for rebel forces. Russian intervention in Syria, beginning in 2015, demonstrated how military support for allied governments could serve multiple strategic objectives simultaneously. Vladimir Putin's decision to deploy air power and military advisors to support Assad reflected not just concern for Syrian stability, but also opportunities to challenge American influence in the Middle East, while testing military capabilities and demonstrating Russian reliability as an ally. The information warfare campaign that accompanied Russian military intervention revealed sophisticated understanding of how to shape international perceptions of conflict. Russian media outlets and social media operations promoted narratives that portrayed the intervention as fighting terrorism, while characterizing opposition forces as extremist groups threatening regional stability. This messaging campaign complicated Western efforts to build support for alternative policies, while creating confusion about the underlying facts of the conflict. Putin's broader approach to international relations represented a systematic application of Machiavellian principles to post-Cold War conditions. Recognizing that Russia could not compete with the United States through conventional measures of power, Putin developed strategies that exploited Western vulnerabilities while maximizing Russian influence through unconventional means. These tactics included cyber warfare, energy diplomacy, support for extremist political movements, and military interventions in neighbouring countries. The annexation of Crimea in March 2014 demonstrated how modern states could use military force while maintaining official deniability through sophisticated deception operations. Russian special forces, without identifying insignia, seized key installations throughout the peninsula, while Russian media portrayed the operation as a spontaneous uprising by local residents seeking protection from Ukrainian extremists. This approach enabled rapid territorial conquest while complicating international responses by obscuring the clear act of aggression. The broader conflict in eastern Ukraine revealed how hybrid warfare techniques could destabilize target countries without triggering massive international retaliation. Russian support for separatist forces included weapons, training, and personnel, while maintaining official denials of direct involvement. This support was sufficient to prevent Ukrainian government control over rebel territories while avoiding the legal and political consequences of formal military intervention. The Malaysian Airlines Flight 17 shootdown in July 2014 demonstrated the risks inherent in these hybrid warfare approaches. The missile attack that killed 298 civilian passengers and crew members was almost certainly conducted by Russian-backed forces using Russian-supplied weapons, but the complexity of the conflict situation enabled prolonged disputes about responsibility and accountability. This tragedy illustrated how proxy warfare could generate unintended consequences that embarrassed even sophisticated sponsors. The development of cyber warfare capabilities by various nations created new opportunities for Machiavellian statecraft that operated below the threshold of traditional military conflict. Nation-state hackers could steal intellectual property, disrupt critical infrastructure, and manipulate information systems while maintaining plausible deniability about their activities. These capabilities were particularly attractive to countries like China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea, that lacked the conventional military power to challenge stronger opponents directly. The Chinese government's systematic theft of intellectual property through cyber espionage represented perhaps the largest transfer of wealth in human history. Advanced persistent threat groups linked to Chinese intelligence services penetrated thousands of foreign companies and government agencies to steal trade secrets, research data, and strategic information. This campaign enabled Chinese companies to accelerate their technological development while avoiding the research and development costs that their competitors had invested over decades. The Russian interference in multiple Western elections demonstrated how cyber capabilities could be used to undermine democratic institutions without direct military action. Beyond the 2016 American presidential election, Russian operations targeted electoral processes in France, Germany, the United Kingdom, and other democratic countries through hacking, disinformation campaigns, and support for extremist political movements. These operations reflected systematic effort to weaken Western unity while promoting political outcomes favorable to Russian interests. The rise of Amazon under Jeff Bezos provided a compelling example of how digital-age corporations could achieve monopolistic power through strategies that combined customer service with ruthless competitive practices. Amazon's willingness to operate at losses for extended periods enabled the company to undercut competitors while building market dominance that could later be monetized through higher prices and fees. This approach required access to vast amounts of investor capital, but ultimately created a platform that controlled significant portions of online commerce. Amazon's treatment of warehouse workers and delivery drivers revealed how modern corporations could exploit technological monitoring capabilities to extract maximum productivity from employees while maintaining public images as innovative and progressive employers. The company's use of surveillance technology to track worker movements and productivity created working conditions that many employees found oppressive, but the scale of Amazon's operations and its importance to customers made organized resistance extremely difficult. The expansion of Amazon Web Services into cloud computing demonstrated how dominance in one market could create opportunities for expansion into related areas with significant strategic implications. AWS became the infrastructure provider for numerous government agencies and private companies, giving Amazon unprecedented insight into their operations while creating dependencies that would be difficult to break. This market position provided Amazon with both commercial advantages and potential influence over public policy decisions. Google's evolution from a search engine company into a comprehensive information conglomerate illustrated similar dynamics in the digital economy. The company's advertising-based business model created incentives to collect as much personal data as possible about users while developing algorithmic systems that could predict and influence their behavior. Google's integration of email, maps, video, and other services created a comprehensive surveillance apparatus that generated enormous profits while raising serious questions about privacy and market concentration. The manipulation of search results and news feeds by tech companies created new forms of information control that could influence public opinion without obvious censorship. Google's algorithm changes could dramatically affect the visibility of particular websites or viewpoints, while Facebook's news feed algorithms determined which information billions of users would see about current events. These decisions were typically presented as technical or business choices, but they had significant political implications that were rarely subjected to public debate or accountability mechanisms. The pharmaceutical industry's response to the opioid crisis demonstrated how established corporations could adapt Machiavellian techniques to exploit regulatory systems and public health institutions. Companies like Purdue Pharma aggressively marketed opioid painkillers while suppressing internal research that revealed their addictive properties. This campaign involved corrupting medical education, influencing regulatory agencies, and creating fake grassroots organizations that promoted expanded use of opioid medications. The legal strategies employed by pharmaceutical companies to avoid accountability for the opioid crisis revealed sophisticated understanding of how to use bankruptcy laws and corporate structures to shield assets while avoiding compensation for victims. Purdue Pharma's bankruptcy filing enabled the Sackler family to preserve billions of dollars in personal wealth while providing minimal compensation to communities devastated by opioid addiction. This outcome demonstrated how wealthy individuals could exploit legal systems designed to protect legitimate business activities. The rise of private military contractors during the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan created new opportunities for corporations to profit from government military operations while avoiding traditional accountability mechanisms. Companies like Blackwater provided security services that enabled smaller deployments of regular military forces while generating substantial profits for well-connected entrepreneurs. However, the use of contractors also created problems of coordination and accountability that complicated military operations and diplomatic relations. The increasing privatization of government functions across multiple policy areas reflected broader trends toward using market mechanisms to deliver public services. This approach was often justified as improving efficiency and reducing costs, but it also created new opportunities for political manipulation and corruption. Private companies providing government services had strong incentives to influence policy decisions that affected their contracts while avoiding public accountability mechanisms that applied to government agencies. The climate change crisis revealed fundamental limitations in existing political and economic systems' ability to address long-term threats that required coordinated international action. Despite overwhelming scientific evidence about the risks of continued fossil fuel consumption, governments and corporations continued to prioritize short-term economic interests over environmental sustainability. This failure reflected classic Machiavellian logic about the difficulty of making present sacrifices for future benefits, but it also created existential threats that could not be addressed through traditional power politics. The fossil fuel industry's campaign to discredit climate science represented a sophisticated application of techniques originally developed by the tobacco industry to obscure health risks. Energy companies funded research organizations and think tanks that generated studies questioning climate change science while supporting political candidates who opposed environmental regulations. This campaign successfully delayed policy responses for decades while generating enormous profits from continued fossil fuel consumption. The emergence of renewable energy technologies created new opportunities for countries and corporations to achieve strategic advantages through early adoption of transformative technologies. China's massive investments in solar panel manufacturing and electric vehicle production reflected understanding that leadership in clean energy industries could provide both economic benefits and geopolitical influence. This approach enabled China to dominate global supply chains for renewable energy equipment while reducing dependence on fossil fuel imports. The COVID-19 pandemic that began in late 2019 provided a comprehensive test of different governmental approaches to crisis management while creating new opportunities for Machiavellian manipulation. The initial Chinese response to the outbreak in Wuhan included suppressing information about human-to-human transmission and punishing doctors who attempted to warn colleagues about the new disease. This deception enabled the virus to spread internationally while giving Chinese authorities time to develop their own response strategies. The World Health Organization's initial reluctance to criticize Chinese handling of the outbreak reflected the complex politics of international organizations, where member countries could influence official positions through diplomatic pressure and financial contributions. The WHO's delayed declaration of a pandemic and inconsistent recommendations about travel restrictions and mask wearing created confusion that complicated national response efforts while protecting the organization's relationship with its most powerful members. Different national responses to the pandemic revealed important variations in governmental capacity and political culture that influenced policy effectiveness. Countries like South Korea, Taiwan, and New Zealand implemented comprehensive testing and contact tracing programs that successfully contained viral spread with minimal economic disruption. However, these successful approaches required levels of state capacity and social compliance that were not available in many other countries. The development of COVID-19 vaccines in record time demonstrated how massive government investments could accelerate technological innovation when political leaders faced sufficient pressure to act decisively. The Operation Warp Speed program in the United States and similar efforts in other countries provided pharmaceutical companies with guaranteed markets and reduced financial risks that enabled unprecedented speed in vaccine development and testing. However, the distribution of vaccines also revealed how health emergencies could become opportunities for geopolitical competition and domestic political manipulation. Wealthy countries secured most of the initial vaccine supplies, while poorer nations faced extended delays that prolonged the pandemic's global impact. Some governments used vaccine distribution to reward political supporters while punishing opponents, demonstrating how even public health measures could serve partisan political objectives. The economic disruptions caused by pandemic lockdowns created opportunities for wealth concentration that benefited some corporations while devastating small businesses and working-class communities. Technology companies like Amazon and Zoom experienced dramatic growth as consumers shifted to online shopping and remote work, while restaurants, retail stores, and personal service businesses faced bankruptcy or closure. These outcomes reflected market forces rather than deliberate policy choices, but they accelerated existing trends toward economic inequality and corporate concentration. The manipulation of pandemic-related information through social media platforms revealed how rapidly false information could spread in crisis situations while undermining public health efforts. Conspiracy theories about vaccine safety, alternative treatments, and government motives attracted millions of followers who rejected official health recommendations while promoting dangerous behaviors. These dynamics demonstrated how digital technologies that had initially appeared to democratize information could also amplify misinformation and social division. The rise of authoritarian populist movements in various democracies during the 2010s reflected sophisticated adaptation of Machiavellian techniques to contemporary political conditions. Leaders like Donald Trump in the United States Jair Bolsonaro in Brazil and Viktor Orban in Hungary combined appeals to nationalist sentiment with attacks on established institutions and traditional media outlets. These approaches enabled them to build dedicated followings while undermining democratic norms and accountability mechanisms. The use of social media platforms by populist leaders created new forms of direct communication with supporters that bypassed traditional gatekeepers and fact-checking mechanisms. Twitter and Facebook enabled these leaders to dominate news cycles through controversial statements while maintaining constant contact with their political bases. This approach required generating continuous controversy to maintain attention, but it also created opportunities to frame political debates on favourable terms while attacking opponents and critics. The January 6, 2021 attack on the United States Capitol represented the culmination of sustained efforts to undermine democratic institutions through false claims about electoral fraud. The coordination between various extremist groups and sympathetic government officials demonstrated how democratic systems could be vulnerable to internal threats when significant portions of the political establishment abandoned commitment to peaceful transitions of power. As we move deeper into the 21st century, the evolution of Machiavellian techniques continues to accelerate through the development of artificial intelligence, biotechnology, and other transformative technologies. These developments create unprecedented opportunities for both social control and resistance while raising fundamental questions about the compatibility of traditional democratic governance with rapidly changing technological and social conditions. The next phase of human political development will likely be shaped by how societies balance the pursuit of power with the need for institutions capable of managing complex, collective challenges that transcend national boundaries and partisan divisions. The psychology of power. The human mind transforms when it touches power, like metal changing shape under intense heat. For centuries, philosophers and rulers debated whether power corrupts or simply reveals what was always hidden inside people. Then modern science stepped in with laboratories, brain scanners, and carefully controlled experiments that finally answered these ancient questions with shocking precision. What researchers discovered changed everything we thought we knew about human nature, and why even good people can become monsters when given authority over others. The most famous experiment began on a quiet Sunday morning in August 1971, when Stanford University psychology professor Philip Zimbardo turned the basement of the psychology building into a mock prison. He had recruited 24 college students, all carefully screened to be mentally healthy, stable, and normal. These were not criminals or violent people, but regular young men who could have been anyone's sons or brothers. Zimbardo randomly assigned half to be guards and half to be prisoners, planning to study prison life for 2 weeks. What happened instead horrified the world and revealed terrifying truths about how quickly power can corrupt ordinary people. Within hours of the experiment beginning, the student guards began asserting their authority in small ways. They made the prisoners do push-ups, ordered them around, and started using harsh language. By the second day, the prisoners staged a rebellion, barricading themselves in their cells with their beds. The guards responded with fire extinguishers, stripping the prisoners naked, taking away their beds and putting the rebellion leaders in solitary confinement. What started as role-playing had become frighteningly real. The guards began waking prisoners at night for arbitrary counts, forcing them to clean toilets with their bare hands and making them perform degrading acts. Some guards worked extra shifts without being asked, seeming to enjoy their power over other human beings. The transformation was so complete that even Zimbardo himself got caught up in his role as prison superintendent. When his graduate student and girlfriend, Christina Maslach, visited the experiment, she was horrified by what she saw and demanded he stop it immediately. Only then did Zimbardo realize how far things had gone. The experiment that was supposed to last 2 weeks ended after just 6 days because the situation had become genuinely dangerous to the participants' mental health. The students playing prisoners showed signs of real trauma, depression, and emotional breakdown, while the guards had become genuinely cruel and authoritarian. The Stanford prison experiment proved that ordinary people could become oppressors almost overnight when given power over others and placed in a system that encouraged abuse. The uniforms, the rules, and the institutional setting had created a perfect storm where normal moral boundaries dissolved. This was not about bad people choosing to do evil things, but about how situations and systems could make good people do terrible things. The experiment showed that the atrocities committed by prison guards, police officers, soldiers, and other authority figures throughout history were not necessarily the result of individual evil, but of psychological forces that any human being could fall victim to when placed in the wrong circumstances. But power does not always need dramatic situations to corrupt. Stanley Milgram's experiments in the early 1960s showed that ordinary people would inflict pain on strangers simply because an authority figure told them to do so. Milgram had been trying to understand how the Holocaust could have happened, how millions of people could have participated in or ignored the systematic murder of 6 million Jews and millions of others. He designed an experiment where participants thought they were helping with a study about learning and memory, but they were actually the real subjects being studied. Each participant was paired with another person who was secretly working with Milgram. The participant was told to act as a teacher and ask questions to the learner, who was strapped into a chair in another room. Whenever the learner gave a wrong answer, the teacher was instructed to give them an electric shock, starting at 15 volts and increasing by 15 volts with each mistake. The shock machine had 30 switches, going all the way up to 450 volts, which was clearly marked as dangerous. Of course, no real shocks were being given, but the participants did not know this. They could hear the learner crying out in pain, begging to be released and eventually falling silent, suggesting they might have been knocked unconscious or even killed. The results were devastating for anyone who wanted to believe in human goodness. When Milgram asked psychiatrists, college students, and other experts to predict what would happen, they all said that virtually no one would go all the way to the highest voltage. They estimated that perhaps 1 in 1,000 people, only the most sadistic individuals, would be willing to potentially kill a stranger for the sake of an experiment. They were catastrophically wrong. In the basic version of the experiment, 65% of participants went all the way to the maximum shock level, even when they believed they might be killing the person in the other room. The participants were not monsters. Many of them showed clear signs of distress, sweating, trembling, and verbally protesting that they did not want to continue. But when the experimenter calmly told them that the experiment required them to continue, most people obeyed. They were not threatened or coerced in any dramatic way. A man in a lab coat simply told them that they had to keep going, and that was enough to make ordinary people willing to commit what they believed might be murder. Milgram's experiments revealed that the vast majority of people will follow orders from legitimate authority figures even when those orders conflict with their own moral beliefs and cause obvious harm to innocent people. These experiments fundamentally changed how we understand human nature and the psychology of evil. They showed that we are all much more vulnerable to becoming perpetrators of cruelty than we want to believe. The Holocaust, the My Lai massacre, the Abu Ghraib prison abuses, and countless other atrocities throughout history were not the result of uniquely evil people, but of ordinary individuals placed in situations where authority figures encouraged or demanded cruel behavior. Modern research has gone even deeper into understanding the psychology of power and cruelty by identifying specific personality traits that make some people more likely to seek power and abuse it once they have it. Psychologists have identified what they call the dark triad, 3 personality traits that often go together and predict success in gaining power as well as the likelihood of using that power to harm others. These 3 traits are narcissism, psychopathy, and Machiavellianism. And understanding them helps explain why so many leaders throughout history have been willing to sacrifice millions of lives for their own benefit. Narcissism involves an inflated sense of self-importance, a deep need for excessive attention and admiration, and a lack of empathy for others. Narcissistic people believe they are special and unique, deserving of privileges that others do not have. They fantasize about unlimited success, power, brilliance and beauty, and they become angry when the world does not treat them as the exceptional beings they believe themselves to be. In politics and business, narcissistic individuals are often drawn to leadership positions because these roles provide the attention and admiration they crave. However, their lack of empathy and their tendency to see other people as tools to be used rather than human beings with their own rights and feelings make them dangerous when given power. Psychopathy is characterized by a lack of empathy and remorse, shallow emotions, and a tendency toward manipulative and antisocial behavior. Psychopathic individuals can be charming and charismatic, but they do not form genuine emotional connections with other people. They see relationships as opportunities for exploitation rather than sources of mutual support and care. Unlike the popular image of psychopaths as violent criminals, many psychopathic individuals are successful in business, politics, and other fields where ruthless behavior is rewarded. They can make decisions that harm thousands or millions of people without experiencing the emotional distress that would paralyze most people in similar situations. Machiavellianism, named after the Italian political theorist who first systematically described these tactics, involves a cynical view of human nature and a willingness to manipulate others for personal gain. Machiavellian individuals believe that most people are selfish, dishonest, and untrustworthy, and they see this as justification for their own manipulative behavior. They are skilled at reading social situations and exploiting the weaknesses and desires of others to get what they want. Unlike narcissists, who may genuinely believe in their own superiority, or psychopaths who may lack the emotional capacity for empathy, Machiavellian individuals are often quite aware that their behavior is wrong by conventional moral standards, but they choose to act unethically anyway, because they believe it is necessary for success. People who score high on measures of the dark triad traits are more likely to seek positions of power and more likely to abuse that power once they have it. They are overrepresented in corporate boardrooms, political offices, and other leadership positions, not because they are more competent or better suited for leadership, but because they are more willing to engage in the kind of ruthless behavior that is often necessary to climb to the top of hierarchical organizations. They lie more easily, betray allies when convenient, and make decisions based solely on what benefits them personally, rather than what is best for the organization or society as a whole. Recent advances in brain imaging technology have allowed scientists to study what actually happens inside the brains of people when they gain power, and the results are disturbing. When people are given power over others, their brains literally change in ways that make them less empathetic and more likely to treat other people as objects rather than fellow human beings. Studies using functional magnetic resonance imaging have shown that when people are put in positions of power, the parts of their brains responsible for empathy and social understanding become less active, while the parts associated with reward-seeking and goal-directed behavior become more active. One particularly striking study gave participants the ability to deliver painful electric shocks to other people, and then scanned their brains while they made decisions about whether to inflict pain. The researchers found that people in positions of power showed reduced activity in brain regions associated with empathy, and increased activity in regions associated with reward when they chose to hurt others. In other words, power literally rewired their brains to make cruelty more pleasurable and empathy more difficult. This neurological change helps explain why so many powerful people throughout history have seemed to lose touch with normal human emotions and moral constraints. The brain changes associated with power also affect how people perceive and remember social situations. Powerful people become less accurate at reading other people's emotions and intentions, and they are more likely to stereotype and dehumanize those beneath them in the hierarchy. They remember fewer details about the individuals they interact with and are more likely to focus on information that confirms their existing beliefs while ignoring information that challenges them. These cognitive changes make it even more difficult for powerful people to understand the impact of their decisions on others, and create a vicious cycle where power leads to decreased empathy, which leads to more harmful decisions, which leads to even more social distance from those being harmed. The Robbers Cave experiment, conducted by social psychologist Muzaffar Sharif in the 1950s, revealed another crucial aspect of power psychology, by showing how conflict between groups creates loyalty within groups and how leaders can manipulate this dynamic for their own benefit. Sharif took 22 11-year-old boys to a summer camp at Robbers Cave State Park in Oklahoma, carefully selecting boys who were well-adjusted, from middle-class families, and had no history of behavioral problems. The boys did not know each other before the camp, and had no reason to dislike or compete with each other. For the first week, Sharif divided the boys into two groups that were kept separate from each other. Each group engaged in typical camp activities like hiking, swimming and games, and they quickly developed strong bonds with their group members. They chose names for their groups, the Eagles and the Rattlers, and created group flags and other symbols of identity. At this point, there was no conflict between the groups because they were not even aware of each other's existence. In the second week, Sharif introduced the groups to each other and created situations where they had to compete for limited resources. He organized contests where only one group could win prizes, and he arranged situations where the group's goals were in direct conflict with each other. The transformation was immediate and dramatic. The boys, who had been friendly and cooperative within their own groups, became hostile and aggressive toward members of the other group. They started calling each other names, engaging in raids on each other's cabins, and refusing to associate with boys from the opposing group even during non-competitive activities. The conflict escalated to the point where the boys were genuinely trying to harm each other, and Sharif had to intervene to prevent serious injuries. The most disturbing aspect of the experiment was how quickly and completely the boys' attitudes changed. These were not naturally aggressive or prejudiced children, but ordinary kids who developed intense hatred for other ordinary kids simply because they had been placed in competing groups. The experiment showed that conflict between groups does not require pre-existing differences in race, religion, culture, or ideology. Simply dividing people into groups and creating competition between them is enough to generate hostility and dehumanization. The third phase of the experiment tested whether the artificial conflict could be resolved. Sharif tried various approaches, including bringing the groups together for enjoyable activities like watching movies or eating meals together, but these efforts failed. The boys used these opportunities to continue their conflict, throwing food at each other and shouting insults. What finally worked was creating situations where the two groups had to cooperate to achieve goals that neither could accomplish alone. When the camp's water supply was sabotaged and both groups had to work together to fix it, or when a truck carrying food for both groups got stuck and they had to combine their efforts to get it moving again, the hostility began to fade and friendships formed across group lines. The Robbers Cave experiment revealed fundamental truths about human psychology that have been exploited by leaders throughout history. People have a strong tendency to divide the world into us versus them, and this tendency can be activated and manipulated even when the groups are completely artificial and meaningless. Once group conflict is established, it takes on a life of its own, with each side seeing the other as fundamentally different and threatening. Leaders benefit from this dynamic because external enemies unite their followers and make internal dissent seem like betrayal. Politicians routinely use this psychology by identifying external threats and encouraging their supporters to see themselves as part of a group that is under attack from outsiders. Whether the enemy is foreign countries, ethnic minorities, political opponents, or abstract concepts like terrorism or socialism, the psychological mechanism is the same. Creating a sense of group identity and external threat makes followers more loyal, more willing to sacrifice for the group, and more willing to accept authoritarian leadership in the name of group defense. Modern political campaigns have become sophisticated applications of the psychology revealed by the Robbers Cave experiment. Campaign managers understand that voters are more motivated by fear and hatred of the opposing candidate than by love and admiration for their own candidate. Negative advertising is more effective than positive advertising because it activates people's tribal instincts and makes them feel that their group is under threat. Social media has amplified these effects by creating echo chambers where people primarily interact with others who share their political views, and by algorithms that promote divisive content because it generates more engagement. Corporate psychology research has revealed similarly disturbing patterns about how organizations select and reward leaders. Studies of chief executive officers have found that many successful business leaders score higher than the general population on measures of psychopathy, narcissism, and Machiavellianism. These personality traits can be advantages in business contexts because they make people more willing to make ruthless decisions, more confident in taking risks, and more skilled at manipulating others to get what they want. Research by industrial psychologist Paul Babiak found that psychopathic individuals are overrepresented in corporate leadership positions, particularly in large corporations, where the distance between decision makers and the people affected by their decisions makes it easier to ignore the human costs of business strategies. Psychopathic executives are more likely to engage in corporate fraud, more likely to treat employees poorly, and more likely to make decisions that benefit themselves at the expense of shareholders, employees, and customers. However, they are also more likely to be promoted to top positions because they are skilled at impression management and political maneuvering within organizations. The correlation between certain personality traits and business success creates a selection pressure that rewards ruthless behavior and punishes empathy and ethical concern. Organizations that prioritize short-term profits over long-term sustainability and stakeholder welfare tend to promote individuals who are willing to cut costs by laying off employees, who are comfortable with deceiving customers and regulators, and who can make decisions that harm communities without experiencing personal distress. Over time, this leads to organizational cultures where unethical behavior becomes normalized and where employees who raise ethical concerns are seen as obstacles to success rather than valuable voices of conscience. The psychology of whistleblowing reveals why unethical behavior in organizations is so rarely reported or stopped by insiders who know what is happening. Research has shown that most people are reluctant to report wrongdoing even when they witness it directly, and even when they have clear channels for reporting it safely. This reluctance is not primarily due to fear of retaliation, although that is certainly a factor, but to more fundamental psychological processes that make people rationalize and minimize unethical behavior when it is committed by people they know and work with. People have a strong psychological need to believe that their organizations and colleagues are fundamentally good, and they will go to great lengths to maintain this belief even in the face of contradictory evidence. When employees witness unethical behavior, they often convince themselves that there must be a good reason for it, that they do not understand the full situation, or that the behavior is not as bad as it appears. This rationalization process is facilitated by the gradual nature of most organizational corruption, where small ethical compromises lead to slightly larger ones in a process that psychologists call the slippery slope effect. Employees who do recognize unethical behavior and consider reporting it face enormous psychological pressure to remain silent. They risk being seen as disloyal by their colleagues, being excluded from important decisions and social relationships at work, and being labeled as troublemakers who cannot be trusted. Even when organizations have official policies protecting whistleblowers, the informal social consequences of reporting wrongdoing can be severe and long-lasting. Studies have found that whistleblowers often experience depression, anxiety, and other mental health problems as a result of the social isolation and career damage they experience after reporting unethical behavior. Machiavellianism in everyday life. The principles that Niccolò Machiavelli outlined for 16th century princes did not remain locked in the palaces and battlefields of Renaissance Italy. Instead, They seeped into every corner of human society, shaping how people interact in offices, schools, families, and communities around the world. The same psychological mechanisms that allowed Cesare Borgia to conquer territories and eliminate rivals now determine who gets promoted at work, who succeeds in dating, and who gains influence in social groups. Understanding how Machiavellian tactics operate in everyday life reveals the uncomfortable truth that most of us encounter and use these strategies far more often than we would like to admit. The modern workplace has become a laboratory for Machiavellian behavior, where the same principles of manipulation, strategic alliance building, and ruthless competition that once determined the fate of kingdoms now decide who gets the corner office and who gets laid off during budget cuts. Office politics are not a distraction from real work, but a fundamental part of how organizations actually function, regardless of what the official organizational chart or employee handbook might suggest. The people who rise to positions of power in corporations are rarely those who are best at the technical aspects of their jobs, but rather those who are most skilled at navigating the complex social and political dynamics that determine success in hierarchical organizations. One of the most common and disturbing manifestations of workplace Machiavellianism is the promotion of incompetent but politically savvy managers. These individuals understand that appearing competent is more important than actually being competent, and they invest their energy in managing their image and building relationships with decision-makers rather than in developing their professional skills or contributing to their organization's goals. They are experts at taking credit for successes they had nothing to do with while deflecting blame for failures they were responsible for. They know how to speak the language of corporate buzzwords and strategic thinking, even when they have no real understanding of what they are talking about. These politically skilled but professionally incompetent managers often rise through organizations by attaching themselves to successful projects and distancing themselves from unsuccessful ones, regardless of their actual role in either outcome. They are masters of what psychologists call impression management, carefully controlling how others perceive them through strategic self-presentation, selective information sharing, and skilled networking. They understand that perception often matters more than reality in organizational settings, and they dedicate enormous effort to ensuring that key decision-makers see them as valuable and trustworthy, even when their actual performance suggests otherwise. The promotion of incompetent managers creates a cascade of problems throughout organizations because these individuals typically lack the skills necessary to make good decisions, motivate employees, or solve complex problems. However, they often compensate for their incompetence by becoming even more politically aggressive, using their authority to silence critics and surround themselves with subordinates who will not challenge their decisions. This creates organizational cultures where honest feedback is discouraged, where innovative ideas are suppressed if they threaten existing power structures, and where the organization's stated goals become secondary to the personal ambitions of its leaders. Workplace bullying represents another common application of Machiavellian principles, where individuals use aggression and intimidation as tools for gaining and maintaining power over their colleagues. Workplace bullies are not random sadists who enjoy causing pain for its own sake, but strategic actors who understand that creating fear and insecurity in others can be an effective way to advance their own careers and protect their positions within organizational hierarchies. They target individuals who they perceive as threats to their status or as easy victims who can be exploited without significant risk of retaliation. The psychology of workplace bullying follows predictable patterns that mirror the power dynamics Machiavelli described in his analysis of political leadership. Bullies typically begin by testing their targets with small acts of aggression or disrespect, gradually escalating the abuse if they encounter no effective resistance. They are skilled at identifying individuals who are likely to suffer in silence rather than fight back, often targeting new employees, people from marginalized groups, or individuals who lack strong social connections within the organization. They understand that isolated targets are much easier to victimize than people who have allies willing to defend them. Effective workplace bullies are also masters of plausible deniability, engaging in behavior that is clearly abusive to their targets and witnesses, but difficult to prove or document in formal complaints. They might exclude colleagues from important meetings while claiming it was an oversight, criticize people's work in ways that seem constructive on the surface but are designed to undermine confidence, or spread rumors and gossip that damage reputations while maintaining that they were just sharing legitimate concerns. This approach allows them to inflict significant psychological harm while minimizing their risk of facing official sanctions. The phenomenon of nice employees being passed over for promotions represents one of the most widespread applications of Machiavellian logic in workplace settings. Research has consistently shown that people who score higher on measures of agreeableness, empathy, and ethical concern are less likely to be promoted to leadership positions, even when they are more competent and more committed to their organization's success. This pattern exists because many of the behaviors that make someone a good colleague and a moral person are incompatible with the ruthless self-promotion and political maneuvering that are often necessary for advancement in hierarchical organizations. Nice employees tend to give credit to others for collaborative successes rather than claiming personal responsibility, to avoid taking actions that might harm their colleagues, even when those actions would benefit themselves, and to prioritize the organization's goals over their own career advancement. These behaviors make them valuable team members and ethical human beings, but they put them at a significant disadvantage when competing for promotions against colleagues who are willing to engage in more aggressive self-promotion and political manipulation. The result is organizational selection pressure that rewards Machiavellian behavior and punishes altruism and ethical concern. This dynamic is particularly pronounced in organizations with weak ethical cultures or poor oversight of management behavior. When there are few consequences for political manipulation and few rewards for ethical behavior, Machiavellian individuals have significant advantages over their more principled colleagues. Over time, this leads to the concentration of power in the hands of people who are skilled at organizational politics but may lack the competence, integrity, or concern for others that would make them effective leaders. Machiavellian principles also pervade personal relationships, though they are often disguised by romantic rhetoric and social conventions that make them difficult to recognize and discuss openly. The dating world in particular has become increasingly influenced by strategic thinking and manipulation tactics that treat potential partners as targets to be conquered, rather than human beings to be understood and appreciated. Dating advice books and online communities have popularized techniques that are explicitly based on psychological manipulation, teaching people to use tactics like artificial scarcity, emotional manipulation, and strategic deception to attract and control romantic partners. The rise of online dating has amplified these dynamics by creating markets where people compete for attention and affection using carefully curated profiles that often bear little resemblance to their actual personalities, lifestyles, or intentions. The abundance of options available through dating apps encourages people to treat potential partners as interchangeable commodities to be evaluated based on superficial characteristics rather than as unique individuals worthy of genuine interest and respect. This environment rewards people who are skilled at self-presentation and manipulation, while punishing those who are honest about their flaws and genuine in their search for meaningful connection. Strategic approaches to dating often involve techniques that psychologists recognize as forms of emotional manipulation. These might include playing hard to get to create artificial scarcity and increase perceived value, using intermittent reinforcement schedules to keep partners emotionally dependent, or employing what pickup artists call negging, which involves subtle insults designed to undermine a person's self-confidence and make them more susceptible to manipulation. While these techniques can be effective in the short term for attracting partners and maintaining their interest, they create relationships based on deception and control rather than mutual respect and genuine affection. Marriage and long-term relationships also provide opportunities for Machiavellian behavior, particularly when it comes to the distribution of power and resources within households. Some individuals approach marriage as a strategic alliance designed to advance their personal goals rather than as a partnership based on love and mutual support. They may choose partners based primarily on financial resources, social status, or other benefits they can provide, while concealing their true motivations behind declarations of love and commitment. Within marriages, Machiavellian individuals often engage in subtle forms of control and manipulation designed to maintain their dominance and ensure that their needs and preferences take priority over their partners. This might involve financial manipulation, where one partner controls access to money and financial information to maintain power over major decisions. It might involve social manipulation, where one partner isolates the other from friends and family members who might provide alternative perspectives or support for independence. It might involve emotional manipulation, where one partner uses guilt, shame, or threats to control the other's behavior and choices. Parent-child relationships provide another arena where Machiavellian dynamics often play out, though they are typically rationalized as being in the child's best interest rather than acknowledged as exercises in power and control. Some parents use their authority and their children's dependence to manipulate their behavior in ways that serve the parents' needs rather than the children's development. This might involve using emotional blackmail to make children feel guilty for pursuing their own interests, using financial control to manipulate adult children's life choices, or using favoritism among siblings to maintain control over family dynamics. Machiavellian parenting often involves teaching children that love and approval are conditional on compliance with parental expectations, creating internal psychological dynamics that make children anxious about disappointing authority figures and willing to sacrifice their own needs and desires to maintain relationships with powerful people. These early experiences can shape children's approach to relationships throughout their lives, making them either more susceptible to manipulation by others or more likely to use manipulation themselves as a way of maintaining control and security in their relationships. Friendship networks and social climbing represent another area where Machiavellian principles are commonly applied, though they are typically disguised as natural social preferences and networking strategies. Some individuals approach friendship strategically, cultivating relationships with people who can provide social status, professional opportunities, or access to exclusive social circles, while avoiding or discarding relationships with people who cannot offer such benefits. They are skilled at identifying social hierarchies and positioning themselves advantageously within them, often by associating with higher status individuals while distancing themselves from lower status ones. Social climbing involves many of the same tactics that Machiavelli described for political advancement, including strategic alliance building, careful impression management, and the willingness to betray former allies when it becomes advantageous to do so. Social climbers often present themselves differently to different groups, emphasizing aspects of their background, interests, or values that will appeal to their current audience, while concealing aspects that might make them seem less desirable as associates. They become experts at reading social situations and adapting their behavior to maximize their appeal to influential people. The rise of social media has created new opportunities for Machiavellian behavior in personal relationships by providing platforms where people can carefully curate their public images and manipulate how others perceive them. Social media allows people to present idealized versions of themselves that may bear little resemblance to their actual lives, personalities, or circumstances. The metrics of likes, followers, and engagement create quantifiable measures of social status that can be manipulated through strategic posting, networking, and image management. Social media image management often involves the same principles that Machiavelli recommended for political leaders, including the importance of appearing successful and popular, even when the reality is different, the value of creating and maintaining useful alliances with influential people, and the need to carefully control what information is made public and what is kept private. People become skilled at timing their posts for maximum visibility, choosing photos that present them in the most flattering light, and crafting messages that will generate the kind of engagement that increases their social media influence. Academic institutions, despite their mission to pursue truth and knowledge, have become environments where Machiavellian behavior is often essential for success. Universities operate as political institutions where faculty members compete for limited resources, including tenure-track positions, research funding, prestigious appointments, and recognition within their disciplines. The academic job market is extremely competitive, with far more qualified candidates than available positions, creating conditions where even ethical and competent scholars may feel pressure to engage in strategic behavior that prioritizes their career advancement over their commitment to honest scholarship. The tenure system, designed to protect academic freedom by providing job security to scholars who have demonstrated their competence, has inadvertently created incentives for Machiavellian behavior during the years leading up to tenure decisions. Junior faculty members understand that their entire career prospects depend on the evaluation of senior colleagues who may have their own political agendas and personal biases. This creates pressure to avoid controversial research topics, to refrain from challenging established scholars in their field, and to focus on building relationships with influential faculty members rather than on pursuing the most important or interesting research questions. Tenure battles often involve the same kinds of political maneuvering and alliance building that characterize electoral politics or corporate boardroom struggles. Candidates for tenure must navigate complex departmental dynamics, understanding which faculty members hold real power versus which ones merely hold impressive titles, and building coalitions of support while avoiding making enemies who might sabotage their chances. The process often rewards scholars who are skilled at academic politics rather than those who are most committed to advancing knowledge in their fields. Grant funding competitions have introduced market dynamics into academic research that encourage strategic behavior and sometimes compromise the integrity of the research enterprise. Scholars competing for limited research funding learn to frame their proposals in ways that appeal to current political and social priorities, rather than focusing solely on the scientific or scholarly merit of their research questions. They may choose research topics based on their likelihood of attracting funding rather than on their importance for advancing understanding in their field. The pressure to publish research findings in prestigious journals has created what critics call the publish or perish culture, where academic careers depend more on the quantity and visibility of publications than on their quality or contribution to knowledge. This system incentivizes scholars to divide their research into multiple smaller publications rather than fewer comprehensive studies, to choose research topics that are likely to generate publishable results rather than to tackle difficult questions that might not yield clear answers, and sometimes to manipulate their data or overstate their findings to make their work more appealing to journal editors and reviewers. These pressures have led to various forms of intellectual dishonesty in academic settings, including plagiarism, data fabrication, and the selective reporting of research results that support desired conclusions while ignoring contradictory evidence. While outright fraud remains relatively rare, more subtle forms of dishonesty have become common enough to raise serious questions about the reliability of published research in many fields. The competitive pressures of academic careers have created incentives for behavior that undermines the very goals that academic institutions are supposed to serve. The price of ruthlessness. History's bloodiest chapters were written by leaders who embraced Machiavellian principles without reservation, believing that the ends justified any means and that human suffering was an acceptable price for political success. The 20th century alone witnessed the rise and fall of totalitarian regimes that killed over 100 million people in pursuit of ideological goals, economic systems, and personal power. Yet the story of ruthless leadership is not simply one of evil individuals choosing to do terrible things, but of the predictable consequences that follow when societies abandon moral constraints on power and embrace the logic that effectiveness matters more than ethics. The historical record reveals a clear pattern in the fate of empires and political systems built on pure power rather than legitimacy and consent. While Machiavellian tactics can be highly effective in the short term for gaining and maintaining control, they create internal contradictions and instabilities that often lead to eventual collapse. Regimes that depend on fear and coercion rather than popular support must constantly escalate their use of violence to maintain control, leading to cycles of repression and resistance that exhaust both rulers and subjects. The energy and resources that could be directed toward productive activities must instead be devoted to surveillance, punishment, and defense against internal and external enemies. The Roman Empire provides one of history's clearest examples of how Machiavellian success can contain the seeds of its own destruction. At its height, Rome controlled territories stretching from Britain to Mesopotamia, governing over 60 million people through a combination of military might, political cunning, and administrative efficiency. Roman leaders were masters of the divide and conquer strategy, playing different groups against each other to prevent unified resistance to Roman rule. They understood the importance of providing bread and circuses to keep the urban masses content while using brutal force against any signs of rebellion in the provinces. Yet the very tactics that allowed Rome to build its empire also contributed to its eventual downfall. The reliance on military force to maintain control required enormous resources that had to be extracted from conquered territories through taxation and tribute, creating resentment and economic instability throughout the empire. The political system that rewarded successful generals and administrators created incentives for ambitious individuals to pursue their own power at the expense of the empire's stability, leading to civil wars and succession crises that weakened Roman institutions. The debasement of currency to pay for military campaigns led to inflation and economic chaos that undermined the empire's ability to function effectively. The Soviet Union's collapse in 1991 provides a more recent example of how systems built on Machiavellian principles can self-destruct despite appearing powerful and stable from the outside. For decades, the Soviet system had seemed to prove that totalitarian control could create a stable and effective form of government. The Communist Party had eliminated political opposition, controlled all sources of information, and created a planned economy that had transformed Russia from an agricultural society into a nuclear superpower. Western observers often underestimated the system's internal weaknesses because they focused on its impressive achievements in areas like space exploration and military technology, rather than on the human and economic costs of these accomplishments. The Soviet system's reliance on fear and coercion rather than genuine popular support created enormous inefficiencies that became more apparent as the economy became more complex and the population became more educated. The centralized planning system that had been effective for rapid industrialization became increasingly unable to respond to changing conditions and consumer needs. The prohibition on free expression and independent thought stifled innovation and creativity, making it difficult for the Soviet economy to compete with more flexible market-based systems. The resources devoted to surveillance and repression represented enormous opportunity costs that weakened the system's ability to provide for its citizens' basic needs and desires. The Communist Party's monopoly on information became increasingly difficult to maintain as technology advanced and contact with the outside world became more common. Radio broadcasts from Western countries, smuggled books and magazines, and eventually television and early computer networks made it impossible to completely isolate Soviet citizens from alternative sources of information. As people learned more about living standards and political freedoms in other countries, the gap between official propaganda and reality became more obvious and more difficult to ignore. The economic inefficiency of the Soviet system became particularly apparent during the 1980s, when falling oil prices reduced the government's revenues and made it more difficult to subsidize consumer goods and maintain military spending at previous levels. The war in Afghanistan drained resources and undermined public confidence in the government's competence, while the Chernobyl nuclear disaster exposed the system's tendency to prioritize political considerations over technical expertise and public safety. These crises revealed that the Soviet system's apparent strength was built on foundations that were much weaker than they appeared. The peaceful revolutions of 1989 in Eastern Europe demonstrated how quickly apparently stable authoritarian systems could collapse when their populations lost faith in their legitimacy. The fall of the Berlin Wall, the Velvet Revolution in Czechoslovakia, and similar movements throughout the Soviet sphere of influence showed that systems based purely on coercion could not survive when their populations were no longer willing to be intimidated into compliance. The speed and relatively peaceful nature of these transitions surprised many observers who had assumed that communist governments would use military force to maintain power. But the regimes discovered that their security forces were often unwilling to fire on their own citizens to preserve political systems that had lost popular support. The human cost of Machiavellian political systems extends far beyond the immediate victims of political violence and repression. The psychological impact of living under ruthless regimes affects entire populations for generations, creating cultures of mistrust, cynicism and learned helplessness that persist long after the original political system has collapsed. People who have lived under totalitarian rule often develop psychological defense mechanisms that make it difficult for them to trust others, to take initiative, or to believe that their actions can make a positive difference in their communities. Studies of survivors of totalitarian regimes have documented high rates of depression, anxiety, and post-traumatic stress disorder among people who lived through periods of intense political repression. The experience of constant surveillance, the fear of arbitrary arrest and punishment, and the need to constantly monitor one's own behavior and speech to avoid giving offense to authorities creates psychological damage that can last for decades. Children who grow up in such systems often develop personalities that are characterized by extreme caution, difficulty forming close relationships, and a tendency to assume that other people's motives are selfish and dangerous. The environmental destruction caused by ruthless political and economic systems represents another major cost that is often overlooked in discussions of Machiavellian leadership. When leaders prioritize short-term political goals over long-term sustainability, they often make decisions that cause irreversible damage to the natural environment and public health. The Soviet Union's environmental record provides numerous examples of how authoritarian systems can cause ecological disasters through their emphasis on rapid industrial development and their suppression of environmental criticism. The drying up of the Aral Sea, once the world's fourth largest lake, resulted from Soviet agricultural policies that diverted the rivers, feeding it to irrigate cotton fields in the desert. The decision was made without regard for environmental consequences because the central planners were focused on meeting production targets and demonstrating the superiority of socialist agriculture. The result was an ecological catastrophe that destroyed local fishing industries, created dust storms that spread toxic chemicals across the region, and left behind a salt desert where a thriving ecosystem had existed for thousands of years. Similar environmental disasters occurred throughout the Soviet bloc, from the mercury contamination of Lake Baikal to the radioactive contamination around nuclear facilities to the widespread air and water pollution in industrial cities. These problems persisted and worsened because the political system discouraged criticism of government policies and made it dangerous for scientists and citizens to publicly discuss environmental problems. The short-term focus of political leaders, who were more concerned with maintaining power than with long-term consequences, led to decisions that imposed enormous costs on future generations. China's rapid economic development since the 1980s has created similar environmental problems on an even larger scale, as the government has prioritized economic growth over environmental protection in its efforts to maintain political legitimacy and compete with other world powers. The air pollution in Chinese cities, the contamination of groundwater supplies, and the destruction of natural habitats have created public health crises that affect hundreds of millions of people. But the authoritarian political system makes it difficult for citizens to demand changes in government policy or to hold officials accountable for environmental damage. The psychological costs of ruthless leadership extend to the leaders themselves, who often become increasingly isolated, paranoid, and mentally unstable as they consolidate their power and eliminate potential rivals. The historical record shows that many of history's most ruthless dictators suffered from severe psychological problems that worsened over time, possibly as a result of the stress and moral isolation that comes with maintaining power through fear and violence. Joseph Stalin's behavior became increasingly erratic and paranoid during his final years in power, as he ordered the execution or imprisonment of longtime associates and even family members whom he suspected of disloyalty. His paranoia reached such extremes that he became afraid to trust even his personal bodyguards and food tasters, living in constant fear that someone would attempt to assassinate him. The isolation and stress of maintaining absolute power through terror appears to have contributed to his deteriorating mental health and decision-making ability. Adolf Hitler's psychological deterioration during World War II was documented by his associates and medical staff, who observed increasing mood swings, paranoid delusions, and erratic behavior as military defeats mounted, and his regime's position became more precarious. The drugs prescribed by his personal physician, the stress of directing a losing war, and the moral isolation that comes with ordering genocide and mass murder all contributed to his declining mental state. His increasingly poor judgment and refusal to accept advice from military experts contributed to Germany's eventual defeat. Modern research in neuroscience and psychology has provided scientific explanations for why ruthless leadership often leads to mental health problems and poor decision-making. The chronic stress associated with maintaining power through fear and violence has measurable effects on brain function, particularly in areas responsible for rational thinking and emotional regulation. Leaders who must constantly worry about assassination attempts, popular uprisings, and betrayal by their associates live in a state of chronic hypervigilance that can lead to exhaustion, paranoia, and increasingly poor judgment. The isolation that comes with ruthless leadership also has predictable psychological effects. When leaders surround themselves with subordinates who are afraid to contradict them or provide honest feedback, they lose touch with reality and become increasingly unable to make good decisions. The combination of absolute power and social isolation creates what psychologists call a feedback loop, where poor decisions lead to increased reliance on force and intimidation, which leads to greater isolation and even poorer decision-making. The cycle of violence that characterizes Machiavellian political systems creates its own momentum that becomes increasingly difficult to control or escape. When leaders use violence to solve political problems, they create enemies who have powerful motivations for revenge, leading to escalating cycles of violence and counter-violence. Each act of repression creates new grievances and new potential opponents, requiring ever more extensive surveillance and punishment to maintain control. The communist regime in Cambodia under Pol Pot provides an extreme example of how the logic of ruthless control can lead to self-destructive violence. The Khmer Rouge's efforts to eliminate all potential sources of opposition led them to systematically murder educated people, religious leaders, ethnic minorities, and eventually even members of their own organization who were suspected of insufficient loyalty. The killing reached such proportions that it became genocidal, with approximately 2 million people murdered out of a population of 8 million. The Cambodian genocide illustrates how Machiavellian logic can lead to decisions that are not only morally horrific but also strategically counterproductive. By killing educated people and skilled workers, the Khmer Rouge destroyed their country's ability to function as a modern society. By creating a climate of terror where anyone could be executed for arbitrary reasons, they undermined the loyalty and effectiveness of their own organization. The regime's extreme ruthlessness ultimately contributed to its overthrow by Vietnamese forces and Cambodian rebels who were motivated partly by the desire to stop the killing. The economic costs of ruthless political systems are often underestimated because they are less visible than the immediate human costs of political violence. However, research by economists and political scientists has shown that authoritarian systems typically produce lower rates of economic growth and innovation than democratic systems, particularly in the long term. While authoritarian governments can sometimes achieve rapid short-term growth through mobilizing resources for specific projects, they tend to create economic inefficiencies and distortions that become more problematic over time. The lack of political competition in authoritarian systems reduces incentives for government efficiency and responsiveness to citizen needs. When leaders do not have to worry about being voted out of office, they have less motivation to ensure that government programs actually work or that public resources are used effectively. The absence of free media and independent oversight institutions makes it easier for corruption to flourish and harder for citizens to hold officials accountable for poor performance. The restriction of civil liberties and political rights in ruthless systems also has economic consequences by reducing innovation and entrepreneurship. When people are afraid to express unconventional ideas or to challenge existing ways of doing things, societies lose much of their capacity for creative problem-solving and adaptation to changing circumstances. The brain drain that occurs when educated and skilled people flee authoritarian countries represents a massive loss of human capital that can take generations to replace. The collapse of communist regimes in Eastern Europe and the former Soviet Union provided natural experiments that allowed economists to study the long-term costs of authoritarian rule. The transition to democratic market economies was often difficult and painful, but it revealed the extent to which communist systems had distorted their economies and suppressed their people's productive potential. Countries that had been relatively prosperous before World War II, such as East Germany and Czechoslovakia, had fallen far behind their Western counterparts by the time communist rule ended. The reunification of Germany provided a particularly clear example of the economic costs of authoritarian rule, as East Germany's economy was revealed to be far less productive and technologically advanced than West Germany's, despite decades of propaganda claiming that the socialist system was superior. The integration of the two economies required massive subsidies from West Germany and took many years to complete, illustrating the long-term economic damage that had been caused by 40 years of communist rule. Yet the lessons of history suggest that societies have remarkable capacity for recovery and renewal, even after experiencing the worst effects of ruthless leadership. The peaceful transitions to democracy in Eastern Europe, the reconciliation process in South Africa after apartheid, and the economic development of countries like South Korea and Taiwan after periods of military rule demonstrate that the damage caused by Machiavellian political systems, while severe, is not necessarily permanent. The key to successful recovery from ruthless rule appears to be the development of institutions that can constrain the abuse of power and create incentives for leaders to serve the public interest rather than their own narrow goals. This includes independent judiciary systems that can enforce the rule of law, free media that can expose corruption and hold officials accountable, civil society organizations that can advocate for citizen interests, and democratic political processes that allow for peaceful changes of leadership. The international community also plays an important role in supporting transitions away from ruthless rule by providing economic assistance, technical expertise, and diplomatic support for democratic movements. However, the historical record shows that lasting change must ultimately come from within societies themselves, as external pressure alone is rarely sufficient to create stable democratic institutions. The price of ruthlessness, measured in human suffering, economic stagnation, environmental destruction, and social breakdown, provides a powerful argument against the Machiavellian logic that effectiveness justifies any means. While ruthless tactics may sometimes achieve short-term political goals, the long-term costs to societies and even to the ruthless leaders themselves are often enormous and irreversible. Understanding these costs is essential for anyone who wants to understand why moral constraints on power are not just idealistic preferences, but practical necessities for human flourishing and social stability. Alternatives and resistance. The story of resistance to Machiavellian power begins with a simple truth that rulers have always feared: people do not have to obey. Throughout history, While kings and emperors built their thrones on fear and force, ordinary individuals discovered something remarkable about human nature. They found that moral authority could sometimes defeat raw power, that shame could topple tyrants, and that refusing to participate in evil could shake the foundations of the most brutal systems. This discovery would challenge everything Machiavelli wrote about the nature of effective leadership and reveal the hidden weakness in his ruthless philosophy. In the dusty villages of colonial India, a small man in simple white cloth began an experiment that would change the world forever. Mohandas Gandhi had studied law in London, lived in South Africa, and seen how the British Empire operated its vast machinery of control. He understood that the empire ruled through a combination of military force, economic exploitation, and psychological intimidation. But Gandhi discovered something the British had not considered. Their power depended entirely on the cooperation of the people they ruled. If enough Indians simply refused to participate in their own oppression, the entire system would collapse like a house of cards built on quicksand. Gandhi's approach was revolutionary precisely because it was so simple. Instead of fighting the British with their own weapons, he would fight them with weapons they could not use against him. When the British imposed a tax on salt, Gandhi walked to the sea and made his own salt, encouraging millions of Indians to do the same. When they demanded that Indians buy British cloth, Gandhi sat at his spinning wheel and made his own fabric, turning this simple act into a symbol of national independence. When they arrested him, he went to prison willingly, transforming punishment into moral victory. The British found themselves in an impossible position. They could not defeat an enemy who refused to fight back on their terms. The genius of Gandhi's strategy lay in its understanding of power's true source. Machiavelli had written that it was better to be feared than loved, but Gandhi proved that it was better to be respected than either. He showed that moral authority could create a different kind of power, one that grew stronger when attacked rather than weaker. When British soldiers beat peaceful protesters, the world watched in horror, and the empire's moral legitimacy crumbled. When Gandhi fasted until near death, millions of people felt personally responsible for his suffering, and the government had to negotiate. The man who owned nothing and held no office became more powerful than the Viceroy of India, and he did it by turning Machiavellian logic upside down. Gandhi's methods spread far beyond India's borders, inspiring movements across the globe. In the American South, a young preacher named Martin Luther King Jr. had grown up in a system designed to keep black Americans powerless and afraid. The Jim Crow laws created a web of legal segregation that touched every aspect of daily life, from drinking fountains to burial grounds. Violence lurked behind every interaction, and the threat of lynching kept entire communities in terror. King understood that this system operated on the same principles Machiavelli had described: fear, division, and the appearance of legitimate authority. But he also understood that these principles contained the seeds of their own destruction. King's genius lay in his ability to expose the contradiction between America's proclaimed values and its actual practices. By organizing peaceful protests, sit-ins and marches, he forced the country to confront its own hypocrisy. When police dogs attacked children in Birmingham, when fire hoses knocked down elderly churchgoers, when mounted police charged peaceful marchers on a bridge in Selma, the images travelled around the world and shattered any pretense that segregation was about maintaining order or protecting anyone's rights. King understood that the system's violence was also its weakness. Every act of brutality against peaceful protesters revealed the moral emptiness at its core. The Montgomery bus boycott demonstrated how ordinary people could exercise extraordinary power through simple refusal. When Rosa Parks was arrested for refusing to give up her bus seat, the black community of Montgomery decided to stop riding the buses entirely. They walked to work, organized carpools, and created their own transportation network. The boycott lasted 381 days, and it nearly bankrupted the bus system. City officials tried threats, arrests, and even bombings, but they could not force people to ride the buses. The boycott proved that economic power could be more effective than political power, and that organized non-cooperation could bring down systems that seemed unshakable. King's strategy went far beyond simple protest. He understood that lasting change required changing people's hearts as well as their laws. His speeches and writings consistently appealed to the better angels of human nature, even among his enemies. He spoke of redemption rather than revenge, of beloved community rather than black nationalism. When he stood before the Lincoln Memorial and delivered his famous Dream speech, he was not just demanding civil rights for black Americans, he was offering white Americans a chance to redeem their own souls by living up to their highest ideals. This approach frustrated many younger activists who wanted more militant action, but it proved incredibly effective at building the broad coalition needed for lasting change. The civil rights movement's success came from its ability to combine moral authority with practical political strategy. King and other leaders understood that they needed to work within the system even as they challenged it. They registered voters, filed lawsuits, lobbied politicians, and built alliances with religious groups, labor unions, and other organizations. They used the media skillfully, timing their campaigns to maximum effect and ensuring that their message reached beyond the black community to white Americans and international audiences. When President Lyndon Johnson finally signed the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965, it was the result of both moral pressure and political calculation. Thousands of miles away on a small island prison off the coast of South Africa, another man was learning similar lessons about the relationship between power and morality. Nelson Mandela had spent decades fighting the apartheid system, first through legal means and then through armed resistance. He had helped found the military wing of the African National Congress, believing that violence was the only language the white minority government would understand. But 27 years in prison gave him time to think deeply about the nature of power and the price of revenge. Mandela's transformation from militant revolutionary to reconciliation leader represents one of the most remarkable examples of moral leadership in modern history. He could have emerged from prison filled with hatred and demanding vengeance against his oppressors. Many of his supporters expected exactly that. Instead, he chose a different path, one that prioritized the future of his country over the satisfaction of settling old scores. He understood that true leadership sometimes meant disappointing your followers in order to serve a higher purpose. The negotiations that ended apartheid showed how moral authority could create space for compromise that pure political calculation could never achieve. Mandela's willingness to work with former enemies, to share power during a transition period, and to support policies that protected white minorities helped prevent the civil war that many observers had predicted. His decision to establish a Truth and Reconciliation Commission rather than pursue widespread prosecutions of apartheid-era crimes demonstrated a different model of justice, one focused on healing rather than punishment. Mandela's approach was not without its critics, both from within his own movement and from outside observers who argued that he had been too generous to the architects of apartheid. But his strategy succeeded in its primary goal, transforming South Africa from a racial dictatorship into a functioning democracy without the massive bloodshed that had accompanied similar transitions in other countries. His example showed that moral leadership could sometimes achieve what military force and political manipulation could not. The power of moral resistance was perhaps most dramatically demonstrated in an unlikely place, a street in Nazi Berlin in 1943. The Rosenstrasse protest began when the Gestapo arrested the last remaining Jewish men in Berlin, including those married to non-Jewish German women. These women, many of them ordinary housewives with no political experience, did something that shocked the Nazi authorities. They gathered in the street where their husbands were being held and demanded their release. For 6 days, despite threats and warnings, the women stood in the cold, calling for their husbands. They were not armed, they had no political organization, and they had no powerful allies. They had only their moral certainty that what was happening was wrong and their willingness to risk everything to oppose it. The Nazi authorities, who had built their power on fear and intimidation, found themselves facing something they had not anticipated: ordinary people who were no longer afraid. The remarkable thing about the Rosenstrasse protest was not just that it happened, but that it succeeded. Faced with the prospect of arresting or shooting German women in broad daylight in the centre of Berlin, the Nazi authorities backed down. They released the Jewish husbands, and many of these men survived the war as a result. The protest demonstrated that even in the most totalitarian systems, there were limits to what rulers could do if people were willing to resist publicly and persistently. The Rosenstrasse protest revealed something crucial about the nature of totalitarian power. It depends on the cooperation of ordinary people, and when that cooperation is withdrawn, the system becomes vulnerable. The Nazi regime had spent years convincing Germans that resistance was futile, that the state was all-powerful, and that ordinary people had no choice but to obey. But the women on Rosenstrasse showed that this was not true. They demonstrated that public shame could be a powerful weapon even against the most ruthless rulers, and that moral courage could sometimes achieve what military force could not. The protest also illustrated why non-violent resistance sometimes works when violent resistance fails. The Nazi authorities were prepared to deal with armed rebellion. They had soldiers, weapons, and established procedures for crushing armed resistance, but they were not prepared to deal with mothers demanding the return of their husbands. The women's protest created a moral crisis that the regime could not resolve through its usual methods of intimidation and violence. By refusing to use the regime's own weapons against it, the women forced it to confront its own contradictions and limitations. The lessons of the Rosenstrasse protest have been studied by resistance movements around the world. It showed that even small groups of ordinary people could challenge powerful systems if they were willing to act on their moral convictions. It demonstrated that timing, persistence, and moral clarity could sometimes achieve what elaborate planning and military organization could not. Most importantly, it proved that totalitarian systems, despite their appearance of invincibility, contained their own vulnerabilities that could be exploited by those brave enough to try. These examples of successful resistance to Machiavellian power share certain common characteristics. They all involved people who understood that their opponent's strength was also their weakness. They all combined moral authority with practical strategy. They all required enormous personal courage and sacrifice from ordinary people. And they all succeeded not by playing the game of power politics, as Machiavelli had described it, but by changing the rules of the game entirely. The success of these movements points to something that Machiavelli's philosophy could not account for: the power of moral example to transform political reality. When Gandhi spun cloth, when King preached nonviolence, when Mandela chose reconciliation, when the women stood on Rosenstrasse, they were not just opposing specific policies or rulers, they were offering a different vision of how human beings could relate to each other, one based on respect and dignity rather than fear and domination. However, the history of resistance also shows that moral authority alone is not always sufficient to defeat ruthless power. For every Gandhi, King, or Mandela, there are countless examples of moral leaders who were crushed by the forces they opposed. The success of non-violent resistance depends on many factors, including the nature of the opponent, the broader political context, and the presence of institutions that can amplify and protect the voices of dissent. This brings us to the crucial role of institutional safeguards in constraining Machiavellian behavior. While moral leadership can inspire and mobilize people, lasting protection against the abuse of power requires institutional structures that make such abuse difficult and costly. Democratic institutions, when they function properly, create multiple centers of power that can check and balance each other. They provide channels for peaceful change that make violent revolution unnecessary. They protect the rights of minorities and dissidents who might otherwise be silenced by popular majorities or authoritarian rulers. The free press plays a particularly important role in this system of checks and balances. When journalists can investigate and report on government actions without fear of retaliation, They serve as a crucial early warning system against the abuse of power. They can expose corruption, reveal incompetence, and give voice to those who might otherwise be ignored. The history of authoritarian regimes shows that controlling information is always one of their first priorities, precisely because they understand how dangerous a free press can be to their power. An independent judiciary serves as another crucial check on executive power. When judges can make decisions based on law rather than political pressure, they can protect individual rights against government overreach and ensure that even the most powerful leaders are subject to the rule of law. The separation of powers that exists in many democratic systems creates a situation where different branches of government have incentives to check each other's power, preventing any single person or group from accumulating too much control. Civil society organizations, from labor unions to religious groups to advocacy organizations, provide another layer of protection against the concentration of power. These groups can mobilize people around specific issues, provide alternative sources of information and analysis, and create networks of mutual support that can resist government pressure. They serve as intermediaries between individual citizens and the state, helping to organize collective action and giving people a voice in political processes. The effectiveness of these institutional safeguards depends on their independence and their ability to function without interference from those in power. When democratic institutions are captured by special interests, when the press is controlled by the government or by a small number of wealthy owners, when judges are appointed based on political loyalty rather than competence, when civil society organizations are banned or restricted, then the protections they provide begin to erode. The challenge for democratic societies is maintaining these institutional safeguards in the face of constant pressure from those who would prefer to operate without constraints. The temptation to circumvent inconvenient institutions is always present, especially during times of crisis, when quick action seems more important than deliberative processes. The history of democracy shows that these institutions must be actively defended and renewed by each generation, or they will gradually lose their effectiveness. The future of power. As we stand at the threshold of unprecedented technological transformation, the ancient struggle between moral authority and ruthless power is entering a new phase that would have been unimaginable to Machiavelli. The tools of control and resistance are evolving at breakneck speed, creating new opportunities for both oppression and liberation. The future of power will be shaped not just by traditional political and military forces, but by artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, climate change, and the conquest of space. Understanding these emerging dynamics is crucial for anyone who wants to navigate the world that is rapidly taking shape around us. The rise of artificial intelligence represents perhaps the most profound challenge to traditional concepts of power and governance. For the first time in human history, we are creating systems that can make decisions faster and more efficiently than human beings, systems that can process vast amounts of information and identify patterns that would be invisible to human observers. These systems are already being used to make decisions about everything from loan approvals to criminal sentencing, from medical diagnoses to military targeting. The question is not whether AI will transform power relationships, but how. The potential for AI to enhance authoritarian control is enormous and terrifying. Imagine a system that can monitor every phone call, every email, every social media post, every financial transaction, and every movement of every person in a country. Imagine that this system can analyze all of this data in real time, identifying potential dissidents before they even know they are dissidents, predicting social unrest before it occurs, and recommending precise interventions to maintain stability. Such a system would make the totalitarian regimes of the 20th century look primitive by comparison. China is already moving in this direction with its social credit system, which uses AI to monitor and score the behavior of its citizens. The system tracks everything from jaywalking to political opinions, assigning each person a score that determines their access to services, their ability to travel, and their opportunities for employment. Those with low scores find themselves effectively locked out of society, unable to buy plane tickets, get loans, or even access dating apps. The system creates powerful incentives for conformity and self-censorship, achieving control through the promise of reward rather than the threat of punishment. But AI also has the potential to enhance democratic participation and accountability. Imagine systems that can analyze government spending in real time, identifying waste and corruption automatically. Imagine platforms that can help citizens understand complex policy issues, match them with representatives who share their values, and facilitate meaningful participation in political processes. Imagine tools that can detect and counter misinformation, helping people make informed decisions based on accurate information. The key question is who will control these powerful new technologies. If AI systems are developed and deployed primarily by authoritarian governments and large corporations, they are likely to be used to enhance existing power structures and further marginalize ordinary citizens. But if these technologies are developed transparently, regulated effectively, and made accessible to civil society organizations and democratic institutions, they could help create a more open and participatory society. The development of genetic engineering and human enhancement technologies raises equally profound questions about the future of power. For the first time in human history, we are gaining the ability to deliberately modify our own biology, to enhance our physical and cognitive capabilities, and potentially to create new forms of human beings. These technologies could help eliminate genetic diseases, extend human lifespan, and enhance human intelligence. But they could also create new forms of inequality that make today's disparities seem minor by comparison. If genetic enhancements are expensive and available only to the wealthy, they could create a permanent biological aristocracy, a ruling class that is literally superior to the rest of humanity in physical and mental capabilities. Such a development would make democracy and equality impossible, creating a society more stratified than any that has ever existed. The enhanced humans would have every advantage in competition with their unenhanced counterparts, and they would have little incentive to share their advantages with those they left behind. On the other hand, if genetic enhancements are made widely available and carefully regulated, they could help create a society of enhanced humans who are all more capable, more intelligent, and more resistant to disease and aging. Such a society might be more productive, more creative, and more able to solve the complex problems facing humanity. But it would also raise fundamental questions about what it means to be human and whether we have the right to make such changes to our own species. The challenge of climate change is already beginning to reshape power relationships around the world, and its effects will only intensify in the coming decades. As temperatures rise, sea levels increase, and weather patterns become more extreme, millions of people will be forced to leave their homes in search of safety and opportunity. Existing political boundaries will become less relevant as people migrate in search of habitable land and resources. Countries that are able to adapt to climate change will gain relative power, while those that cannot will face internal chaos and external pressure. Climate change is likely to intensify existing conflicts and create new ones. Wars over water resources are already beginning in some parts of the world, and they will become more common as fresh water becomes scarcer. Coastal cities will face the choice between massive investment in flood defences or gradual abandonment. Agricultural regions will shift as growing seasons change and crop yields fluctuate. The countries and regions that can adapt to these changes will have significant advantages over those that cannot. The politics of climate change will also create new forms of power and influence. Countries that develop effective clean energy technologies will have significant economic and political advantages. Those that can provide climate adaptation services will find new markets and new forms of leverage. International organizations and agreements will become more important as countries try to coordinate their responses to global challenges that no single nation can address alone. The exploration and eventual colonization of space will open entirely new frontiers for competition and conflict. As private companies and national governments develop the capability to mine asteroids, establish bases on the Moon and Mars, and eventually travel to other star systems, they will create new forms of wealth and power that could dwarf anything that exists on Earth. The question is, Whether these new frontiers will be governed by the same competitive dynamics that have shaped human history, or whether they will provide opportunities for new forms of cooperation and governance. The militarization of space is already beginning, with countries developing capabilities to attack satellites and other space-based assets. As more economic activity moves into space, the incentives for conflict will increase. Countries and companies that can control key resources in space, such as rare earth minerals from asteroids or strategic locations on the Moon, will have significant advantages over their competitors. The vast distances involved in space travel will make some forms of traditional military power less relevant, but they will also create new vulnerabilities that could be exploited by sophisticated adversaries. The development of space-based civilizations will also raise fundamental questions about governance and democracy. How do you govern a civilization that spans multiple planets and star systems? How do you maintain democratic accountability when communication delays make real-time dialogue impossible? How do you prevent the emergence of authoritarian regimes in isolated colonies that have no external oversight? These questions may seem distant now, but they will become increasingly urgent as human civilization expands beyond Earth. The emergence of cyber warfare and digital authoritarianism represents another fundamental challenge to traditional concepts of power and sovereignty. Nation-states can now attack each other's critical infrastructure, steal their secrets, and manipulate their populations without ever firing a shot or crossing a border. The tools of cyber warfare are relatively cheap and accessible, making it possible for small countries and even non-state actors to challenge much larger and more powerful adversaries. The 2016 Russian interference in the US presidential election demonstrated how cyber warfare can be used to influence democratic processes. Russian operatives used social media platforms to spread disinformation, hack political organizations, and amplify existing divisions within American society. The operation was relatively low cost and low risk for Russia, but it had enormous effects on American politics and society. Similar operations have been conducted in dozens of other countries, suggesting that this form of warfare will become increasingly common. The rise of digital authoritarianism goes beyond simple cyber warfare to encompass the use of digital technologies to monitor and control populations. Authoritarian regimes are using artificial intelligence, facial recognition, and other technologies to track their citizens' movements, monitor their communications, and predict their behavior. They're also using sophisticated propaganda techniques to shape public opinion and suppress dissent. These techniques are becoming more sophisticated and more effective, making it easier for authoritarian leaders to maintain power even in the face of popular opposition. The proliferation of private military companies and mercenary capitalism represents another significant trend in the evolution of power. As national armies become more expensive and politically costly to deploy, governments are increasingly turning to private contractors to carry out military and security operations. These companies operate with less oversight and accountability than traditional military forces, and they can be deployed more quickly and with less political controversy. The growth of private military companies has important implications for democracy and the rule of law. When military force is privatized, it becomes more difficult for democratic institutions to oversee and control its use. Private military contractors may have different incentives than national military forces, and they may be more willing to engage in activities that violate international law or human rights. The use of misinformation as a political weapon during the pandemic demonstrated how easily truth can become a casualty of political competition. Leaders who were more concerned with maintaining their image than protecting public health spread false information about the virus, promoted ineffective treatments, and undermined public confidence in vaccines and other preventive measures. They used the pandemic to attack their political opponents, blaming them for problems that were largely beyond any single leader's control. They encouraged their supporters to see public health measures as political persecution rather than necessary steps to protect community health. The pandemic response also revealed the fundamental tension between individual freedom and collective responsibility that lies at the heart of democratic governance. Public health measures like mask mandates, social distancing requirements, and vaccination requirements necessarily restrict individual choice in service of collective well-being. The question is not whether such restrictions are justified in principle, but rather how they should be implemented, how long they should last, and how they should be balanced against other important values like economic prosperity, educational opportunity, and social connection. The most successful pandemic responses were those that found ways to honour both individual freedom and collective responsibility. They involved clear communication about the reasons for restrictions, meaningful opportunities for public input and democratic oversight, and careful attention to the costs and benefits of different policies. They also involved efforts to build voluntary compliance rather than relying solely on enforcement, recognizing that public health measures are most effective when they are widely supported by the population. The pandemic's aftermath has left many societies struggling with questions about the proper balance between government power and individual liberty, between expert knowledge and democratic decision-making, between national sovereignty and international cooperation. These questions will continue to shape political debates for years to come, and they will be central to how societies respond to future crises. Conclusion: the eternal struggle. As we reach the end of this long journey through the landscape of Machiavellian power, we find ourselves confronting the same fundamental questions that have haunted human civilization since its beginning. The story we have told spans 5 centuries and encompasses the rise and fall of empires, the birth and death of ideologies, and the transformation of human society by technologies that would have seemed magical to earlier generations. Yet for all this change, the basic dynamics of power remain remarkably consistent. People still seek to control others, still struggle between their better angels and their darker impulses, still face the choice between cooperation and competition, between building and destroying, between serving something greater than themselves and serving only their own interests. The modern relevance of Machiavelli's insights stems not from their timeless wisdom, but from their uncomfortable accuracy about human nature. 500 years after he wrote The Prince, his observations about the relationship between fear and love, the importance of appearances, and the necessity of adapting to circumstances still ring true. Political leaders still find it easier to control people through fear than through affection. They still spend enormous resources on managing their image and controlling information. They still face the constant pressure to compromise their principles in service of practical necessities. But the world has also changed in ways that Machiavelli could never have imagined. The technologies of power have evolved far beyond what any Renaissance prince could have conceived. The scale of human organization has expanded from city-states to global networks. The speed of communication has accelerated from the pace of a horse to the speed of light. The weapons of war have grown from swords and cannons to nuclear weapons and cyber attacks. The tools of surveillance have advanced from spies and informants to artificial intelligence and mass data collection. These changes have not eliminated the relevance of Machiavellian thinking, but they have complicated it enormously. The princes of today operate in a world where information spreads instantly, where public opinion can shift rapidly, where small groups can have enormous impact, and where the consequences of decisions can be global and immediate. They must navigate not just the traditional challenges of maintaining power within their own territories, but also the complex web of international relationships, economic interdependence, and global institutions that shape the modern world. The ongoing battle between might and right has taken on new dimensions in this transformed landscape. The old forms of naked aggression and brutal suppression are less effective in a world where information flows freely and where international institutions can impose costs on those who violate accepted norms. But new forms of subtle manipulation and indirect control have emerged to take their place. The battle is now fought as much in the realm of information and perception as in the realm of physical force. Technology has indeed amplified both oppression and resistance in ways that create new opportunities and new dangers. Authoritarian regimes have new tools for monitoring and controlling their populations, but dissidents also have new tools for organizing and communicating. Corporations have new ways to manipulate consumers and workers, but consumers and workers also have new ways to coordinate their responses. Governments have new capabilities for surveillance and control, but citizens also have new capabilities for transparency and accountability. The key question for the future is not whether these new technologies will be used to enhance or restrict human freedom, but rather who will control them and how they will be regulated. If the development and deployment of new technologies is left entirely to market forces and authoritarian governments, they are likely to be used primarily to enhance existing power structures and further marginalize ordinary people. But if democratic societies can develop effective mechanisms for governing these technologies, they might be used to create a more open and participatory world. The choice every generation faces between cynicism and hope is perhaps more urgent today than it has ever been. The scale and complexity of the challenges facing humanity, from climate change to nuclear weapons to artificial intelligence, are unprecedented. The traditional institutions and approaches that have served us in the past may not be adequate to address these new challenges. The temptation to retreat into cynicism, to assume that nothing can be done and that the future is inevitably dark, is understandable but ultimately counterproductive. The alternative to cynicism is not naive optimism, but rather informed hope based on a clear understanding of both the challenges and the opportunities before us. Hope based on the recognition that human beings have repeatedly shown themselves capable of remarkable creativity, cooperation, and moral growth when faced with existential challenges. Hope based on the understanding that the future is not predetermined, but rather depends on the choices we make today and tomorrow. The ultimate question of whether societies can be both effective and ethical remains as relevant today as it was 5 centuries ago. The examples we have examined throughout this journey suggest that the answer is yes, but only under certain conditions. Societies can be both effective and ethical when they have strong institutions that constrain the abuse of power, when they have cultures that value both achievement and integrity, when they have leaders who understand that true strength comes from serving something greater than themselves, and when they have citizens who are willing to participate actively in the work of governance. The role of citizens in preventing the abuse of power is crucial and cannot be delegated to others. Democratic institutions are only as strong as the people who support them. Civil liberties are only as secure as the citizens who defend them. The rule of law is only as effective as the people who insist on its enforcement. The quality of leadership is only as good as the standards that citizens demand from their leaders. This means that every citizen in a democratic society has a responsibility to become informed about public affairs, to participate in democratic processes, and to hold their leaders accountable for their actions. It means developing the skills of critical thinking, respectful dialogue, and collaborative problem-solving that are essential for democratic governance. It means being willing to make the sacrifices of time and effort that democratic participation requires. The education about power dynamics is crucial for democracy, precisely because it helps citizens understand how their own institutions work and how they can be subverted. When people understand how propaganda works, they become less susceptible to it. When they understand how corruption operates, they can demand better systems of accountability. When they understand how authoritarian movements gain power, they can recognize the warning signs and take action to prevent them. When they understand how democratic institutions are supposed to function, they can recognize when they are being undermined and work to strengthen them. The continuing evolution of human governance is not a process that will ever reach a final destination. There is no perfect system of government, no ultimate solution to the problems of power and authority. Every system has its strengths and weaknesses, its advantages and disadvantages. The challenge is not to find the perfect system, but rather to keep improving the systems we have, to learn from our mistakes and to adapt to changing circumstances. The story of Machiavellianism is ultimately a story about the choices human beings make when they are faced with the opportunity to gain and exercise power. It is a story about the tension between what we want to do and what we think we should do, between our individual desires and our collective responsibilities, between our short-term interests and our long-term welfare. It is a story that is still being written, and the next chapters will be written by us. The lessons of this long journey through the landscape of power are complex and sometimes contradictory. They suggest that power is both necessary and dangerous, that it can be used for both good and evil, that it can create both opportunity and oppression. They suggest that the key to using power well is not to avoid it, but rather to understand it, to accept responsibility for its use, and to build systems that encourage its responsible exercise. The ultimate message of this exploration is not that power is inherently evil or that Machiavellian thinking should be rejected entirely. Rather, it is that power is a tool that can be used for many purposes, and that the moral character of those who wield it matters enormously. The same techniques that can be used to build tyrannical regimes can also be used to build democratic institutions. The same understanding of human nature that can be used to manipulate and control people can also be used to inspire and empower them. The difference lies not in the techniques themselves, but in the purposes for which they are used, the constraints under which they are employed, and the values that guide their application. A democratic leader who understands Machiavellian principles can use that understanding to build more effective institutions, to communicate more persuasively about important issues, and to navigate the complex challenges of governance more skillfully. But such a leader must also be committed to democratic values, willing to accept constraints on their own power, and accountable to the people they serve. The future of human civilization will depend on our ability to learn from the lessons of the past while adapting to the challenges of the present and future. It will depend on our ability to combine the insights of Machiavellian realism with the aspirations of democratic idealism. It will depend on our ability to understand power without being corrupted by it, to use it effectively without abusing it, and to build systems that serve human flourishing rather than human domination. The story of Machiavellianism is far from over. It continues to unfold in the decisions made by political leaders, business executives, and ordinary citizens around the world. It continues in the design of new technologies, the development of new institutions, and the evolution of human society. It continues in the choices we make about how to treat each other, how to organize our communities, and how to respond to the challenges that face us all. The ultimate question is not whether we can eliminate the temptations of power or the dynamics of competition that have shaped human history. These are part of human nature and will always be with us. The question is whether we can learn to channel these forces in directions that serve human welfare rather than human destruction, whether we can build societies that are both effective and ethical, both realistic and idealistic, both powerful and just. The answer to this question will be written by the choices we make today and tomorrow. It will be written by the leaders we choose, the institutions we build, the values we promote, and the futures we create. The story of Machiavellianism is ultimately the story of human nature itself, with all its complexity, contradiction, and potential. It is a story that we are all helping to write, and the next chapters are up to us. Private military companies also make it easier for wealthy individuals and corporations to project military power independently of their governments. The development of biological weapons and the manipulation of pandemics represent perhaps the most frightening possibilities for the abuse of power in the future. The COVID-19 pandemic demonstrated how quickly infectious diseases can spread in our interconnected world and how disruptive they can be to normal life. The pandemic also showed how governments can use health emergencies to expand their power and restrict individual freedoms, often with limited oversight or accountability. The technology for creating biological weapons is becoming more accessible as our understanding of genetics and microbiology advances. It may soon be possible for relatively small groups of people to create pathogens that could kill millions of people or target specific ethnic groups. The same technologies that promise to cure genetic diseases could also be used to create weapons of unprecedented destructive power. The breakdown of international law and the erosion of global governance institutions represent another major challenge for the future of power. The international system that was created after World War II is increasingly unable to address the challenges of the 21st century. International institutions are being weakened by the rise of nationalist movements, the decline of American hegemony, and the emergence of new powers that do not necessarily accept the existing rules of the game. China's Belt and Road Initiative provides a compelling example of how economic power is being used to replace traditional forms of military conquest and political control. Rather than invading countries or overthrowing governments, China is using massive infrastructure investments to create networks of economic dependence that serve its strategic interests. The initiative involves building roads, railways, ports, and other infrastructure projects in dozens of countries across Asia, Africa, and Europe, with financing provided by Chinese banks and construction carried out by Chinese companies. The genius of the Belt and Road Initiative lies in its ability to advance Chinese interests while appearing to benefit the recipient countries. The infrastructure projects do provide real benefits to the countries where they are built, improving transportation networks, creating jobs, and stimulating economic growth. But they also create long-term dependencies that can be exploited for political purposes. Countries that cannot repay their loans may be forced to grant China long-term leases on strategic assets, such as the port of Hambantota in Sri Lanka, which was leased to China for 99 years after Sri Lanka could not repay its debts. The Belt and Road Initiative also serves China's broader strategic goals by creating alternative trade routes that bypass potential choke points controlled by the United States and its allies. By building new ports, railways, and pipelines, China is reducing its dependence on existing infrastructure and creating new options for moving goods and resources. The initiative is also helping China to export its model of authoritarian capitalism, demonstrating that rapid economic growth is possible without democratic institutions or respect for human rights. The success of the Belt and Road Initiative shows how economic power can be more effective than military power in achieving strategic objectives. Rather than fighting expensive wars or engaging in costly occupations, China is using economic incentives to build a network of allies and dependencies that will serve its interests for decades to come. This approach is likely to be copied by other powers, leading to a new form of competition based on economic influence rather than military might. The initiative also demonstrates the importance of long-term thinking in geopolitical strategy. While Western democracies are often focused on short-term electoral cycles and immediate crises, China is pursuing a strategy that spans decades. This long-term perspective gives China significant advantages in competition with democratic societies, which often struggle to maintain consistent policies across changes in government. However, the Belt and Road Initiative also illustrates the potential vulnerabilities of economic imperialism. The strategy depends on the continued growth of the Chinese economy and the political stability of the Chinese government. If China faces economic difficulties or political upheaval, it may not be able to maintain its investments in the initiative. The strategy also depends on the cooperation of recipient countries, which may become more assertive as they develop economically and politically. The initiative has also generated significant resistance and criticism from countries that see it as a form of neo-colonialism. Some countries have cancelled or renegotiated Belt and Road projects after concluding that they were not in their best interests. International organizations and Western governments have also created alternative investment programs designed to compete with Chinese influence. The success of the Belt and Road Initiative is not guaranteed, and it may face increasing challenges as its implications become clearer. For conclusion, dynamics in society often concentrate influence among a few, elites, institutions, or systems, shaping outcomes in politics, economics, and culture. These dynamics can foster inequality, marginalization, and exploitation when unchecked, but they also drive progress when guided by accountability and fairness. To address this, power should be decentralized through transparent governance, equitable resource distribution, and active civic participation. Empowering individuals with education, access to information, and platforms for voice ensures a balanced system where power serves the collective good rather than entrenched interests. Regular oversight, ethical leadership, and inclusive policies are key to maintaining this balance.